Call to order the May 30th, 2021 City Council to order. Roll call and posting of the agenda.
Councilwoman Basua,
Here.
Councilmember Lopez,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Here.
Councilmember Madrigal, Councilmember Perrello,
Here.
Councilmember Turan,
Here.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Here.
We have quorum. Posting of the agenda. The amended agenda for this meeting was posted in City Hall Bulletin on March 24th, 2021. Thank you.
Thank you. And we don't have any public comments. Item B. So we're going item C, and this is closed session. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated legal legislation. Mr. Attorney, and that's section 54956.9D2.
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council will recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. Based on existing facts and circumstances, there is significant exposure to litigation against the city in one potential case. City Council will also recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. Based on existing facts and circumstances to decide whether to initiate litigation in one potential case.
Okay. Back at 6 o'clock for the opening ceremonies. But before we do that, we had a closed session. City Attorney, do you have any items that you'd like to report?
Thank you, Mayor. The council met in closed session and discussed item C1, and item C2 was not discussed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Our next item is a Pledge of Allegiance. But before I do that, I'd like to share some information here that today we have a moment of silence for a couple of individuals. First of all, is we have from the City of Ojai mourns the loss of former Mayor and Councilmember Paul Blatz. The City of Ojai is mourning the loss of former Mayor and Councilmember Paul Blatz, who passed away after a long battle with cancer on Friday, the 26th, at the age of 69. Paul served as a city council member from 2010 to 2018 as the Ojai mayor and 2013-16. Paul also served on the Ojai Planning Commission from 1998 to 2008, and he was very successful on the city council. And then his son, Brian, took over as council member. He also founded Blatz Law Firm and practiced law in downtown Ojai for many, many years. Our thoughts and prayers are with the Blatz family. During this difficult time, City Manager James Vega said, Paul Blatz served as a council member, commissioner for 2 decades, and was much loved and respected member of the community, and Ojai is going to miss him. Additionally, to council members, I had the pleasure of attending a funeral for a good friend of mine, and I mentioned his name a while back, Mr. William Willie Antiveros. He was my barber for many, many, many years, also worked for the city of Oxnard, and additionally, he also drove bus for SCAT, and had numerous friends throughout the city for many, many years. So our sincere condolences to Connie, his wife, and the whole family, Antiveros family. So please join me to salute for the flag. Thank you so much. And with a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So now tonight, we also have some really special people that are going to join us this evening. And we're going to have a special presentation by the County of Ventura District Attorney's Office, Eric Nansarenko. But before we let him talk, I'm going to share just a couple of notes about our new district attorney. And Eric Nansarenko was appointed district attorney by a 5-0 voted by the County Board of Supervisors on January the 23rd, 2021. He becomes the 24th district attorney for the County of Ventura. And also he was appointed and served in Ventura County as a senior deputy attorney when he secured jury trial convictions. Eric also was named Prosecutor of the Year in 2016 by the Ventura County District Attorney's Office for his advocacy on the behalf of children, women, and sexual assault victims. Mr. Nansarenko began his career as a Ventura County prosecutor in 2008 and has worked in several different assignments, including misdemeanors, general felonies, serious violent cases, DUI offenses, and domestic violence, child abuse, and sexual assault. Mr. Nansarenko has also served as district attorneys for representatives of the Homeless Court, where he visited many centers, including the Salvation Army, the Rescue Mission Shelter, to help rehab our homeless population by dismissing infractions and low-level misdemeanors in exchange for community services with the successful completion of drug and alcohol programs. In addition to his DA responsibilities, Mr. Nansarenko served as a Ventura Ventura City Council from 2013 to 2021, where he oversaw a $300 million budget, 650 employees as mayor, deputy mayor, and as a council member. So anyway, let's go ahead and call Eric. Eric, you like to share a couple of words with us? And welcome again. And it's really an honor, Mr. DA, to welcome you here to the city of Oxnard.
Well, the
Mr.
honor
D.
is mine, Mayor Zaragoza. It's a pleasure to be before you this evening. Mayor Zaragoza, Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, members of the Oxnard City Council, City Manager Nguyen, and Chief Benitez. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce myself and say a few words about the first 2 months as your Ventura County DA. When Supervisor Ramirez and the Board of Supervisors appointed me towards the end of January, I made a pledge to them as well as to the County of Ventura that I would reach out to each city council. And that is exactly what I have done. My first city council was the city of Port Hueneme. 2 weeks ago, the city of Thousand Oaks. And of course, tonight, I have the great pleasure of speaking to the fantastic city of Oxnard and its city council. I also pledged to Supervisor Ramirez and the Board of Supervisors, as well as the communities I now represent, to diversify my management team. And I am very proud to share with you that we have been successful so far in that endeavor. I appointed as my number 2, that is the Chief Assistant of the District Attorney's Office, Lisa Lidakainian. She becomes the first Asian American woman to serve as the number 2 or as the Chief Assistant in Ventura County DA history. I'm also very proud to share with you that beginning next week, I will be bringing in Paul Nunez. He speaks conversational Spanish. He is a 25-year veteran of the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office. And most recently, he was assigned as an assistant head deputy overseeing the hardcore gang division, northern section of LA County, wherein he supervised 14 prosecutors and oversaw about 100 homicides on an annual basis. He was responsible for gang prosecutions arising out of San Fernando, Antelope Valley, Pasadena, Pomona, and Van Nuys. He is also the former president of the Los Angeles County Latino Prosecutors Association. And I'm just delighted to bring him onto the office as a chief deputy. He will oversee gangs, narcotics, homicides. He will also respond to officer-involved shootings. He will be the primary rollout for that purpose. And he'll also handle public integrity, crimes against police officers, crimes involving police officers, judges, attorneys, and elected officials. I also want to let you know that when I took office, one of the issues that came to my attention was notary fraud or notario fraud. It is a very serious issue that unfortunately impacts our immigrant population. And I want to explain to you how. Notario fraud is basically charlatans. They are individuals who prey upon immigrants, suggesting that they are indeed attorneys, when in fact they are not. And it is a crime in the state of California to practice law without a bar license or to represent yourself as an attorney without that license. And what I have embarked to do is, one, educate and let the community know that this is indeed a serious issue, and to educate them to be on the lookout. You know, do not take the services of somebody who advertises as a notario. Do not go ahead and engage in any document preparation. Do not provide any upfront money, because this is an area that requires specific expertise by immigration-specific attorneys. So I've reached out to the Vida newspaper in both English and Spanish, as well as provided information to the California Bar and on our website. The other thing I want to share with you, because it's very topical in light of your resolution and what is facing our state, our county, and obviously throughout this nation, it's violence directed against the Asian American Pacific Islander community. Shortly after the shootings in Georgia, I went ahead and did a short video denouncing the shootings, calling for solidarity and support for the Asian American Pacific Islander community, but also letting you know that, just in the last 2.5 months, we're seeing somewhat of a spike. We don't know if it's going to continue in an upward trend or if this is something that is just more of an aberration, but I want to share with you some statistics. So for 2021, up to March the 18th, so for the first 2.5 months of this year, we've had 3 cases submitted to us in the county of Ventura that were classified as hate crimes. We have filed 2 of them. Now, just to contrast that with 2020, in all of last year, we had 4 cases submitted to us as hate crimes, 3 of which were filed. And in one of those cases from 2021 that I just mentioned, it's an allegation, and I want to afford, obviously, the accused the presumption of innocence, but the allegation is that he believed that the individuals were of Asian descent, and we believe because of that descent, he targeted them for both a battery, and we alleged on top of that battery a hate crime. So that is obviously something that exists here in Ventura. We have to take it extremely seriously. If we have evidence to suggest that the crime was motivated by racial animus and bias directed toward a specific ethnicity, sexual orientation, race, national heritage, or disability, we need to pursue it aggressively and file it as such. And then I also wanted to share with you, Chief Benitez, who we have a fantastic relationship with, has been in touch with both myself and the chief of the Bureau of Investigations, Mike Beret, and we're well aware that you are experiencing in the city of Oxnard more street racing. And I want to share with you some statistics which underscore that argument. For the 2-year period, 2018 to 2019, arising from the city of Oxnard, there were 55 cases brought into our office where we suspected either street racing, illegal exhibition of speed, or some type of reckless driving. Now, I want to share with you in contrast, for the pandemic year of 2020, as well as for the first 3 months of this year. So you take the 55 cases for the 2-year period and you contrast them against the 15-month period. We now have already, just in that 15-month period, 77 cases. And, you know, it's something that is really disturbing because 1, it's debilitating to businesses. 2, it's harmful to pedestrians, bystanders, other motorists. It's obviously illegal. It turns areas of Oxnard and other localities into basically areas of heavy car congestion, making roads impassable. And one of the things that we've done in our office here is we've dedicated a specific attorney to these cases. Her name is Amy Sweeney. And what she has been able to do is work with the Oxnard Police Department, the California Highway Patrol, the Simi Valley Police Department, and other jurisdictions to really understand how to develop and work up these cases, to look at the culture of street racing, to see what is happening in terms of the modifications of the vehicles, where they're taking place, to try to get stay away and no contact orders from those locations, and to, whenever possible, file them as misdemeanors, because oftentimes they can also be treated as infractions. So I just want you all to be aware that that is an issue that we too take extremely seriously. It is something that we're seeing an upward trend on in Oxnard, and it's something that Deputy District Attorney Sweeney and myself will continue to monitor. And then the last thing I wanted to mention to you is I have asked all of our deputy district attorneys to be public spokespersons for the cause of justice, and specifically for prosecutors and law enforcement. And what that means is if you have schools that you would like my prosecutors to speak at, rotaries, chambers of commerce, law enforcement roll calls, city subcommittees, I would like for them to do so. I believe that, you know, in an era where frankly there's just too much disinformation, polarization, and just a lot of negativity, the best way to overcome that is just engaging people post-COVID when we can do so either in person or for now virtually. And I gave a specific emphasis to the prosecutors of our office to speak out to communities of color and also to speak to communities where English is not the primary language. So we have bilingual attorneys and prosecutors in our office who could fulfill that mission. So please, if you have a group or an organization that you would like someone or perhaps even myself to speak at, let us know. Mayor Zaragoza, members of the Oxnard City Council, I want to offer you questions. If time does not permit that to happen, I'm happy to do so through other means, phone calls or emails, but it's just been a pleasure to give you a brief update about what we're seeing in terms of the city of Oxnard, to emphasize the deep collaboration between ourselves and your police department and Chief Benitez, and to let you know I'm here to be of assistance, to answer questions, and to continue to provide information. And thank you again, Mayor Zaragoza, for that very warm welcome. It's a pleasure to be before your city council.
Thank you, Mr. DA. And I want to thank you so much too for having a bilingual staff for the DA's office. It's just extremely important to all of us, especially here in Oxnard. I just want to ask our chief if he wants to say just a thank you to you, and then we'll go ahead and go from there. And I'm sure that if our council members have any questions, concerns, or even the public, that they can call your office, Mr. DA.
Absolutely.
Chief? Mhm.
Just in short, I've managed to have the opportunity to speak with the DA a few times since he's taken office, and we clearly share a lot of the same viewpoints on how we should approach some of these issues here, as well as partner with our communities and open up direct lines of communication with different groups. And I look forward to working with him.
Thank you, Chief. I think Councilman Perrello would like to share a couple of items. Councilman Perrello.
Congratulations, District Attorney New Mexico. My understanding is the city of Ventura lost a terrific council member when you were successful in your run. I am looking forward to being able to work with you. I did appreciate hearing about your persecution of the hate crimes. I am curious about one that involved a transvestite that was not decided assault on them to be investigated. But I will get in touch with you. And the best of luck. Looking forward to this working relationship. And I was very impressed when you made changes in your department. Way to go.
Councilmember Perrello, thank you very much. Feel free to email me and we can follow up on that case that you mentioned.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. DA. Thank you for taking your time and appreciate it tremendously. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Pleasure to be before everyone.
I think you have one more Councilmember Lopez would like to share with us. Councilman Lopez.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And I want to also welcome you, DA Nazarenko. I'm really glad to see you taking this position, and especially that you're coming to our council addressing and looking and being aware of what the needs and the concerns are of our community. And I really appreciate and look forward to seeing that work and further collaboration with our department. So welcome and congratulations.
Councilman Lopez, it's a pleasure, and thank you for the partnership. And please let me know how I can be of assistance.
And we have one more, Councilmember Tehran would like to share a couple of words too, Mr. DA. Councilmember Tehran.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Zaragoza. And I just wanted to also thank our District Attorney, Nazarenko, for presenting tonight and coming out and doing outreach to our council as well as councils throughout the county. That speaks a lot for your mission and your philosophy and how you're planning to move things forward within the District Attorney's office. And I just wanted to thank you for that. And I know we had spoken prior, as we both are in a position of being appointed and really working toward improving our communities using our respective positions. And I just wanted to thank you again for coming out. And I look forward to any way that we can overlap our roles and our efforts. Thank you.
Councilmember Tran, I remember when you and I spoke on the phone about a month or so ago, and it's just a pleasure to have you on the City Council, given your work on behalf of the Parks and Recreation Commission, as well as on behalf of public health for our youth. So great to have you as part of this body.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DA, and thank you again for your welcome, and also my house is your house. Mi casa es su casa. Thank you.
Thank you. And to everybody, a very happy Cesar Chavez Day tomorrow in recognition of that leader, that pioneer, that champion for civil rights, and also somebody who had deep ties to your city, the city of Oxnard.
Thank you. So that's our next item. Thank you so much for that.
You're welcome.
Our next item is we have Javier Gomez is going to make accepting this presentation, a proclamation designating March 31, 2021 as Cesar Chavez Day. So I'm going to read this, and we have 4 speakers after I share this. This is proclamation Cesar Chavez E Day, March 31, 2021, whereas Cesar Chavez was born March 31, 1927 in a small farm. His family homesteaded near Yuma, Arizona. And where Cesar Chavez is recognized as one of our national labor leaders who was committed to improving the lives of farm workers everywhere and brought pride to our nation's attention. And whereas on August 8, 1994, Cesar Chavez was posthumously received the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the highest civil honor in the United States. And when Cesar Chavez is organizing, workers, Cesar Chavez strictly adhere to the principle of nonviolent principles by Mahatma Gandhi and also by Martin Luther King Jr., where Cesar Chavez and the United Farm Workers Union, UFW, played a very instrumental role in the passage of the California Agricultural Labor Relations Act, which was signed into law in 1975. This legislation made our state the first in the nation to give farm workers the right to seek union representation and bargaining collectively within an established legal framework. And whereas Californians of every generation and every background continue to be inspired by the leadership of Cesar Chavez and his nonviolent approach to bringing about social change. Whereas activities are planned and celebrate the life and legacy of Cesar Chavez, to recognize the men and women who labor in the ag fields to produce food that serves our tables across the United States. Now, therefore, I, John C. Zaragoza, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, hereby proclaim March 31, 2021 as Cesar Chavez Day in the City of Oxnard and encourage all residents to appreciate and learn more about the contributions made to our community by Cesar Chavez. It witnessed, therefore, said by my hand, I cause a great seal in the City of Oxnard to be affixed on this 30th day of March 2021. Thank you. And then we have Mr. Javier Gomez. I'd like to accept this proclamation, and I have it here in front of me for all to see, and I definitely will give this to you tomorrow, Javier, but go ahead and make a couple of comments.
Well, first of all, on behalf of the Si Se Puede March for Justice Committee that has been organizing the Cesar Chavez Memorial March over the last, since 93 to the present, I'm really honored that the city of Oxnard has always played an important role in participating. And the first mayor that ever walked the marches with us was Dr. Manuel Lopez, in paz descanse. And he always championed the cause of our community. And I know that had we had our current march this year, I know that Mayor Zaragoza, you would have been there, as you always have been there, and many of the council members have always shown up to support the vision and mission of what the UFW has done in our city to help out our most vulnerable people, our essential workers who feed our country and who nourish the lives of all of us. I had bad news that came from the Moronaka farm fields in Moore Park, where they because of the pandemic have been forced to finally come to grips with the financial burdens that have impacted them, and some of the workers are being displaced. So we know that we're in challenging times, and our city has always been in the forefront of always stepping up and supporting the cause of what Cesar Chavez represents. And each year we are trying to do so. Currently, right now, since we can't really have our regular march, I reached out to San Fernando organizing team from in the Valley, and I talked to Roman, Roman is one of the UFW representatives, and I proposed the idea of doing a virtual celebration of Cesar Chavez. So we're not going to do it tomorrow on his birthday because we want everybody to do something of service to their community, whatever it means. So the challenge to all the viewers and to all our council people and to all our individuals in our community, I challenge you to do something for the benefit of someone else. Be of service to somebody else, whatever way you can do it, be of service. And so on April the 11th, our national committee, which is made up of close to maybe 6 to 8 organizations from throughout the state of California, and including Las Vegas, Nevada. We have representatives from Nevada, from the Latino Caucus, who are going to participate in this venture. I submitted a 10-minute video highlighting the impact that Oxnard has had in our city, and that's going to be part of the national broadcast. Along with that, other cities from San Diego, San Francisco, San Jose, Sacramento, and San Fernando, and Oxnard, and Las Vegas, we're all participating and doing things to commemorate the legacy and the importance of Cesar Chavez. And here in our city, we have we're honored that we have a gentleman that championed the Cesar Chavez stamp, and he's the one, Jack Nava from Santa Paula, who championed it and got the signatures so that we can get a stamp made. So our county is very blessed by having some great leaders, and we stand to see some memorials being dedicated. And I salute Roberto Juarez from the Clínicas in the future down on Oxnard Boulevard and Stratton Way, right where the new Clínicas building is going to be put. Ignacio Gomez, the sculptor of the Cesar Chavez, is going to put a monument right there. So our city is going to stand in the forefront of really showcasing educationally, historically, and culturally, the importance of why we celebrate this day. And to all those city council members, you're doing what Cesar Chavez is requested of anybody. Be of service to your community, and you're being a service by the time and energy that you put behind listening to the needs of our community and trying to rectify them and make them better so that we can continue having a more successful community. So adelante, en viva la causa, as Cesar Chavez would say, and si se puede, as Dolores Huerta would say, and April 10th is Dolores Huerta's day. So I'm going to come up to the council and I'm going to ask you, let's do a proclamation to recognize this woman who is 92 years old and still working strong. And her motto, just like Cesar Chavez's motto, is organize, 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 empower, and enrich and educate our community.
Thank you, Javier. Thank you so much. And one of the things that you mentioned, what can we do, as council members, especially with the pandemic right now, is to go out and convey the message to all our farm workers and individuals to get their vaccine, make sure they get the COVID-19 vaccine. And this is extremely important, especially right now when we can't meet with all those folks. And I've always had the honor of walking with Cesar Chavez group from year after year after year. So thank you so much and again, tomorrow I'll be taking this proclamation over to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On behalf of the community, gracias. And on behalf of our organizing committee, I thank you. And I'm going to share this with the national committee. So we'll even showcase it nationally as well. So thank you.
Thank you. And I have a couple of speakers I'd like to share a couple of words on this item. And then we have Chris Hernandez, followed by Armando Delgado. Chris Hernandez and Armando Delgado.
Mr. Hernandez.
Hi, how's everybody
Hi.
doing?
You have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good evening, City Manager, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. My name is Chris Hernandez. I am the Vice Chair of the 5 Points Neighborhood Council. I would like to commend the city of Oxnard for bringing awareness and coming up with a positive resolution to protect our Asian American, Pacific Islander brothers and sisters. I understand there have been a few reports.
Chris, we have that item coming up here in a few minutes, but.
Oh, okay. Well, wrong item. Is this just the Cesar Chavez one then?
No, this is Cesar Chavez at this time, Chris,
Oh,
but you'll have an opportunity also to speak on the other item if you like or do you want to speak additional
You know what?
information?
let me go ahead and combine them right now.
Cesar Chavez, go ahead. Mhm.
Well, I'll speak on both right now. I'll follow Cesar
Thank you. Go
Chavez.
ahead.
Okay, so I understand that there have been a few reports, hate crimes against Asians here in Oxnard, and Oxnard, my fellow citizens, I know and I believe that we are much better than that. Our city leaders are stepping up with this resolution, and we must support them. So I'd like to ask the citizens of Oxnard to reach out today to a fellow Asian and let them know that you support them, you love them, and you are here for them. City Manager Nguyen, I'm glad to have you representing our city. And I would also like to say that I am proud and grateful that our city leaders have designated March 31st as Cesar Chavez Day. His work, influence, and leadership continues to live through amazing people such as Mr. Gomez here. And it lives through me, and it lives through all of us who continue to bring awareness and to bring change to our campesinos. So let us all show love and positivity. And I thank everybody who came here today to speak up for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Our next speaker is Armando Delgado. Do we have Armando Delgado, Madam Clerk?
We'll find him. It's just there's such a long list of speakers tonight. It's going to take a moment.
Thank you. Mhm.
Just ask for your patience. Thank you.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Yep.
if
Go
I
ahead.
may say, the UFW will live stream the Cesar Chavez Memorial Celebration on April the 11th, and also it will be on YouTube and a live stream as well. So in case people want to see it.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you. Mhm.
Mr. Delgado.
Okay, here we go.
Yes, thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Awesome. I probably won't take that long, but good evening, honorable mayor and council members, staff and fellow residents. First and foremost, it's awesome to see Mr. Gomez receive this. I remember learning so much from him back in my day at what was then the Haydock Junior High School's Mecha Club. So I'm glad to see him out there. You may or may not know, but the legacy of Cesar Estrada Chavez is held to high regards in every Carpenters Union Hall throughout our Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters. You see, we cover a 6-state region that includes Colorado, Utah, Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, and California. Besides the fact that he was a champion for farm worker rights, he also helped secure opportunity for carpinteros hispanos throughout our council. Very few know that he gathered Nuestra Gente Trabajadora in Southern California and showed up with the masses to walk across Los Angeles demanding higher wages and benefits for our drywall industry carpenters. When we were merely frowned upon by other contractors, they said it's just a lower working class. The reality was it was the new age industry, the metal stud and drywall industry. It was because of our gente's willingness to stand up for all working Hispanos that allowed for a bigger wave of support. I've heard these stories on and on about our carpenters being supported by Chavez from the Vasquez family here in Oxnard and Orange County. You know what, Mayor, I was glad to share that story about my family's opportunity to meet Chavez when I thought I was merely going to meet Julio Cesar Chavez, a boxer. I was surprised. I said, man, who is this man? I look back years now, and I have pictures that show my uncles my mother's side and my father's side, standing by Chavez, standing by him. And I'm proud to have been able to be part of the committee to have our Cesar Chavez march through La Colonia. I'm sure all of you guys can remember the orange wave of carpenters. If I'm not mistaken, some of these council members and mayor, that's when you walked with us, right side by side. And we weren't there for us. We were there to support Chavez, the legacy, the farm workers, and all of Hispanos and all of labor united. That's what we have here tonight. Thank you all for allowing me this time to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Armando. Thank you. Okay, our next item on the agenda is a really important item. And this is a presentation of accommodation to Graciela Casillas, a world champion athlete. And I have a accommodation that I'd like to read at this time. And then we'll have, we're going to have 4 speakers on this item, and then we'll have Graciela share a couple of words. This is accommodation from City Council, City of Oxnard, hereby resolved to commend Graciela Casillas, a Black Belt Hall of Fame inductee, has earned international acclaim as one of the world's top martial artists and as a teacher of art of self-defense. And whereas Casillas, an Oxnard native, was first introduced to martial arts in Taekwondo class offered by the Cristo Rey Church in La Colonia of Oxnard, which she found to fit for the values instilled in her by her parents and the resilience and determination she learned from the example set by her elder siblings. Casillas grew up with 11 brothers and sisters and was taught by her parents from an early age to achieve, one had to work hard and not to give up your dreams. Many of her siblings became activists and continue to serve the community of Oxnard. Whereas Casillas went on to hold the world titles in boxing, kickboxing, including the International Boxing Association IWBA bantamweight champion, and the World Karate Association WKA bantamweight champion. Casillas' first professional boxing match was in the Los Angeles Sports Arena, and her last was Inglewood at the Inglewood Forum. In between, she fought out of state because California would not sanction a women's fight with a 10-5 round fights, which were required by the IWBA. So Casillas, also the first female boxer to fight in the Dominican Republic and Mexico, retiring undefeated with a combined 31-0 KOs. Whew, that's really fantastic. Casillas gained world renowned appearance on 10 magazine covers and numerous TV shows, including Worldwide of Sports. Whereas Casillas never lost sight of the importance of education, earning a bachelor's degree in law and society from UC Santa Barbara and a master's degree in counseling from the California Lutheran University and a master's in physical education from Azusa Pacific University. She moved on from martial arts to dedicate herself to teaching, spending 20 years as a professor of academic counselor at Oxnard College. She retired as a department chair of counseling and continued to pursue her passion in teaching self-defense and empowerment to women. She also recently published a book. She was not finished, she's published a book, The Lioness Within, which focuses on psychological and mental aspects of self-defense. Whoa, what an outstanding resume here. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Oxnard does hereby resolve and commend and recognize Graciela Casillas for her accomplishments and also declares her to be a worthy representative and role model of women everywhere, and believes it is particularly appropriate that this recognition comes during Women's Month, History Month. Now, therefore, I, John C. Zaragoza, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, on behalf of the entire City Council, have set my hand and caused the Great Seal of the City of Oxnard to be affixed the 30th day of March 2021. And congratulations, Ms. Garcia. This is just outstanding. I believe that nobody should get in front of you and give you a hard time. But I do have, before you share anything, I have a couple of, I have 4 people that like to share some information, then I'll let you share some information yourself. The first 2 people that I'm going to call up is first Brenda Zaragoza, followed by Manuel Herrera. Brenda Zaragoza.
Brenda's not on the line.
She's not on the line. Okay, our next speaker is Manuel Herrera, followed by Chris Hernandez.
Mr. Herrera?
Yes, am I being heard?
Yes, sir. You have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Mayor Zaragoza, Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, members of the City Council and staff, my name is Manuel Herrera. I am the creator of Citizens for a Better Oxnard. I wanted to take this time to thank our entire council for honoring one of Oxnard's finest jewels, Graciela Casillas. This is an honor that is well overdue. What Graciela has accomplished in her lifetime is incredible and beyond belief. Not only did she retire undefeated as a world champion, but then she went on to receive a bachelor's and 2 master's degrees. And if that wasn't enough, she spent 22 years at Oxnard College as a professor and retired as department chair of counseling. But wait, there's more. She then decides to become an author and writes a book titled The Lioness Within. How amazing is that? You know, I used to say that Graciela was way before her time, that she should have been born later so that she could have dominated today's women's boxing. However, now that I think about it, her timing was perfect. The universe needed someone very special and gifted to open the doors for women boxers and martial arts and martial artists, and so they chose Graciela as the chosen one. Who better to hand the keys to the door that would open everything up for women athletes? Who better to show that there is life after sports and that a college degree is totally attainable by everyone, especially women? So thank you, Graciela, for being the true example of a role model that we so desperately need, especially during our current times. It is an honor to call you a friend and a fellow citizen of Oxnard. I look forward to much anticipation to see what else you will accomplish in the near future. And one last thing, I did want to congratulate another icon of Oxnard, Javier Gomez, for accepting the Cesar Chavez proclamation. Que viva Cesar Chavez. So enjoy your honors, Graciela. You deserve it. You deserve it so much. Love you. Bye.
Thank you, Manuel. Our next speaker is Chris Hernandez, followed by Armando Delgado.
We do have Brenda back on the line.
Okay, we'll bring her last then. Chris Hernandez, followed by Armando Delgado.
Hello.
Mr. Hernandez, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening. My name is Chris Hernandez. I'm the vice chair of the 5 Points Neighborhood Council. I would like to start off by congratulating Graciela for all of your accomplishments. Like Mr. Herrera said, it's long overdue, but it couldn't have happened at a better timing. Well, with all the situations that are going on in today's world and the woman empowerment, I feel that it is perfect timing to refresh people's memories of who Graciela is and was. The main reason I'm calling today is because I really, really appreciate everything that you did and how you changed my mother. My mother, Maru Hernandez, came, from Mexico without knowing how to speak English. She ended up going to Oxnard College and she ended up meeting you. And you took her self-esteem and motivated her and skyrocketed her. And I feel that you played a major part in being a positive role model towards her. She would come home. I remember being, little, and she would have study groups, and then she would go to your classes and training classes, and, she would come home happy and, teaching us stuff. And it went from chanclazos to karate kicks, but it was all good. We can see my mother glowing and just her becoming a new person, and you really empowered her, and you did so much for her and us. And I thank you so much. And I need everybody to know what you did for her, for many other women out there. And I believe that your story needs to be told over, and over again. And thank you so much for everything. I really do appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Our next speaker is Armando Delgado, followed by Brenda Zaragoza. Armando Delgado.
Yes, I'm here. Tonight is going to be a night of a bunch of stories and a bunch of topics. So we're going to be busy and I will participate in many. But again, good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, staff, and fellow residents. It's awesome to see Oxnard recognize our gladiator, a role model for many and not just women. So a funny story about Graciela, the goddess Casillas. In 2002, I left the Marine Corps and I came home to Oxnard College. And, I remember seeing this little lady was supposed to teach my Marine Corps, for other words, I'll just save those, but how to be, how to engage in martial arts after I did the Marine martial arts program. I just want to know that I did get schooled, no contact, but just a simple lesson of life on how martial arts can provide a lot of discipline, how to better carry yourself. And believe it or not, the story is pretty long, but I'll just get right to it. That left me an impression on me. And I've to this day showed my daughter what a little 116-pound woman can do in the ring. And my daughter aspires to be strong, tough. And, who knows, maybe down the road, my daughter will be in the ring or maybe not. But yes, the stories, the things I've learned, the books that I've seen that she's wrote, I've seen that she has trained police departments, sheriff's departments. Wow, amazing. But the most important part that I really say is her character, and I could claim to all my Marine friends across the country, she's from Oxnard. That's what we do out here. So Graciela, well-deserved, and it's just a pleasure. Ending Women's History Month, you are the history of Oxnard, and thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Armando. Our last speaker on this item is Brenda Zaragoza.
Brenda Zaragoza?
Hello, this
Yes,
is Brenda
hi. You have
Zaragoza.
3
How are you
minutes to
doing?
speak. Thank you.
Yes. First of all, I'd like to thank Mayor of Oxnard, John Zaragoza, and all the city council, and plus all the residents of Oxnard. Around 40 to 42 years ago, Oxnard, California was put on the map again. But this time it was from a female, Graciela Casillas. She became the first woman boxer and kickboxer of the world. And knowing that she's from Oxnard, I feel pride that, she's a good woman. Okay. She continued on giving back to our city and to all. She has a good heart. She deserves this. And she deserves more than what I can say. I enjoy her being her friend. And, Graciela, I wish one day I was in the boxing arena back in the day. You know where I'm coming from. But I like to congratulate you. You deserve it, girl. Okay. And very proud of you. Thank you so much and have a good evening.
Thank you, Brenda. Okay, Ms. Casillas, you're next. And I do have the combination here for you that you can probably pick up. We're going to be closed tomorrow, but you can pick it up on Thursday morning, or if you like, we can always take it to your home or your business. You would like to share a couple of words?
First of all, can everyone hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'd like to thank our Honorable Mayor, Mr. Zaragoza, and members of the City Council. This is a great honor and I greatly appreciate it. It's been a long time that, I grew up in Oxnard, and I think that if I could say anything, it would be that I always try to lead by example. I come from a very strong family. You know, my brothers were activists, my sisters were strong. And when you grow up in Oxnard, humble beginnings, you learn to work hard for what you have to achieve. And that is something I learned from my family, that, you know, it's important that as long as you believe in yourself, there's nothing you can't accomplish, especially if you have supportive people around you. And throughout my life, whether as a professional boxer, kickboxer, later defensive tactics trainer, and retiring from that and focusing on education, I always felt it would make me sad at times to meet young women who just didn't believe in themselves, who would settle because they didn't feel that they had the capacity to achieve. And, you know, it may sound like a cliche now, but I would always say, you know, why settle? And I have nothing against airline stewards, but why settle to be the airline stewardess when your dream is to be the pilot and you have the capacity to achieve? And so whether it was me traveling, doing seminars, or sitting in front of a student at Oxnard College that I love and loved working with the students and still continue to work with students as an adjunct counselor, it's so important that young people know that there's help out there, there's support out there. You just have to find your way, and you have to decide that this is something you want to accomplish. Obviously, if you hate math, you're not going to become a rocket scientist, but within reason, I believe that that there's nothing that you can't accomplish. And so I really appreciate this evening receiving this recognition, and I'll continue. You know, I love Oxnard. I started McKenna Elementary School, went to Haydock, Wainimi High School, Ventura College. Oxnard wasn't doing too much back then. Not that I want to date myself, but so I just think that this is a great community, and we need more role models for young people to encourage them and to teach them that they can achieve, and that's very important. So once again, I greatly appreciate this. I thank you, Mr. Zaragoza, and to the members of the City Council.
Thank you so much. And we're really, you're a role model for our women, our youth. I have some granddaughters that are watching you right now, and you're a great example for the women here in Oxnard, in California, in the U.S. Thank you so much for your accomplishments, and I really appreciate it tremendously. And we have Councilman Perello, who'd like to share a couple of words.
Yes, congratulations, Ms. Casillas. You may not recall that several years ago, you were honored at the Board of Supervisors, and I was at that meeting when the honor took place, and I got an opportunity to meet you, and we talked a little bit. The former city clerk, Daniel Martinez, was there, and at the time, Supervisor Zaragoza. But I must tell you, the accolades and things have been heard. The one that struck me the most in my heart was hearing Manuel Herrera talk about his mom and the impact you had on his mom and how his mom had an impact on his life. A woman that can do that is a credit to your gender and a credit to the community, a credit to your family. I want to thank you very much. I will share with the fellow council members, when I did have the opportunity to meet with her a few times, a friend of mine was in the boxing, liked it a lot. And I continually looked at Graciela, if you don't mind if I call you by your first name. I looked at her nose and I said, how did you keep your nose in such good shape? And you gave me your secret. And I will never forget that. I'll never forget that meeting and that discussion. And I really appreciate this. And I got to tell you, I tried to bring it forward that you would get recognition after that happened, but I understood that, you know, you were a little more gun shy, you weren't looking forward, but I am very, very proud to be up here right now and hearing the things coming about from the individuals that spoke. But Manuel Herrera, thank you very much for sharing what you shared. And congratulations.
I can say one other thing. I want to thank the other speakers, and I really want to acknowledge Mr. Javier Gomez, who used to be one of my sparring partners in the early days. Yeah. He's a great martial artist also, but I want to thank all the speakers for sharing.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much. And I really appreciate your efforts again. You're a real role model. And thank you on behalf of Oxnard. We're very proud of you. Thank you. Okay. Our next item is, can you hear me? Our next item is this is items not on the agenda. And I'd like to read this because I'd like to share with you something at this time. We have about 4 hours of of items on the agenda. So what I like to do is at this time is read this item. It says, at this time, the legislative body will consider public comments for a maximum of 30 minutes. A person may address a legislative body only on matters not appearing on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction. Speakers' requests may be submitted and set forth. This was shared on the first page. And the speakers are limited to 3 minutes. If the allocated time of 30 minutes period expires before all the speakers have the opportunity to speak, the remaining speakers will be given an opportunity to speak prior to the adjournment of this meeting. So again, I just like to share that I'm going to limit this to 30 minutes. And the reason is because we have a tremendous amount of agendas ahead of us. And I'll go ahead and start calling the people in this item are not on the agenda. And the first speaker that we have is Timothy Wells, followed by Ray Patel. Timothy Wells.
Mr. Wells is not available.
Okay, Ray Patel, followed by Carla Ramirez.
Mr. Patel?
Hello?
Yes, you have 3 minutes to speak. Hi.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, council members, staff, and the public. Good evening. This past Wednesday, about 5:30 p.m., while driving south on Oxnard Boulevard, it took me about 35 minutes to get from the intersection of Vineyard, Oxnard Boulevard to the intersection of Gonzalez and Oxnard Boulevard. This is a distance of less than 1 mile. It's not very far. I was in the leftmost lane the entire time as I was planning to turn left onto Gonzalez from Oxnard Boulevard. This lane was blocked with traffic all the way from Vineyard to Gonzalez. Now, this route is not a freeway, but on this day and at this time, it sure looked like the 101 at rush hour. We are paying a lot of money, including Measure O money, for this so-called intelligent traffic system. My question is, what are we really getting for this money? I see no improvement in traffic flow, and it just seems to be getting worse every year. When can this intelligent traffic system start sensing when traffic is getting congested at any particular road section and start altering the traffic light schedules to mitigate this problem? I've seen this function included on the ITS slides many times, but I don't see yet an implementation. Enough talk, enough promise, do the walk or reduce the funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carla Alejandra Ramirez, followed by Douglas Partello.
Carla Ramirez? Carla Ramirez?
Oh, sorry. Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Before I start, sorry, a clarification. I just want to know that this is not an item on the agenda. I don't want to waste people's time. I'm going to be talking about the proclamation. Is that not on the agenda?
Which proclamation?
Oh, the condemning racism against Asian Americans and Pacific
That item
Islanders.
is on the agenda.
Okay, then I'm sorry. I made a mistake. I meant to sign up for that.
Sure, you can we can sign you. You can wait on hold until we get to that item. We're not there yet.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So our next speaker is Douglas Partello, followed by Maria Navarro. Douglas Partello.
Mr. Partello?
Yes.
Yes, you have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, staff, and public. I'd like to speak again on the LMD mess. and it's a mess. I have poured over many hundreds of hours on this topic. It's been brought up again because of this Renew Oxnard program. And it kind of started for NBS back in 2014 and 2015, when there were so many LMDs, it was so hard to control. There were a lot of questions and not a lot of good answers. And, I can't go into all of that, but I would like to again ask that the portion of the LMD audit for the admin fees be released to the public. I'd like a motion on that. I'd like a second and a vote. So if the council can just say where they stand. Are we going to see that audit that we paid for, or are we not going to see it? Now, Bert Carell asked the city attorney to make that available to the council because there's 4 new council members here, and they may not be up to speed on that. Bert is. He kind of lived through that whole history, and he asked a lot of tough questions. He delved into it a lot, and he knows a lot. So maybe some of the new council members can get a bit informed from Bert. But I'll go back to the December 8th, 2015 City Council meeting, where it was agenda item L1 was NBS contracts. And the agenda item describes approval of a 3-year contract agreement for $202,200 for administration of the LMDs, and a first amendment to the LMD agreement, item 7117-FN-15, to add $35,000 for additional services associated with resolving the issues with the LMDs. And number 3, a budget appropriation of $222,400 from the LMDs to pay for various NBS and Regis Connect services. Now, NIHOF did an organizational assessment review in 2014, which identified large deficits and surpluses in the LMD funds. The general fund contributed $3 million in fiscal year 14-15 to eliminate some of those LMD deficits and allocated $600,000 to the following year 15-16 budget to subsidize those LMDs until it was fixed. So on 5/12/15, NIHOF used his authority to sign an agreement 7117-FN-15 with NBS for $100K to investigate the general audit, and the results were presented on 10/27/15. But part of that audit was held
10
confidential.
seconds.
And some of that was given about attorney. Well, the original contract states that it wasn't the attorney, but it was Michael Moore who that went through and was controlled.
Your time is
the
up, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your time.
Our next speaker is Maria Navarro, followed by Zulis Lucero. Maria Navarro.
Maria Navarro? Maria Navarro? You may unmute by pressing *6. Ms. Navarro? Can we come back?
Okay. So our next speaker is, we can't get a hold of Maria, so our next speaker is Lucero, Mr. Lucero. Zuleth Lucero.
Zuleth? Ms. Lucero?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you. You have 3 minutes to
Okay.
speak.
Thank you. Hi, City Council members. My name is Zuleth. I'm an organizer here at Klaus. We have been working closely with the community members who are currently renting here in Oxnard. From our continued meetings, especially when we held our renter town hall last month, we heard a range of concerns from tenant families in the city. One was rent is too high and it's nearly impossible to meet monthly payments on a minimum wage of farm worker salary. This affects families' living conditions, especially impacts young children, like they have no money to go on vacations or to sign up their kids to extracurricular activities. Rental gouging is common in Oxnard, and it's common to hear of landlords increasing rent to 3 times a year. In many cases, landlords increase rent without any justification. This leads to people moving in with their families or friends to continue to afford living in Oxnard, which leads to serious overcrowding. People might have to live with strangers or people who they do not necessarily trust. People are afraid to report habitability issues because they believe that their landlord will increase the rent. Repairs are not made, yet landlords continue to raise rent every year. These issues are also common, especially when it comes to pests. Renters feel like they are unprotected and left out and feel that landlords are unfairly profiting from the rent. There are many barriers of entry to the rental market, the biggest one being that landlords do not want renters with children. Another barrier are credit checks that some landlords are not requiring from tenants. This is especially an issue for tenants who participate in this meeting who are undocumented and have no credit score. Many groups express that having a stable rent will alleviate the stress and anxiety of having to make money somehow, whether that is by taking another job or by cutting back on expenses when rent is increased. Many attendees have also considered moving to Northern California, Kern County, Fresno County, or out of state. A rent cap will incentivize them to not only stay in the rental unit, but also stay in Oxnard. Finally, the groups also consider the impact of a decreased rent increase on their family life. Some groups explain that money going to rent increases to be going to family-related expenses, ranging from things like supplies for their children's education to vacation savings. It's been made clear that the community wants a rent control. You will hear them tonight. The Housing and Economic Development Committee will be hearing about solutions to the rental crisis in the upcoming months. And we need rent control to be part of the solution. Act now, pass rent control to the public. CAUS launched a petition to support rent control. You can sign it through the Facebook or Instagram. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Celia Cruz, and Spanish speaking. Celia followed by Teresa, and she's also Spanish speaking. So we have Lourdes coming over. 6 minutes. Celia Cruz.
Señora Cecilia Cruz. Señora Cruz, ¿me escucha? Cecilia Cruz, ¿está en la línea?
¿Sí?
Sí, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Sí, la vamos a traducir. Tiene 6 minutos.
Ok. Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Cecilia.
Good afternoon, my name is Cecilia.
Soy trabajadora del campo.
I'm a field worker.
Y estoy llamando para que ustedes nos ayuden con un control de renta.
I am calling to ask you to help us with rent control.
Ya que esta está muy alta y no podemos pagar tan fácil.
The rent is so high and we can't easily pay for that.
Ahorita el trabajo está muy bajo y estamos con muchas dificultades de completar la renta.
Right now, work is slow and it's so difficult to complete the money for the rent.
Se nos está dificultando para completarla.
It's
y no solo
very difficult to come up with it.
Y no solo esos gastos tenemos.
Those are not the only expenses we have.
Está como la comida, los gastos de los niños.
We still have to pay for food, the expenses for the children.
Y pues con lo que estamos ganando no nos alcanza.
And our income is not enough.
Por eso le pedimos nos ayude a un control de renta.
That's why we're asking you to help us with rent control.
Nosotros somos trabajadores y no pedimos nada regalado.
We are workers. Nothing comes as a gift to us.
Solo queremos algo justo para la comunidad trabajadora.
We just want something fair for the working community.
Y les agradecería que pusieran el control de renta en su agenda.
I would be grateful if you could put the rent control issue in your agenda.
Ya que no solo eso estamos pasando, sino también el estar tanta gente en un solo apartamento.
It's not just this is not just the only thing we're going through. It's just too many people in one apartment.
Porque no podemos pagarlo, porque no podemos pagarlo uno solo.
Because one alone cannot pay for all of it.
Y espero que nos ayuden con el control de renta.
I hope you can help us with rent control.
Es todo. Muchas gracias.
That's all. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Okay, our next speaker is Teresa, followed by Lucia Cruz, Spanish. Teresa, 6 minutes.
Señora Teresa, ¿me escucha?
Sí.
Sí, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Teresa.
My name is Teresa.
Yo estoy aquí para ver si nos pueden ayudar con un control de renta,
I am here to ask if you could help with rent control.
ya que pues nosotros somos trabajadores yo soy trabajadora del campo.
I am a field worker.
We need rent control now. Y le dice, I see you.
Yo soy trabajadora del campo y pues la verdad no
They were
alcanza a
trying to
pagar
abuse me when I was speaking,
todo lo que
and
me
then I
están
told him,
cobrando de renta.
and then I told him to the public listening to this, they're trying to abuse us. So here's the petition signed in now. En Zaragoza, like, gracias.
Un momentito, señora. Siga, señora. Señora Teresa.
Señora Teresa. Bueno.
Did we lose her?
No, she's still on the line. Señora Teresa.
¿Sí me oye?
Sí,
¿Sí me
gracias. Sí,
Oh.
siga, por favor.
Yo pues sí quisiera que nos ayudaran con este control de renta porque la verdad esto está muy cara.
I just wish you could help us with rent control. Rent is so expensive.
Aquí es donde yo estoy viviendo, me están subiendo la renta casi 2 veces por año.
Where I live right now, rent is going up twice a year.
Y la verdad es que pues si no hay un control de renta, nosotros no vamos a poder pagar la renta. Y la verdad,
And truly, if we don't have rent control, we're unable to pay the rent.
ahorita nuestro trabajo ha estado muy bajo.
Our work
estoy
has been
trabajando-
so slow recently.
Yo solo estoy trabajando 16 horas y yo siento que no voy a poder alcanzar pagar toda
I
mi renta.
work just myself, and I don't feel that I'm going to be able to accomplish it.
Y yo pues la verdad sí les pido de
Señora.
favor que nos ayuden.
Señora,
Sí.
el gerente municipal está pidiendo que por favor le dé el nombre de su casero.
Se llama Mina Enterprise.
Mina Enterprise. Repítalo otra vez.
Mina Enterprise.
Mina Enterprise.
Ujú.
Gracias.
Ajá. Y pues la verdad yo sí quiero que nos ayuden con un control de renta para toda la comunidad.
I wish you could
Nosotros-
help us with rent control for the entire community.
Y nosotros pues no alcanzamos a pagar ni los gastos de ahorita como de los niños.
We're
La
unable
comida.
to pay that because of the children, because of food
Los biles,
and the bills.
todo nos está llegando muy caro.
Everything is becoming so expensive.
Y yo les pido de favor que pongan en la agenda el control de renta, por
I'm
favor.
asking you to please set in your agenda rent control.
Eso es todo, gracias.
And that is all. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Our next speaker is Lucila Cruz, followed by Soledad Montoya, Spanish speaking. Cruz. Six minutes.
Lucila Cruz. Lucila Cruz.
Sí, bueno.
Sí, buenas tardes. Te vamos a traducir. Tienes 6 minutos.
Hola, mi nombre es Lucila, soy líder comunitaria con causa.
Hello, I'm a community leader with cause. My name is Lucila.
Yo quiero un control de renta porque he mirado muchas familias sufriendo por la razón de que no pueden pagar la renta.
I would like to have rent control because I have seen the suffering of many families that are unable to afford the rent.
A tiempo. Se la hace muy difícil y especialmente en este tiempo por lo del COVID-19.
On time, and especially right now because of COVID-19.
Y por lo mismo han reducido las horas de trabajo.
For the same reason that they have reduced our hours of work.
Como yo ahora nomás estoy trabajando 4 días a la semana.
I myself only work 4 days a week.
Y bueno fuera si trabajara todo el día, pero nomás nos dan 6 horas al día.
And it would be great if I could work all day, but I only get 6 hours a day.
Y estoy pagando muy caro la renta y aparte el bill, y por eso estoy aquí otra vez.
It's really hard for me to pay the rent, and I'm here again. Señora,
Sí,
el gerente municipal está pidiendo que
Yes.
COS o causa mande aquí a él una lista de todos los caseros que han aumentado la renta durante la pandemia.
oh sí,
¿Lo puede hacer?
sí,
Yes. Gracias.
ok.
Okay.
Gracias. Our last Spanish speaker is Soledad Montaño.
Soledad Montaña.
Sí, bueno.
Sí, buenas tardes.
Sí,
Vamos
buenas
a
tardes,
traducirla. Tiene 6 minutos.
Ok, está bien, muchas gracias.
Thank
Buenas
you very
tardes, mi
much.
nombre es Soledad Montoya.
I am
Y la
Soledad
razón-
Montoya.
Por la razón que estoy hablando también yo es por el control de renta que nos están subiendo cada año $100 y
The
estamos
reason
pagando
I'm
ahorita
calling is
nosotros,
also the rent control. They are increasing the rent every year, $100.
nos están cobrando $100 de renta cada año y estamos pagando 1,800 de renta y eso queríamos nosotros que nos pongan un control de renta porque no es justo.
We would like to
Los
have rent
apartamentos-
control because they have increased $100 every year, and right now we're paying $1,800.
Los apartamentos no están en condiciones para estar viviendo y eso es lo
In
que estamos
these
nosotros.
Apartments are not in livable condition.
Y ahorita con el trabajo que hay, pues no nos alcanza para estar pagando esa cierta cantidad.
And we are unable to afford that amount. Señora,
Ajá.
el gerente municipal está pidiendo que por favor dé el nombre de su casero.
Es Alturas Oxnard.
Alturas Oxnard.
Oxnard, sí. Sí, porque no es justo que nos estén cobrando
Gracias.
tanto y los apartamentos no están bien en condiciones.
Because it's not fair to be paying so much and the apartments not being in good shape.
y el trabajo también está muy bajo para poder pagar tanta cantidad.
And work is pretty scarce in order to be able to pay for that.
Y esa es la razón que les estamos hablando para que también pongan en su agenda el control de renta.
And that's the reason we're calling you. We would like for you to set rent control in your agenda.
Y pues es todo. Muchísimas gracias.
And that's all, and thank you so much.
Gracias. Okay, our next speaker is Ellen Gieliski, followed by Lang Martinez.
Mayor,
And
Ellen is not available. Lang is not available. We do have Arturo Villanueva on the line.
And I think Arturo's probably going to be our last speaker because we're up to the 30 minutes. And, Arturo Villanueva is Spanish speaking. And he'll be the last one for the 30 minutes are up. And then after the 30 minutes, before we adjourn, then we'll continue with the rest of the list. But Arturo Villanueva is the last speaker for up to the 30 minutes. Spanish
Señor Arturo Villanueva. Arturo Villanueva. Señor Villanueva, ¿me escucha? Por favor, imprime estrella 6.
Ya,
Sí,
ya imprimí
buenas
estrella
tardes.
6.
Sí, señor, gracias. Tiene 6 minutos y lo vamos a traducir.
Sí.
Gracias.
Hola, buenas tardes a todos los del concilio.
Good afternoon, everyone in the council.
Mi nombre es Arturo Villanueva.
My name is Arturo Villanueva.
Yo hablo para que nos apoyen con un control de renta
I'm
aquí en
calling
Oxnard.
to ask for your support with rent control in Oxnard.
Pues aquí en Oxnard las rentas están muy altas y pues para las familias es muy difícil
Rent is
vivir.
so high, it's very difficult for families to live here.
Pues tenemos preocupación que la sigan aumentando más, ¿verdad? En mi caso no me han aumentado por la pandemia, pero hay otras familias que sí les están aumentando mucho.
We are worried that it's going to go up even more. In my case, it hasn't been raised during the pandemic, but I've seen other families go through it.
Entonces, mi preocupación es que en un futuro le estén aumentando mucho de renta, entonces yo les pido
So in the future, rents are going to be going up a lot. So I'm asking you,
que por favor ustedes nos apoyen con un control de renta aquí en Oxnard.
to please support us with rent control here in Oxnard.
De mi parte es todo. Gracias.
That's everything. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Okay, that's our last speaker. We're up to the 30 minutes, and then we'll continue with the rest of the folks on this list. So we're going to continue now with our next item on the agenda, which is a report from the city manager. And this is, the subject is COVID-19 update from the Director of Emergency Services. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam Clerk, if I can have the slides up, please. Okay, well, this is a strange way to begin a COVID update. Let me get it on the actual screen. Yeah, we have to share the screen. One moment, please. Here we go. Okay. So this week's COVID update begins on an interesting note. So apparently, you can, if you are fully vaccinated and you have your vaccination card, you can get a free donut a day for the rest of the year.
Oh,
Now, that means as of today, let's say, for example, if you are fully vaccinated, you can go to Krispy Kreme tomorrow and for the rest of the year, and you can enjoy 276 donuts for the rest of this year. Now, I don't recommend that, but it is an interesting corporate way to encourage people to get the vaccine. Obviously, you get the vaccine, it'll prevent you from a horrible death, or you can eat 276 donuts and enjoy a delicious one. Next time I go by, I certainly hope not to see too many police cars there. Next, speaking of vaccines, there are still clinics occurring here in the city of Oxnard. Of course, these are operated by our partners at the Ventura County Public Health Department. And as usual, you do need to make an appointment, but more and more doses are becoming available. So it should become a little bit easier to get appointments going forward. We still have the large vaccination clinic at Rose Avenue, as well as a smaller one at the South Oxnard Public Health Office at Centerpoint Mall. Also, the county is hosting a pop-up vaccination sites for tomorrow, March 31st, as well as Thursday, April 1st. One is going to take place at the Oxnard Elementary School District, and the other at College Park. Again, you do have to register for these. So we have the phone numbers and the websites up there. This is also available both at the county's website and the city's website, but that's just to make it a little bit more convenient for people. Hopefully they can get registered closer to where they live. The mini vaccination clinic sponsored by Albertsons/Vons continues at Southwinds Youth Center. This month, they are focusing on implementing the second dose. So that's for obviously everyone who got the first dose back in February. We are looking forward to Vons and Albertsons continuing in the following months to provide new rounds of vaccinations. But right for this coming month, they are focusing on providing the second dose. But again, if you've had the first dose, you should have your appointment for your second one at that center. Next, there is quite an amount of money available for rent relief. I know we've just had a lot of discussion, and we'll have more at the end of the meeting from our public speakers. In addition to the various challenges that everyone faces, we understand rent is one, and there's been a significant amount of money allocated for the residents of the city of Oxnard. So what you have to do, of course, is you have to apply. There's all the information. It's really straightforward. And we also, if you're having difficulty, please contact city staff and we can help you. There's a link on the city's website. The application links are available in both English and Spanish. And there's also the hotline that continues if you have specific questions about applying for and receiving rent relief. That phone number is 833-430-2122. That hotline is staffed daily from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Again, we encourage anyone and everyone who lives in Oxnard who's had a difficult time making rent during this pandemic to take advantage of this money. Again, we're talking a significant amount of money that's set aside for Oxnard residents, but individuals have to apply. That's the only way to access this rent relief. Next is just a reminder that not only here in California, but also the federal Centers for Disease Control also extended the eviction moratorium through to the end of June. In California, this applies to both residential and commercial. So a little bit more breathing room there in order for the federal government and the state to figure out what to do with regard to back rent and also related to that, perhaps late mortgage payments on both sides of the equation. The business assistance program continues. That's up and running. And the key information there is, because these slides are hard to see, information is available at the county in both English and Spanish. The main website there is vcbusinessgrants.org. Again, it's vcbusinessgrants.org. There's plenty of funding there to provide small grants for our local businesses as well. Next, we have our fantastic recreation department. They're able to provide another program for our community. This one is specifically called Preschool to You. It is targeted at children ages 3 to 5, and their parents are invited to participate as well. We have it in several locations, and we're going to be providing arts and crafts and games and more. So we're specifically going to be at on Mondays at Orchard Park, Tuesdays Pleasant Valley, Wednesdays Rio Lindo, and Thursdays South Winds. It's a little, but we do little by little. We do as much as we can to support the community. So please, if you're interested, you can call our phone number, which is 385-7995, to learn about these programs and how you can get your little tykes involved. Again, for ages 3, 4, and 5, with parent participation, please. Next, our main library, as well as, all of our libraries apparently are now able to provide curbside pickup again, which means you can either go online or call us and you can place items on hold that we have available at our libraries, and then we can arrange curbside pickup for you to come and get whatever materials it is that you're wishing to rent from any of our libraries. So we're pleased to be able to offer that at this point. The next announcement I'm making is, this is very, very advanced announcement. I will be making these announcements at every council meeting, and that is beginning in June. So that's 2 full months from now, we will resume enforcement of street sweeping time slots. So I know it's been a long time during this pandemic with so many individuals out of work in our community, in addition to so many individuals who have been working from home. We suspended ticketing specifically for street sweeping violations during the pandemic, but as we are coming out the other end of this pandemic, and activities occurring again, we need to get back to the work of street sweeping to keep the overall community clean and safe. So we will be providing informational notices to the community in various means. I'm going to forward now to the Spanish version. In April and May, we'll get it out across as many venues as we can, just to get people used to the idea again. And we will resume enforcing for street sweeping hours in June. So we'll keep reminding folks over the next couple of months. And as usual, even though things are slowly getting better, we are still in the pandemic, and we always remind everyone to continue to wear a face covering, wear a mask, to continue to practice social distancing, to continue to wash your hands often, and please continue to avoid gatherings of people outside of your immediate household. We encourage people, as more dosages of the vaccine become available and they open it up to more and more age groups, it's going to really be blown open here in a couple of weeks. Please register and go get your vaccine. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Okay, our next item is City Council and Housing Authority Successor Agency, Finance Authority.
May I ask a question?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Councilmember Perrella.
Mayor, I'd like to know what information we have with respect to the athletic activities at, youth sports and bathrooms. If there's any information the city manager can share with us.
Mr. City Manager.
Yes, thank you. I want to see if our Assistant Public Works Director is on the line, Mr. Steve Howlett. If he is, he has that information. Mr. Howlett, are you on?
Yes, I am.
There he is. He will provide some quick information. That's an important question the council member raises.
Yes, Honorable Mayor and council members, we are looking to open the restrooms this weekend. We have reached out to the sports associations who have their associated fields and restrooms. They're going to be helping us out on the opening, cleaning, and closing of the restrooms. And then city staff is being scheduled to do the same in 8 other park restrooms. Unfortunately, those are we're only able to clean, open, and close those restrooms, that limited amount of restrooms due to the limited staff and funding. So we'll be posting notices on which parks they will be, but they will be the parks where the youth sports activities and the largest amount of our residents are utilizing the facilities.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Steve, is that going to be in Spanish and English, the announcements?
Yes, it will. And we will also be posting signs on the restrooms in Spanish and English showing the operation hours.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is, this is at the time that a member of the city council may make a brief announcement on any reports or activities that they've shared in the last week. And council members, please do not exceed your 3 minutes, on this item. Thanks a lot. Council members. Okay, Councilmember Madrigal.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. Just hopefully everyone's having a, good day overall. But a couple of things. One, I had the pleasure of attending little retirement services for Rose Bañuelos in housing, and Rose has been an integral part of the city for, I believe it was 27, 28 years. But more importantly than anything at all, Rose gave her heart and full dedication to the community, not only in La Colonia, but also in Squires and in other Oxnard housing authorities. I know Rose would go out of her way, talking to residents, even when residents didn't agree with what Rose had to say, the mutual respect that was there. It's a huge loss for the city. And, it was, I'm glad, I'm happy that Rose is moving on and, growing in other aspects of her life. But, it was, it's a blow to the neighborhood here in La Colonia. I know how much she meant to everyone, and realistically, we could hire 10 people and they're not going to replace Rose. I truly appreciate everything that she did, all the people that she helped in the community, and she truly will be missed. Second of all, I just want to say how glad and happy I am, even though I'm probably, close to 3 months in, but of actually teaching in person. My true passion is in education, and it's great to be teaching in person again. And I know that recently the Oxnard Public Schools opened, and I know how excited some of my friends who are in education are to be teaching their students again in person. So hopefully everything goes well. And then, of course, high school sports are back. I'm having fun, results might not be there, but it's not about the results. It's really about the kids going out and enjoying themselves, even though I have this nice tan line from wearing the mask outside the whole time, but that's a different story. And lastly, I want to give a special recognition to my dad. After being in this country for 42 years, he got his U.S. citizenship this past week. My dad came here at the age of 16 to work, in the fields. He got here, lived at Marina West neighborhood with his older sister. And, he went up to Fresno just following the season, I guess. So he did that. And then, ultimately, his original thought was he's going to be here for a couple of years and then go back. He ended up, it's 42 years later and he's here. I'm especially proud of him because he got a citizenship. But most importantly, my dad does have dyslexia. So he's always had a difficult time with reading. And, even though he'll say that, I or my sisters or my mom helped him with the questions, he did it on his own. And for that, I am especially proud of him. I know it's a difficult test. And I remember just asking him questions. He was getting 98, 99% of those questions down. So special recognitions to my dad. I'm really proud of him. And, it was a version of the American dream and just showing that anything is possible as long as you put as long as you're dedicated and you put your heart into it. So thank you.
Congratulations to your dad, Councilmember. And our next speaker is Councilmember Taran.
Thank you, Mayor Zaragoza. First, I want to start with just echoing two things that Councilmember Madrigal had mentioned. Number one, congratulations to his father on attaining citizenship. I saw that on social media and it's just very inspiring and great to see, and congratulations to him. And then to Miss Rose Banuelos, who retired. I also was very fortunate to be able to attend the event that they had. And there's not much else I can say besides what Councilmember Madrigal had said. And thank you to her for nearly 3 decades of service to the residents of Oxnard. So some really quick announcements. Tomorrow, March 31st, there's going to be the town hall meeting for District 2, and it's open to all residents in the city, but we will be focusing mainly on District 2 items or items that affect District 2 in addition to other districts. And you can still register by going to bit.ly/D2THM. So it's D2THM, District 2 Town Hall Meeting. So bit.ly/D2THM. And otherwise, I'll see those who have signed up tomorrow. We will have the city manager, we will have the city engineer, the police chief, and the housing director as speakers, as well as Supervisor Matt Levere and Supervisor Carmen Ramirez as well. And our mayor will be opening the evening as well. On April 3rd, this Saturday at Central Park in River Park at 6 p.m., there will be a candlelight vigil for the community to honor, recognize, and support the Asian American Pacific Islander community and the many challenges that they are not only facing now, but they have faced historically. I know that's an agenda item later, but I wanted to bring up that event for this Saturday. If you have any questions, you can contact the group 805 AAPI Solidarity on Facebook or Instagram, or the Social Justice Fund for Ventura County, as they are working to coordinate the event. And it will be in person and socially distanced. Masks will be required. And I also want to remind folks that there is an equity conference being held for the entire community and for educators as well. And it's being held by the Ventura County Office of Education. And it will be May 24th. Registration is now open. You can find out more information at vcoe.org/equity. And it's going to be a bilingual event. You can sign up in English or Spanish, and there will be interpretation services for the event. And lastly, 2 quick items. I wanted to thank our Assistant Public Works Director, Steve Howlett, for helping with an issue with some trees that were taken down at Campus Park this week. And there was quite a bit of an issue from members of the community who those trees were about 80 years old, and it was addressed right away, and we were able to keep one of them. And I appreciate his work with the community and with me on that. Lastly, just a couple of weeks ago, my grandfather had his, I believe, 82nd birthday. And for those of you who may know my story, he was very influential in me being more involved in the city and paying attention to what was going on. So happy birthday to my grandfather, Greg Turan Sr. And those are all my comments. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Perrella.
Thank you very much. I thank all the public speakers. congratulations on Oscar's dad and the citizenship. I had the opportunity to attend the citizenship ceremony for a very good friend, Daniel. Tremendous, and it's a moving ceremony. It makes you appreciate things that you have and things that you take for granted. I'd like to bring a couple of things to the city's attention, some of them from public comment tonight. Again, an item comes forward from people that are speaking at public comment, and they use, and I'm taking a quote, "not in livable conditions." They're asking for rent control for places they live, not in livable conditions. And we have some spokesmen representing organizations. In the past, I've asked, the mayor pro tem has asked, give us some addresses, because I'd like to ask the question of the council. If rent control went in, are these sites still going to be not livable conditions? I need somebody to answer that question from the city of Oxnard, because we have a code enforcement, we have building, codes, we have all kinds of things. And Mayor, I don't know where we go with this, but I don't think we should lead people down a path that if they were to get rent control, that we still would accept not, again, quote, in livable conditions. This is getting old. I've asked, and Mayor Pro Tem can correct me if I'm wrong, the both of us have asked multiple times to get an answer on this. We don't get answers. The second thing, I had the opportunities to, and fortunate, I want to thank all those involved with letting me get an appointment to get a second COVID shot. Ladies and gentlemen, get their shot. Some people are having a little bit of a reaction, but it's better than the numbers and going to a cemetery. Way better. I'd like to point this out. One of the sites that we went to for the shots was the CVS pharmacy at 5 Points. And it's kind of surprising. It's a very busy little shopping center, but there's not one trash can in the site. And the trash on the ground would look much better in the trash can. But so it doesn't appear that I'm picking on any specific council district. My district, District 1, there's a park called Connolly Park. Had an opportunity to go there the other day, and there's plastic drinking bottles and aluminum cans. Both of them of value to those that recycle. And both of them within 15 feet of a garbage can, an empty garbage can. Again, I want to thank all the discussion. I want to definitely thank the discussion that we had in closed session. But the items that come forward to this council, when there's a perception left, if somebody from outside of the city of Oxnard hears this, they think that we have tremendous amounts of unsafe, non-livable condition housing, and we do nothing about it. That's something we need to take care of. And Mayor, I would hope I'll assist you, whatever you need to do, but I would hope you grab the bull by the horns on this one. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I think that we can bring that up, with the housing authority and environmental health and our code compliance. So I agree with you that those homes have to be livable and in good, healthy conditions. It's a health and safety issue. Thank you. Our next speaker is Councilmember Lopez, followed by Councilwoman Basua.
Thank you, Mayor. And I do want to also thank the speakers that we've heard so far, and I know that we'll be hearing from more later on. And this is an issue that we've heard from others in the past. So I know that as a council, many of us did make a request in a previous meeting back in September. And I believe staff is working on addressing the concerns regarding rent control. So I just want to share that in terms of for those speakers that we do expect that in the future. And lastly, I just want to thank again the UFW Foundation for working with us to help serve our farm workers and community in South Oxnard to get their vaccine at the Southwinds Youth Center. And it was really great to see more people coming in and registering. And I really want to encourage everyone else who is eligible, and as the eligibility is expanding to get your vaccine. I'm definitely waiting for my turn, anxiously waiting for that opportunity. Thank you to all our staff who has been working so diligently in so many areas to serve our city and our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Basua.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to thank all the speakers that spoke today, and also want to thank Councilmember Perello for bringing up the fact about people living in homes that are in just really, really bad conditions. I know that sometimes it's really hard for people to tell us where it's at because they're afraid of retaliation, and they're just afraid, period. And I know this is a subject that has come up in the past, and like Councilmember Lopez said, I believe they are working on something. So we hope to have staff back here with the report. But with that being said, I'm wondering if there's things that we can put out for our community where they can report these kind of issues, and where the city would take it and have it be sort of anonymous when we're talking to these landlords in order not to have retaliation. So what I'm saying is, if we have a complaint about a certain apartment in a certain neighborhood, say it's apartment B, maybe we want to go out and do an inspection for 3 to 4 units there, just kind of not to, lead on to see really what the big scope of the problem is, and try to alleviate any retaliation, which we are all very aware that does exist. Also, I know that there are people out there that can assist, and maybe we can bring further education in regards to that. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. I also like to share with you that like Councilman Tehran and also Madrigal, that I had the pleasure going to give a farewell to Rose Bañuelos over at the Housing Authority. And also to the youth, they had some murals out there that were just unbelievable. The talent that's there is just great, so it was just an honor to be there to share with them, and also to thank her for the work that she's done for the community and also for the Colonia area. And also want to thank Councilwoman Lopez I've been out there to South Winds to assist her and all of us, for that matter, with the vaccines and all the folks who were there, the United Farm Workers, and also the other folks that are giving food away and helping the community. It was just great, to see that. And additionally, I had the opportunity to visit the carpenters over at their yard, and to see the apprenticeship program and what the carpenters are doing to help, with the apprenticeship program, to really raise the standard of living for the community here in Oxnard, Ventura County. So it was really great to attend with her and that with the carpenters. Also, I want to thank Vito. He has solved a problem that we've had here for 4 years with a house over in South Oxnard. I won't mention the address, but this gentleman's been working with his permits and that he needed X and needed Y. I called Vito and Jeff. They took care of it immediately. So, Mr. City Manager, I want to thank Vito for that. And I think that's the type of service that people look forward. And before I finish too, also there's the permit process. There was another young lady that called up regarding her business that she's been trying to open since the pandemic. Got caught in the pandemic, and we called Vito again, and there he is. She took care of it. And also one more thing too, of the parks people and the public works divisions and departments had really done a great job. So I want to thank him for that. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure, I can't, the screen is so crowded. I think Mr. Ahmadad is here, Vito. There he is. So you just heard all the kudos and thanks from the mayor. I'd like to make just a quick comment, given that several of our council members brought up, in addition to the public speakers, some of the living conditions of some of the units here, as well as rent. So first of all, yes, people can make complaints anonymously. It's a little bit difficult for us to follow through on any actions based on anecdotes alone, which is why out of my frustration, I'm the one that's asking for the names of the landlords. It's not the mayor, it's me. Because I've asked for this information. I need more than anecdotes. I need information, I need data. I understand how this world works. I understand about retaliation. I also understand about how to prosecute landlords who would do that. So of course, horrid living conditions, unlivable conditions are not acceptable, but we can't act on things that we don't know about. You heard our new district attorney earlier. One of the things he talked about was they're going to focus on the notarios. Those of us who work in the community know a lot about those stories. Again, people who look like us, speak our language, and take advantage of our people at their most desperate situations. It can be the same with the landlord and housing situation. So I have no trouble protecting our residents and our tenants when there are indeed situations where rules and regulations and even the law is being broken. And I'm insisting on finding out about any landlord who's been raising rent, especially above the already state-passed rent control. So if you're violating California state law by doing that, then I need to know. And I will certainly work with our new district attorney on those issues.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Mr. City Manager, and I think you said something important earlier. We heard individuals that were talking about rent control. And which, of course, we're not finished with items not on the agenda, but potentially those folks can give us information on the housing conditions, because to me, it's a health and safety issue. And if they give us those addresses, then we can talk to the appropriate agency to take care of that. Thank you, sir. Okay, so our next item is City Manager Department. This is the appointment of members to serve the city commissions and committees. And this is a recommendation that the mayor, with the concurrence of the city council, make the following appointments. And I'm going to call on Sherry Kalima, excuse me.
I will actually have the pleasure of
Okay.
announcing the list tonight. Ms. Klima is on vacation.
Okay,
So
okay, Mr. City Manager.
thank you. So very quickly, this week, we all have the pleasure of asking the council to make the following appointments to the Community Relations Commission on behalf of District 6, Angel Garcia, to the Parks and Recreation and Community Services Commission on behalf of District 4, Angela Whitcomb, to the Planning Commission on behalf of District 6, Ms. Catherine Connolly, and to the Downtown Design Review Committee, serving at large, Mr. Arthur Valenzuela. Thank you very much.
And I want to thank all the, all the participants, that's really that volunteerism is really important to all of us. Because I just want to let you know that these people don't get paid, they're doing it out of their goodwill. And so this is, I'd like to have a second to a motion that we approve this individuals. And after that, I have Councilman Perrello. I'd like to share a couple of words. Councilman Perrello, you want to share before we vote on this item?
Yes, I did ask the city attorney's office this question, and they said it's a good question to bring up because it probably would come up in the future. With respect to the Planning Commission appointment, Ms. Connolly, tremendous accolades for her, but the specific question has to deal with this. Her profession is real estate. She's a member or lead of the Ventura County Coastal Association of Realtors. In her application, she mentions the redevelopment of historical sites like Fisherman's Wharf. My understanding, redevelopment has gone away. Could be a misstatement of how that worked out. But the statement to add more residents in a desirable area, adding more homes across all price points to increase supply and therefore decrease homelessness. My question specifically is this: if a project comes forward for housing, real estate, and Mayor, you're a real estate agent, or you were a real estate agent, the real estate profession deals with sales and purchase of homes. Would this person be challenged of having the opportunity to vote on matters of approval of new homes? That's my question. And I need an answer from the legal staff before I can vote to approve this, because I think from the questions that I've received, there's going to be a lot of challenges depending on what items come before the Planning Commission.
Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Perrello, the conflict of interest rules, as far as financial conflicts go, those apply to any profession, and including the real estate profession. So if a commissioner were directly involved in a project, regardless of their profession, whether it's their source of income or some other type of interest, they would be subject to the conflict of interest rules and need to recuse themselves. There's nothing inherent in the real estate industry that calls for different treatment here. There are special rules having to do with commissions and things like that, meaning commissions earned on sales, in gauging the materiality of a potential conflict. But as far as that profession itself, that's very common to have real estate professionals involved in planning commissions.
Would there be a follow-up question, City Attorney? If I may, Mayor. May I ask a follow-up question, Mayor?
Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, on specifically, if a project is approved and the individual votes in approval, are they required to abstain from the sale or involved in any transaction in that project for a period of time? I know when some people leave office, they can't do something for a period of time. Does that pertain to planning commissions, which I believe are mandated by the state constitution? And I'm asking so that the person going into this doesn't get a surprise, or the people that are concerned know what the rules of the road are.
So there may be a rolling time period involved based on the date of the decision. However, another issue to address your latter point on that comment is that the planning commissioner would be receiving ethics training under state mandated Assembly Bill 1234 to go over issues like that, and certainly would have the ability to check into any conflicts particular to their occupation.
Thank you very much.
Mr.
Mayor, that's the end of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Also, my understanding is they can contact the DRE, Department of Real Estate, State of California. And as a real estate broker, my understanding is if you have a financial interest in any particular item, that you should recuse yourself from voting on that item.
And the FPPC, Fair Political Practices Commission, is also available to offer advice to officials.
Mr. Mayor, if I may add one more comment, because Councilmember Perello raises a really both a important and interesting point. So I just want to add some beyond the legality of it. It's pretty common to have on a planning commission, for example, an architect, perhaps one developer, one real estate person, one finance person. It really is incumbent on this body, the city council, with the support of the staff, to keep these commissions, especially the planning commission, well balanced. So, for example, you wouldn't want to have 7 architects or 7 developers or 7 real estate experts, or even more than 1 or 2, right? It's really important to have, for us to be attentive to the balance of the makeup of what the individuals bring to that commission. So again, that's incumbent on all of us to pay attention to. Thank you.
Are you okay, Councilman Perello?
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate, I needed to ask the question, and I appreciate the responses. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Teran.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Zaragoza. I just wanted to take the opportunity, as we did with the other appointments, to thank these individuals for volunteering their time to serve on these CAGs or these commissions. I have said it plenty of times already, so I won't belabor it, but I learned so much from being involved in Parks, Recreation, Community Services Commission, and it was an amazing experience. But I also feel like I was able to make some really great positive change to our community, in addition to the number of projects we did, and working hand in hand with community members and my fellow commissioners. And having had the pleasure of serving with currently Vice Chair Whitecomb on the Parks and Rec Commission, I'm happy to see her returning. And then our other new folks as well, I am very, very appreciative of them. And I just wanted to take the moment to express my thanks to them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have one speaker on this item, and that's Chris Hernandez. Chris.
Chris Hernandez.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Chris Hernandez. I'm the vice chair of the Five Points Neighborhood Council, and also recently appointed to the Oxnard Parks and Recs Commission. So I just wanted to congratulate Angela, and I just wanted to note that I really enjoyed her involvement and her ideas on our last meeting. And I'm excited to continue to work with her and come up with greater improvements for our parks and community service area. Also, I would like to congratulate Angel Garcia, and I would like to say that he's a very good guy, and he is someone who I've been in close contact with, and I'm excited for our citizen advisory groups because Oxnard's got a lot of great people on them. So congratulations to all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, our next item is City Manager Department. This is a request of Council Members Perello and Tehran.
Mayor,
Mayor, didn't you need some sort of action on the previous item?
I'm sorry, excuse me. I'm sorry.
We need to vote.
Okay, almost there. I need a second in this item. Thank you.
Second.
Okay, second by is it Lopez? Mayor Pro Tem, okay. Roll call?
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Perello,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasua,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Tehran,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez.
yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Okay, now this is item City Manager Department, and this is a subject request from Councilmember Perello and Tehran to consider adoption of a resolution condemning racism, xenophobia, violence, and hate crimes against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. The recommendation of City Council consider the adoption of the resolution condemning racism, xenophobia, violence, and hate crimes against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. And this item did not originate in committee, so I'd like to read this resolution at this time, and then have Councilmember Perello and Tehran share a couple of comments. This is a resolution from the City Council, City of Oxnard, condemning racism, xenophobia, violence, and hate crimes against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, AAPI. Whereas the City of Oxnard supports inclusion and belonging for people of all races, genders, national origin, and ethnicities. And whereas since the beginning of COVID-19 pandemic across the nation, inflammatory xenophobia rhetoric has put AAPI persons, families, and communities and businesses at risk. Whereas such statements have promoted unfounded fears and perpetuated stigma, which have been contributing to the increasing rates of bullying, harassing, violence, hate crimes, and killing against AAPI persons. And whereas women and elderly AAPI persons have been especially targeted in racially motivated violence against attacks, causing great bodily harm and death. And whereas despite this increasing acts of violence, Asian Americans, Pacific Islanders have provided unattainable, crucial contributions to the history of our nation. Whereas the numerous individuals of AAPI descent have positively contributed to the history of the City of Oxnard. And whereas the City of Oxnard should condemn and combat racism, xenophobia, violence, hate crimes against AAPI persons, and ensure that all persons are treated with dignity, equity, and respect, no matter their race, ethnicity, primary language, country of origin, religion, beliefs, and gender or background. Now, therefore, be resolved, the City Council of the City of Oxnard, the city hereby condemn racism, xenophobia, violence, hate crimes against Asian Americans, Pacific Islanders, and to accept the responsibility to prevent, again, racism, xenophobia, violence, and hate crimes against anyone in the City of Oxnard and calls upon all residents, city staff, the community groups to assist and support in the furtherance of the objectives of this resolution. And hopefully we can pass this today, the 30th day of March 2021. And my understanding, Councilmember Perello and then Councilmember Turan.
If it would be okay with you, Mayor, I'd rather have Councilmember Turan go forward. I brought this up and Councilmember Turan suggested he did a lot of the work here. I'd like to speak at the end if I can, possibly. That's
Okay, and then after Turan, we'll have you speak, and then we'll have Mayor Pro Tem. Go ahead, Councilmember Turan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Perello, for your efforts on this as well. I have to say that after the unfortunate killings that happened in Atlanta just a few weeks ago, I, as an individual, realized that this is something that's weighed heavily on me for a while, and it's just all of this violence and all of this senseless death very much weighed on me. And I approached the city manager about doing a resolution or something, some statement through whatever the power that this body has. And he had mentioned that Councilmember Perello had asked the same thing and connected us so that we could look at bringing this forward. And Councilmember Perello and I both agreed that while this is coming from us, from our hearts and what's important to us as individuals, is also the right thing to do, but we also readily acknowledge that the AAPI community, Asian American Pacific Islander community, is a community who we may represent as council members, but I am of Latinx heritage, and I certainly did not want to look like I was speaking for them, but rather standing up in solidarity with them to lift up their voices and give them a space to speak on this and know that this city stands in solidarity with them as well. And so I would just like to quickly draw to attention that this is not something that started recently. It's certainly been highlighted recently. It's certainly been exacerbated by xenophobia and comments that were made at the national level in the past, especially within the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic. However, this is something that has been longstanding in our history as a nation and needs to be acknowledged so that it can be combated on a transparent battlefield. And out in our society, nobody deserves to be treated this way. There are a number of layers that our AAPI community faces in addition to the discrimination and violence that they're facing, as does many cultures. And I just hope that we have space to be able to let them know they can speak about that and know that there are many, many people out there who support them and will not stand for this. And I would just like to close by saying that within the city of Oxnard, in the early 20th century, there was actually, rather than pitting our Japanese Americans and our Mexican Americans who were field workers against each other, they stood together in solidarity to form one of the first multi-cultural unions of field workers in the nation, in the history of the United States. And that is an example of how we can all work together to combat a common enemy or reach a common goal. And I just want to thank everybody who was supportive of this. I've received a lot of messages of support for this, and I appreciate the city and the mayor really lifting this up through press release and putting it out there on social media as well. And I'll turn it over to Councilmember Perello. My biggest thing is to hear from our speakers, who I really hope take this opportunity to use this as a safe space to share their experiences or their thoughts on this item as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Perello. You're next, and we have 10 speakers after you go. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll go as quick as I can.
No, that's okay.
I want to thank.
Take your time.
I want to thank Councilman Turan, but I want to share some things that I grew up. I grew up in the area from third grade on. The neighbors that I grew up with, very close neighbors. The Nose family, 3 boys, Tom, Vic, and Ben. Salt of the earth, Japanese American. And I'm trying to change. I'm trying to say Americans of Japanese extract. Because even earlier when we had the district attorney talk, we talk about Hispanic attorneys. It's like you're all Americans. And the reason I bring this up, council members in public, we have a firefighter whose wife has been injured seriously. That family and all those involved in the care of that person do not care the origin, the color, or the last name of the person working on them to make them better. I donate blood and plasma to help people that have cancer. I don't care who they are, if they can benefit. I do that because I was married to a woman that was involved in transplants. And when they got a heart, they didn't ask where it came from. They were thankful to God they got something. They had a guilt trip. They had a guilt trip that somebody died to get them. But this deal about picking on people, especially people that do not make waves. We have a history in this country, and it's not always something to be proud of. There was discussion about using the Declaration of Independence, but it omitted slaves. And at the very end of the Declaration of Independence, it omitted savages. Those were considered Indians, natives of this country. So our history leaves a lot. But I grew up with the family of Nose, Endo, and Sakai. Went to school with Higashis. Had tremendous fun as a young adult with the Yagi family. Worked in the city of Oxnard with Tanaka and Taotama. And I want to say a story about Tanaka's. Something about how society is funny. They were very successful farmers, large family. They all worked. They worked. They were known for really working. And they were successful. Work paid off. They went to the local Cadillac dealership to get Cadillacs. And apparently they looked a little too dirty from coming in from the fields, and the Cadillac dealership wouldn't talk to them. This was a great story in this community because they went across town to the Lincoln dealership and they bought Lincoln Continentals for all their brothers and mom and dad. The other thing that comes up with this, several weeks ago, I mentioned something about the attacks on the Asian Americans. A reporter that used to work for the Star, Wendy Leon, contacted me and thanked me for saying that. And there's been some things we've exchanged. And there was a story in the LA Times having to do with, what's the worst thing they can ask you? And we're sharing the information, and I got a good laugh and she did too. The worst thing they can ask her, where do you come from? Because you look different. And her answer, the San Fernando Valley. I'm an American just like you. Just like you. With respect to, along with that, we've had people of Asian ancestry that have been leaders in this community. We've had elected officials, mayors, council members, and assemblymen, Suhu, Kato, Takasuki. We have an American of Asian ancestry as our city manager, Alexander Nguyen. The LA Times has got a terrific story in the paper today, a letter to the editor. And it's talking about how things work. And I can remember when this council, one of the people that we just appointed to the CAG was the individual that brought a lawsuit against the city. So we have council districts. And there was a big discussion of Filipinos. Where do they fit? Are they Hispanic or are they Asian? That was an enlightening point to me, an extremely enlightening point. Because the Filipino community, basically the initiators of the United Farm Workers Organization, the Filipino community. And I enjoy the food at a particular restaurant, Poo of Oxnard, Vietnamese restaurant. And I went in there, there was no one else there. I'm talking to them and I asked them, I hope that nothing has happened to you. They recognized me, they talked, and they talked about how, it is really hard when people come and say, about that. And the gentleman said, the younger girl there, I'm assuming his daughter, I work 2 jobs. I put my kids through college. One's going to be a doctor, studying to be a doctor. They all work. I pay for their car insurance. I pay so they can they stay out of trouble. And we don't rock the boat. I want that is one of the reasons that I'm really pushing this stuff, because there's a terrific letter to today's LA Times, and it has to do with a couple that got married. The young lady was blonde, and it states in the couple, the story is by Barb Kaplan. As an Anglo senior, I can personally relate to the ridiculous and insensitive questions asked of non-white Americans, but I can share a true story. Many years ago, my blonde, blue-eyed, classical California girl looking friend married her Asian American boyfriend, and he gave birth to gorgeous twins. They physically looked like both their parents. One day she approached by a stranger while walking alone with the twins. The stranger looked at her and asked, quote, "Where did you get them?" She replied, "From my uterus." Every one of us has come out of a uterus, and every one of us should remember there's no difference. We all bleed the same color. Oxnard has some things to be proud of and some things not to be proud of. This is something to be proud of, and it's not a grandstand event. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for sharing, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem, followed by Councilwoman Basua.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank the two council members for bringing this forward, and I will tell you that I'm extremely saddened that you had to bring this forward. And I say that because I look at a quote by Dr. Martin Luther King many, many years ago, and he said he had a dream that his 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. And I'm really sad to say, Dr. King, I'm sorry we failed you. We are not there yet. And we should be there yet. Or we should be there now, and we're not. And the senseless violence that I'm seeing on social media just mystifies me. And just a side comment, it's one thing to video something and say something about it, but you need to do something else, people. You need to call someone. You need to say something. You need to do something. You need to be part of the answer, not part of the problem. And standing around and videoing it and posting it on your social media page really doesn't do a darn thing. It's up to all of us to get involved in our community and help prevent this. And I've been doing a lot of genealogical work with my family, and I've told a lot of people my roots on my mom's side come from Chihuahua, Mexico. And I'm not embarrassed by that at all. I'm proud of my ancestry. I look at my wife's roots on her mom's side, and very strongly tied to Santa Cruz, Marinduque in the Philippine Islands. And so for anybody to sit and look at me and say, oh, you're this, or her and say, you're that, it's just absolutely wrong. Why are we judging books by the cover? Why are we not judging books by what's written on the inside, or how they operate, or how they manage themselves? And it just really disappoints me that our nation, our state, our city, our country, whatever you want to call it, has devolved to this silliness where we attack people based on how they look. Let's get over it. Let's not worry about who they are or who they live with, what their preference is, where they work or anything else. Let's treat them for the human beings that they are and respect them as the human beings that they are. So, Councilman, I truly appreciate you bringing this forward. And I will repeat it again. I am truly saddened that we even had to do this. But Dr. King tried to get us to realize this many, many years ago, and we still haven't caught on yet. And I hope the heck that we do sometime catch on and move forward in the right direction. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for sharing. Councilwoman Basua.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to everybody that has shared their thoughts. This here is so important. It talks about, not tolerating hatred. And as a parent of 3 children, I can attest that, racism does exist. I married Anglo, and my kids kind of got my color. And when they see my kids and they see my husband, they're saying, oh, who's their father? And it exists. But, especially everything now that we're seeing with the Asian community and the way that people are treating them, it's just not acceptable. And just like Councilmember McDonald said, it's not enough just to speak about it. We have to do something about it. Just recently in New York, the latest attack that came from there. A 60-year-old lady was being attacked on the ground. And what did people do? They closed the door on the attack as it was happening. You know, people aren't getting involved. People aren't speaking up for what is right. And I think that if what we as parents and as a society need to do is we need to talk about it. We need to educate our kids about it. And we need to make sure that our kids stand up for what is right. Even though they might be in the minority that doesn't stand up, it is our responsibility to make sure that our kids are strong enough to live in a society these days where their opinion matters. And even though people might look at them because they're standing up for what's right, I think we as adults need to cherish that, appreciate that, and celebrate that. So with that being said, I want to really thank council members for bringing this up. And I totally appreciate it and support this. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. I thought I would wait until after our speakers, so I'll just keep my comments very brief to also thank both Councilmember Turan and Perello for bringing this forward. And this is definitely a moment for all of us to stand together and support and with our Asian, American, Asian, and Pacific Islander community. And as Mayor Pro Tem McDonald mentioned, I see this as a way for us to keep in mind that when we see any incidents, anything happening in the community, anything that's in front of us that isn't right, that we can bring the courage out to stand up for those being attacked and those who are disenfranchised. And so I thank you for bringing this forward. I stand with our community here in Oxnard to support one another. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing too. Councilmember Madrigal.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone who worked on this. As events of, it's just not necessarily events of the last few weeks or months or year. These things have been going on for generations. And, it's something that, as other council members have stated, we need to do what is right at all times. That involves all of us. It's more so than a resolution. It's doing what's right, not only tomorrow, but going forward, even today. All of us looking in the mirror and seeing where some of our mistakes in the past have been. There's a rich history of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in this city. We are a very large community. And, yes, there are cultural differences amongst many different ones of us, but, we do share many, many similarities. And, we need to do what is right. If we're the only ones standing up, we need to do what's right regardless. It's not just turning a blind eye. I think turning a blind eye has, led us to say, are we better off than we were 50 years ago, or so on and so forth. And, at the end of the day, this is a great step, but let's build off that step. Hopefully this doesn't just become a step and then it gets forgotten about until, it needs to be brought back up again. The council is leading with a step, but we need to move on beyond that step. And I challenge the entire council to continue in this progress. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember, for sharing. We have 10 speakers that want to speak on this item. And first of all, we're going to start off with Daniel Chavez Jr., followed by Lorraine Efris. Daniel Chavez Jr., followed by Lorraine Efris.
Daniel Chavez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Yes, thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening, Council, Oxnard residents, and staff. I want to echo many of the comments that were already spoken by the council members and to thank council members Perello and Turan for bringing this forward. Many of the comments that were spoken are actually a lot of them that I have planned on speaking on. Council member Perello brought up the history of our cities, of our communities, of our nation. You know, growing up, it was always told and taught in history books and stories that this was a country for opportunities, a country of hope, a beacon of hope, that so many would travel here and immigrate here to have a better life for themselves and their families. But that same history has also told us that there has been years, decades of discrimination towards people of color that have contributed numerous times to this country. It's unfortunate, and I'll echo the same comments as Councilman McDonald, Mayor Pro Tem, that it's unfortunate that this had to come up. I'll also say that for change to take place, it is not behind a screen of your computer, of your phone. It is not on social media, but it is in person with your actions. Change must take place by not remaining silent or standing by and watching events unfold. It is disheartening as a Latino being born and raised here and raising a 3 and a 5-year-old to know that individuals can be targeted based off of the color of their skin or where they originate from. It's unfortunate that we live in a nation that is over 240 years old and still continue to face these challenges. I pray for the day that we can live in our communities and this nation without fear, that mine and others' skin color will not be looked upon as a threat, but as an opportunity to celebrate diversity. Because America is a nation of immigrants, and it should be celebrated for its diversity. Thank you to the council again for your comments and for bringing this very unfortunate resolution forward. And for my community and the AAPI, I stand with you always. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel Chavez. Next speaker is Lorraine Efres, followed by Eric Fruth. Lorraine Efres.
Lorraine?
Yes, hi.
Hi, you
Can you
have
hear
3
me?
minutes to speak.
Okay, thank you and good evening to everyone. I'm very grateful to Council members Perello and Turan for bringing this resolution to the council. And I also want to remind people that less than a year ago, we were in a similar place, having a similar discussion about another group that suffers tremendous harassment, brutality, and murder. I was very grateful to hear, gratified, I would say, to hear District Attorney Nasarenko's comments about the emphasis of his office on hate crimes and the appointment of a member of the AAPI community as a deputy district attorney. The resolution is a great start, but of course it's not enough. Demonstrations will happen, are already happening, but they're not enough. The AAPI community of Oxnard is about 7%, which is not a small number. And having talked to my friends and acquaintances from this community, I've already been made aware of at least one situation, and this is just the one that I am now personally involved in. It never stops, whether it's Jews, Muslims, Latinx, Asian Americans, or anyone from a group perceived to be outsiders, although they are not outsiders. This is called tribalism, and it goes on everywhere, all over the world, and always has. Bowen Yang from the cast of Saturday Night Live spoke about this last weekend. Not only must we support fighting hate with groups that are active and fighting prejudice of those of Asian descent, we have to support organizations that are working in this area. I've given a list of these, checked out by Charity Navigator as 4 stars to Councilman Perello, and asked if he would disseminate it, and he has agreed to do that. Bowen Yang used a Mandarin word, which sounded like, to me anyway, diayo. I hope I got that right. It means fuel up. What he meant is get to know people of the Asian, American, and Pacific Island communities. Get to know them as friends, as people. That is the only way that one combats hate, because tribalism leads only to war. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorraine. Our next speaker is Eric Fruth, followed by Angel Garcia. Eric, followed by Angel Garcia.
Eric Fruth.
Good evening, honored mayor and city council members of Oxnard. My name is Eric. I'm a resident of District 2. I'm calling to express my strong support for the council to adopt the proposed resolution condemning anti-Asian hate. Thank you to council members Teran and Perello for writing it. While I'm not Asian American and cannot speak about the exact wording used in the declaration, and if it's appropriate, I support the passage of any resolution that condemns anti-Asian hate and xenophobia that Oxnard and county residents of Asian descent approve of. Separately, I also just want to very politely point out to Councilmember Perello that the term that you used earlier in the evening when speaking with the DA about a transgender person or person who is cross-dressing is considered a slur. I know you didn't mean to use it that term in a way that's hateful, but I just wanted to point that out. Thank you all for your work, and those are my comments for the evening. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Angel Garcia, followed by Ronald Araujo. Angel Garcia.
Angel Garcia. Mr. Garcia?
Hello, Madam Clerk, yes, hello, Madam Clerk, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can. You have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Hello, Madam City Clerk, City Manager, Mayor, City Council, and staff. My name is Angel Garcia. I am the Vice Chair of East Village Neighborhood Council and Commissioner for the Community Relations Committee, and I'm here speaking in support of this resolution. I want to first thank Councilmember Perello and Councilmember Teran for bringing this resolution before the Council. Like many other residents speaking today, I am concerned with the violence we are seeing towards our Asian and Pacific Islander community. It is evident that this violence emerged as a result of hateful rhetoric. This resolution should be a call to action, not only to our fellow residents, but to our leaders, to lead with compassion and empathy for our most underserved residents and to do away with the rhetoric based on anger and hatred. We must condemn this violence to the fullest extent possible. To give an example as to why we must condemn this violence, I would like to recite a quote by President Abraham Lincoln, and it says, "In a trial of 1,000 years, at what point then is the danger to be expected? I answer, if it is ever reach us, it must spring up amongst us. It cannot come from abroad. If destruction be our lot, we ourselves must be its author and finisher. As a nation of free men, we must live through all times or die by suicide." My friends, that quote speaks. If we continue the senseless violence to our fellow Americans, we will be destroying our nation from within. When our Asian and Pacific Islander community members succeed, we all succeed. Thank you very much, City Council.
Thank you, Angel. Ronald Araujo, followed by Odette. Ronald.
Ronald Araujo?
Yes, hello, City Clerk.
Yes, hi. You have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Your Honor and council members. My name is Ronald Arwejo, and I strongly urge the adoption of this resolution regarding hate crimes against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. I, as a person of Filipino heritage, along with many in the AAPI community, were and still are extremely saddened at the events that occurred in Atlanta. Unfortunately, the hateful incidents against the AAPI community did not start at the beginning of the pandemic, but have been heightened and come to the fore during this past year. I hope that the second whereas clause does not misinform the public to suggest that inflammatory and xenophobic rhetoric has only just begun at the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, but that the disgraceful instances were more clearly highlighted because of the pandemic. With resolutions, there is a common refrain of questioning what does it actually accomplish. I admit that resolutions in itself will not do much, but it sets a baseline of values for the government and its people to build off on. I encourage all who reside in Oxnard to actively find ways to combat racism, xenophobia, violence, and hate crimes against the AAPI people. An organization that has enabled me and many others with some of the tools to be more politically and civically engaged is the Center for Asian Americans United for Self-Empowerment, CAUSE, not to be confused with another well-known local organization. CAUSE's mission is to advance the political and civic empowerment of the Asian Pacific American community through nonpartisan voter outreach, training, and education, as well as leadership development. I would like to use this time to suggest a couple of CAUSE events for all to be further informed of how to support the AAPI community. On Wednesday, April 7, CAUSE will join leaders from Hispanos Organized for Political Equality, Los Angeles Urban League, and the Jewish Center for Justice for a virtual panel discussion on how hate crimes are impacting the multi-ethnic communities and how we can work together and rise up against hate. On Friday, April 9, CAUSE will be hosting a town hall entitled United Against Violence, collaborating with the California Congress to Stop Hate, featuring Senator Alex Padilla, Representative Ted Lieu, and nonprofit organizations serving the Asian community, including the Asian Pacific Planning and Policy Council and Stop AAPI Hate. The event will include ways to address the ongoing violence and discrimination against the Asian community through Q&A discussion, exploration, or the resources and data available, and information on how members of Congress partner with communities in the movement to stop hate. I would also encourage my fellow AAPI brothers and sisters to get involved with government at any and all levels and in whatever capacity that you are
20
able
seconds.
and willing to. The tenor of government and the public it serves is made by those who participate. I thank Council members Perello and Teran for bringing up this resolution, and I strongly urge Council to adopt this resolution regarding hate crimes against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronald. Our next speaker is Odette, followed by Greg Runyon. Odette?
Odette?
Can you hear me?
Hi, Odette. Yes, we can. You have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Odette, and it breaks my heart to see the growing number of hate crimes, racist jokes, and violent crimes directed to AAPI communities. Innocent lives continue to be lost due to the strong and growing hate. Oxnard is home to its own and large AAPI community, and home should not feel or be a space where you fear for your own life. Home is a secure and safe place where you can relax, raise your family, learn, grow, where you can live. Please condemn racism directed to Oxnard's AAPI community, and Oxnard residents, please reflect on any hateful thoughts, jokes, and actions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Greg Runyon, followed by Manny Herrera.
Greg Runyon?
Hello. Hello.
Hi. Yes, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, council members, this is like one of those subjects you never really want to talk about, but you always have to talk about. So what has happened to our fellow Americans is despicable in every way, because when you kind of look at somebody based on the color of the skin, you miss everything else that's underneath that connects us as human beings. Recently, I was in the hospital and was not expected to live and had to have a blood transfusion. They didn't ask me if I was white, Asian, Hispanic. They asked me what my blood type was. And we all have the same blood. We all have the same antibodies. What lacks in us is character. And while I appreciate so much everything everybody is saying about what other folks need to do, we all have to look at ourselves. Because if we are very honest people, and I think we all are trying to be, racism didn't begin in our country. And it's been for a long time. And each of us is going to have to look not only to what's around us, but what is within us. And addressing racism and prejudice is about not what other people need to do, but what do I need to do. So I would hope that what this resolution does is not cause all of us to look and talk about what a great city we live in, but I hope that it will cause us to do more about the city we live in. I don't do enough to help other people know that they're loved and that they're necessary and needed. I hope that all of us will do more to invest ourselves into reaching people that don't look like us, to sitting and listening to people that cultures differ from us, but also that we would be willing to take the time to find out what makes us all the same. We all love our families. We all love our community. And some of the greatest conversations I've ever had have been with people of different races and different colors, of different genders, of different orientations. I may not say everything right, and I may say things that I shouldn't, but I know how to say I'm sorry. And I don't say it with my words, I say it with my actions. So I want to challenge all of us not to just look to what other people are doing, but what can we do? What acts of courage can we do? What can we do to let our Asian community know that they're loved? And what can we do to let all of our community know that they're loved? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pastor Runyon. Our next speaker is Manuel Herrera, followed by Chris Hernandez.
Manuel Herrera?
Hello.
Yes, sir. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Mayor Zaragoza, Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, members of the City Council, staff, and City Manager, my name is Manuel Herrera. I am the creator of Citizens for a Better Oxnard. However, I'm here representing myself. I want to thank our council members, Bert Perello and Gabe Teran, for their request to adapt a resolution condemning racism, xenophobia, violence, and hate crimes against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. Although this is mainly symbolic, and although it's sad that we even have to request such a resolution, it is great to see our city leaders stepping up to the plate and leading the way against this terrible hate. Oxnard has always been a diverse city, one that has been shown in the makeup of the city council throughout the years and currently with our city manager. It has consisted of white, Hispanics, Asians, males, and females. It has definitely been something that we should all be proud of. I just read today that from March 19th, 2020 to February 28th, 2021, there were over 3,795 reports of anti-Asian hate incidents, and that number keeps climbing. As a matter of fact, just today I saw a video of an Asian woman being beaten by a stranger as building workers just stood around and watched. What the hell is our world coming to? But look, I'm going to say what everyone else is afraid to say, that most of the blame goes to our ex-president, Trump, He tried to make it cool to be a racist again. Well, the good news is he's no longer our president. He was rejected by the majority of our population. So now it's time to heal and to take a different path. It's time to undo all the damage that has been done. I know we can do it, and I have trust in my fellow humans. Although we can't personally change anyone else, we can definitely lead by example. Let's do our part and make it cool to love and respect each other again. Thank you.
Thank you, Manuel. Our next speaker is Chris Hernandez, followed by Armando Delgado. Chris Hernandez.
Hi. Okay, this is Chris Hernandez, 5 Points Neighborhood Council. Let's see, I'm just going to echo a couple of the comments that I said earlier today. And let's see. First off, I'm going to start off with saying thank you so much to Gabe Turan for getting something like this going, and all others who helped bring this resolution to the table. It shows a lot from our city, and it shows a lot from our, newly appointed city council member, and it speaks volumes of them. So I would also like to commend the city of Oxnard for bringing awareness and coming up with this, to protect our Asian and Asian American and Pacific Islander brothers and sisters. One of the things that we all must learn and continue to do is to be open-minded and to be respectful to all people. And we all live here together, so we all need to make this comfortable, and we all need to be more open and loving towards each other. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Our next speaker is Armando Delgado, followed by Carla Ramirez. Armando Delgado.
Armando Delgado.
Thank you again, Honorable Mayor, council members, staff, and fellow residents. So in the wake of the COVID-19 outbreak, the Asian American community has faced an alarming surge in targeted violence and harassment, fueled by a toxic mix of fear, scapegoating, xenophobia surrounding the origins of the virus. Animosity towards Asians in the U.S. manifested itself over thousands of reported cases of hate between March 19th, 2020 until now. Some of my closest and best friends that I had the pride and pleasure to serve within the United States Marine Corps are Asian and Islanders. My brother, a friend who calls my mom, and my dad, Papa, is Asian. And without hesitation, I would give my life in his defense, along with the others close to me. The greatest thing I can take from my time in service was that no matter what mission, task, or trouble, we were all in it together. We didn't see any color, but one, and that was Marine Corps green. Some dark green, some light green, but nevertheless, all green. We were all American, period. Oxnard past mayor, now Takasugi, would be proud of all of you tonight for taking a stand. That was my brief comment, but I'd really like to share with you tonight a message put out by my organization, one that represents over 57,000 diverse carpenters. The Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters, on every social media platform available, have said this, quote, "The Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters stands in solidarity with our Asian American and Pacific Islander brothers and sisters in condemning all acts of anti-Asian violence and anti-Asian racism in the communities and country we share. Much like our union, our country is a land of opportunity for all. We stand in solidarity with the hashtag AAPI community, and we will use our voice to speak out against racism. The Southwest Carpenters prides itself on having a diverse membership, and we stress that this rhetoric will not be tolerated. Union strong for all our brothers and sisters." Quote, Mr. Dan Langford, Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters, Executive Secretary Treasurer. We strongly support this resolution And you will see us sharing the hashtag Stop Asian Hate and hashtag Stop AAPI Hate.
20 seconds.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Armando. Our next speaker is Carla Ramirez. Carla.
Carla Ramirez.
Yes, hello.
Hi, you have 3 minutes to speak.
The intent to adopt a resolution that condemns racism, xenophobia, violence, and hate crimes against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders shows goodwill. But allow me to share a quote by one of my favorite activists and educators, Angela Davis. In a racist society, it is not enough to be non-racist. We must be anti-racist. This proclamation is in good faith, but it is not enough. The condemnation of racism should not need proclaiming. Racism is bad. We all know this. We do not need passive and symbolic gestures. We need active, direct policy changes that will dynamically eradicate institutional racism. Things such as enacting a requirement for schools K through 12 to teach ethnic studies, making ethnic studies a requirement for graduation at the community college level, attending events of local groups that have been doing anti-racist work, opening up forums so people speak about racism they have experienced, supporting local businesses of color by stopping gentrification, learning what racist microaggressions look and sound like so you can stop doing them to people of color. All of these are active steps. Don't let your activism die through symbolic proclamations. For change to occur, we actually have to do things. Also, if I can add, earlier in this meeting, Bert Perello used a word, and I apologize for using it, but I wanted to be clear. He used the word transvestite. Perhaps you are not aware, but this word is a slur. The correct term is transgender person, and no one corrected him. This is why you can condemn racism, sexism, and transphobia all you want with pretty words and ceremonies. But when you allow elected officials to say slurs in a recorded city council meeting, it doesn't inspire confidence in the community that you are actually willing to do what it takes to end these oppressive systems. Words mean nothing without action. And action is often as simple as educating yourself on how to address people. And if council members really want to do what is right like they say, then start by questioning how the people you work with talk about others.
Okay, our next speaker.
Mayor, if I may say, this is the second person that's corrected me, but the third tonight, and I want to apologize. I misspoke. I didn't know that it should have been another term. I did not know. I made an error.
Thank you, Council Member. Our last speaker on this item is our City Manager, Alex.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think there's anything happening here tonight that are just pretty words or pure symbolism. I want to thank Council Members Perello and Turan, and also the rest of the City Council and the Mayor for providing this time and this space to have this conversation. In my time here in Oxnard, serving as your city manager, I've had the tremendous fortune to have never had anyone on the council, and this includes our former Mayor Tim Flynn and Mayor Pro Tem Carmen Ramirez. You've never had to acknowledge my heritage because you've all treated me as a human being and as a city manager. And that's really the way things ought to be. And I appreciate all the words, okay, most of the words that were shared tonight. But I just want to share a little bit of somewhat of a personal insight. And some of this has been alluded to tonight. Asian Americans are not shocked or even surprised by what's been going on. This latest resurgence, and of course it's clearly associated with the former president, but this latest resurgence clearly has deep roots in American history. And yes, racism is not uniquely American. It does exist all over the world. But I will say American racism is unique. And this issue that we're confronting with this recent spat of violence isn't just racism, it's also violence, hate, and misogyny. If you grow up Asian in this country, you learn certain things about American society. As a kid and as a young kid and as a young adult and even as an adult and as a professional, I lost count years ago, the various names and racial slurs I've been called. Not to mention my family members and my friends, whether it was by school teachers, college professors, neighbors, strangers in public, public officials, and so on. It's a part of this society that many experience, not just Asian Americans. And of course, there are, I think Councilmember Perello alluded to it earlier, there are these classic questions we're always asked. Where are you from? How'd you learn English so well? How come you don't speak with an accent? I do have an accent. It's Virginian. And every time there's an uptick in violence against Asian Americans, such as what we're experiencing this year, we're always expected to educate racist Americans about our contributions to this country. We have to trot out the list of our achievements, our sacrifices. It's a long list, by the way. And we're also expected to trot out the list of all the ugly episodes of anti-Asian violence. Also a long list. When this happens, suddenly I'm expected to be the ethnic studies professor. What's frustrating is the question I have is, why do we always need to do this? Racist people are attacking and murdering Asian Americans. And to get them to stop, I'm supposed to present a list of my accomplishments or my contributions or a list of all the violent crimes that have happened in the past. It's my job to do this now. Asian Americans, like all of us, have been a part of the American fabric for a long time, more than 150 years. So how about we just ask everyone, or specifically racist ones, to just live by your stated principles, such as how to treat your neighbors, your family values, or the fact that you value life itself. Why can't that be enough? Why do I need to go to a vigil? Why do I need to give a seminar? And this is clearly, again, beyond just Asian Americans, one of those social plagues that permeates American society. And it isn't just something that happens elsewhere in California or in the country. It happens here. It's happened here in this very council chamber. Our city treasurer, Phil Molina, has been in here and he's blown his dog whistle at me. You've all seen it. People mentioned, even after all the media in this last few weeks and the various protests and demonstrations and rallies across the country, There's still reported heinous incidents. People mentioned the one that just occurred in New York yesterday. 65-year-old Asian woman reportedly kicked in the stomach and then stomped on her head while bystanders looked. You know, we spend, all of us, generations protecting our children, the children in our community, explaining to them how to grow up in this society. But for the Asian American community, suddenly now we're turning towards now having to protect our elders. I cannot allow my mother to take a walk anymore. When this pandemic started, I was encouraging her to take walks, to get exercise, because there was nowhere else she was able to go outside. Several months into it, when these incidents started happening, and I watched videos of elderly Asian people in various parts of this country get shoved to the ground so hard that they died, I had to tell my mother she can no longer take a walk without me. I'm your city manager, and my mother cannot take a walk in this community or anywhere else in this country for a long time. And I'm always being asked, by the way, not here, but across social media platforms and among Asian professional groups, to show up and talk to people and explain to people and tell them our history and our contributions. I don't think so. I've got some other words for people who would do these things, and I can't use them here tonight. Again, I appreciate the time and the space that our city council has carved out for this conversation tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, and thank you for sharing. And really, that takes a lot to share, but thank you so much. And I want to thank all the speakers that spoke today. Thank the City Council. Thank Councilmember Perello, Sharon, for bringing this item, before us. But at this time, what I'd like to do is again read the recommendation. The recommendation is that the City Council consider the adoption of the resolution condemning racism, xenophobia, violence, and hate crimes against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. So, do we have a motion on this?
I'd make the motion.
I'll second.
Morello,
I'll second.
and second by Councilmember Turan. Roll call.
As it should be.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
I would ordinarily just say yes, but I say absolutely, scream in hell yes.
Councilmember
Pardon.
Perello,
Yes.
Pardon the profanity.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Yes.
Councilmember Basua,
Yes.
Councilmember Turan.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
And thank you, council members and public and city manager for sharing. This is a very, very important resolution. Thank you again. Our next item is review of the information consent items. And we have items 1 to 4 for the consent. But before we continue, I have 2 speakers on this item. You'd like to hear that before you have any concerns or any information needed from staff?
I have
Go ahead, Councilman Perello.
one. On item 4. On item 4, there is a question. Excuse me. Item 4, there's the fire department. With respect to the people that could be hired and the positions, where will the people go and what will the positions be that will be created?
Okay, Chief Hamilton.
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Fantastic. Councilman Perello, thank you very much for the question. So the positions that we're looking at filling with the next academy that we're starting, and that's part of what's contained in item L4. But it will be to reopen the paramedic squad, to add a 4th firefighter to Engine 65 through the Sakioga development, and then with the blessing of this council for next year's budget, we'll also be dividing the city into 2 battalions, and so there'll be 3 additional battalion chiefs. So that's where the staffing was. So the grant that is item L4 is to help offset the cost of those 3 battalion chiefs.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Then I have a couple of speakers on this item, Ray Platel, followed by Lawrence Stein.
Ray Platel.
Yes.
Mr. Platel, thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, and public. These comments are relative to items, both items L3 and L4. For agenda item L3, relative to the $118,312, please clarify for me. Are you actually purchasing additional vehicles with this reimbursement money, or are you just documenting the acceptance of the reimbursement for the operation and maintenance of existing resources or vehicles used to past past wildfire responses? The second question is in the financial impact section. There is a table which shows a total reimbursement of $1,827,865 for FY 2020-21. However, this agenda item asks for an appropriation of only $960,865. Where's the rest of the $867,000? Did you not receive the entire expected reimbursement amount, or if you did receive it, where is it? Relative to agenda item L4, if you are successful in receiving the grant money to hire 3 additional fire personnel for $1.06 million, what is your sustainment plan? That is, who will pay for their salaries, benefits, pension, and overtime, etc., after the grant monies are expended after the 3 years? And the second question for this agenda item is relative to staff discussion. In the discussion, it is mentioned funding for a 2nd battalion next fiscal year. Does this mean you plan to ask for an even larger fire budget next fiscal year? Thank you.
Okay, Chief.
Yes, thank you. So in regards to the wildland reimbursement, item L3, the $118,000 is money that was received from the mutual aid deployments that our personnel have gone on in the last wildland season. And that money was going to be used to support the program. So that wasn't specifically going to be used. Kevin, were you going to? Sorry, I thought I heard Kevin speaking up.
Yes, I'm here, Chief. I was going to answer the question about the rest of the revenue. The rest of the revenue is already included in the adopted budget, and we are now asking council to recognize the additional revenue that came in to reach the grand total of $1.7 million or $1.8 million for the current fiscal year. Thank you.
Thank you for the explanation. Okay, our next speaker is Larry Stein. Lawrence Stein.
Larry Stein?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Stein. You have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
I appreciate hearing the fire chief's response. I'm still somewhat concerned. In April last year, the fire department was approved the recommendation not to build a fire station at the Sakioka project. Please bear in mind that we built 4 shopping centers, 500 plus homes, 3 elementary schools, a high school and a junior high school, and we're going to be building another high school. But the fire department decided that we don't need a fire station, just 3 firefighters, 1 per shift. I presume 4 fighters, 1 per shift. Another fire chiefs indicate this money is not going to be used for fire personnel, but commanders. You know, why we need a commander for the Sakioka project, for the Northeast Mississippi plant, we're not going to build a fire station. There's no change in personnel that recognize the need for a fire chief. Again, the issue here is the fire building was not being constructed, perhaps because one of the developers, Amazon, didn't want a fire station. That was made mention 6 months after they received a request to have 3 firefighters or 4 firefighters and not a fire station. The question I also have to ask is, where do we stand with the Station 10 for Kill Club Road? We did not need a fire station according to the fire department after building all this stuff at the Northeast Mississippi Plan. The only thing they're building at Kill Club Road at this point in time is a school. There's no major developments at all for a fire station comparative to what was happening in the Northeast Mississippi Plan. So where we stand on staffing, if you're going to use a safer fund for this, and what is city obligations for using these positions or funding these positions after the safer grant is gone. Again, if a safer grant is used for specific positions, how will it be funded after the safer grant is gone, and what positions will they be? We're going to be funding fire supervisors and not actual fire workers. And we're talking about EMS program where we need more EMS people than we need firefighters. We average about 2 fires a day,
40
maybe, and we have
seconds.
8 fire stations. Again, perhaps City Council needs to examine the priorities over here. We do need firefighters, but we don't need 32 firefighters per shift. We have 2 fires a day. We do need EMS personnel. So I suggest the City Council and the fire chief consider the issue. In fact, we need more EMS staff than firefighters. Again, how does the Safer Grant address that issue? 805-824-4968. Give me a call when I have these answers. Again, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, we have items number 1 through 4 consent items, and item number 4 is a resolution. So do we have a motion or any other concerns or comments from staff?
I'll move approval.
Okay, approval by Councilman
Second.
Lopez,
Second.
second by Councilman Perello. Roll call.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Perello,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilmember Turan,
Yes.
Councilmember Basua.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, thank you. Our next item is a public hearing, and I'd like to ask the city clerk for certification of publication and any written communications, if any, on this item. Madam Clerk.
Mayor, there was a legal notice for this public hearing published in Ventura County Star newspaper on March 15th, 2021. And the city clerk's office did receive written public comment, and it was submitted to council for review and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have the Housing Director, Mr. Ramirez, in accordance with Measure M, posted a video presentation regarding this item, and it's available to answer any brief clarification questions that council members might have during the testimony. However, before we start that, I'd like to read the items, and we're also going to have 30 speakers on this item. So this is a subject agreement and funding for the Homeless Solution Center, HSC, at 241 West 2nd Street. The recommendation is to conduct a public hearing. First of all, should I open the public hearing, Mr.? Okay, thanks a lot. So anyway, this is conduct a public hearing to adopt a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a development of disposition agreement between Housing Trust Fund Ventura County, Community Development Partners LLC, and the City of Oxnard, and further authorizing the city manager or designee to execute and take any needed action in consultation with the city attorney relative to entering into a donation agreement between the Housing Trust Fund of Ventura County and the city of Oxnard. The agreement containing covenants entering into a loan agreement with CDP Developers, LLC, for the construction of the Homeless Solution Center at 241 West 2nd Street and other matters pertaining thereto. And number two, authorize the mayor to execute a memorandum of understanding between the city of Oxnard and the county of Ventura regarding the financial sharing arrangements for development and operation of the permanent year-round shelter to be located on the ground floor of the Homeless Solution Center. And three, approve a budget appropriation of $1.5 million to provide CDP Developers LLC a gap financing loan for the development of housing solutions, Homeless Solution Center for the low and moderate income housing fund of the former redevelopment agency. And number four, approve a budget appropriation of $94,000 for personal expenses to be paid to city staff in time to carry out and administer the eligible low and moderate income housing asset fund activities for low income, moderate income housing asset fund from the former redevelopment agency, which will allow staff to monitor, provide loan servicing and oversight of the Homeless Solution Center, PSH units and loan agreement, and as well as provide the same service to other existing projects that were previously funded with the use of low and moderate income housing funds, but for which no budget was previously allocated for this purpose. And Mr. City Manager.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if I may, because this is such a substantial item, if I can provide an introduction to help frame the council's discussion. So let me begin, if I may, in acknowledging that a lot of work has gone into delivering what you have before you tonight for consideration. There are multiple team members here in the city across multiple departments, as well as our partners at the county and our nonprofit partners. But I want to call out Housing Director Emilio Ramirez for his leadership and his sheer brain power in his ability to put together a puzzle of this complexity and how comprehensive it is, as well as his staff member, Elsa Brown, whose incredible work ethic and her sheer brain power in actually pulling this together. So I want to remind us of, and I'm not going to do an extensive history here, but a very brief history of where we've been and how we got to where we are tonight. So many of you who are senior staff members as well as policymakers have a much longer history than me in terms of homelessness in Oxnard over many, many, many years. And so I want to remind you, it was only in 2019 that this city, for the first time, opened a year-round shelter. Prior to that, the city only had a temporary winter warming shelter, and that wasn't even every year. I believe the tradition was it was a trade-off every other year, generally speaking. And what this city had been doing, unfortunately, like all cities, especially in California, but certainly up and down the West Coast, had been doing for many, many years, was simply playing whack-a-mole with the homeless population and not actually resolving homelessness. And some of you may recall I started working here in the summer of 2018, and at my very first public speech, which I had the honor to give at the Knights of Columbus in the fall of 2018, this is the issue I addressed. And I talked about how we as a city, but certainly no other communities could continue to play whack-a-mole with the growing homeless population, because California has undergone a full-blown homeless crisis over the last decade. And I also talked about the the need to pursue the housing first model, being that it is the one model that's proven to be effective. And we've worked on that. And I've also acknowledged in the last several years that though we must pursue the housing first model, we can't ignore the unfortunate whack-a-mole enforcement that is required during the meantime. Because as you all remember, and some of it still occurs today, we've all endured endless, numerous angry complaints regarding homeless people at Plaza Park, at homeless people at other parks in the city, homeless people in the river bottom, in our various business districts, near some of our schools, forming encampments at under overpasses and in other places around neighborhoods, behind bushes and so on. And by the way, this is not at all to minimize what the human beings who are homeless have to endure while being homeless in our community. There was tons of community and political pressure to take various actions that I acknowledge weren't in the service of resolving homelessness, but were certainly in the service of mitigating the various associated nuisances. So we passed ordinances to keep people and activity out of certain areas during certain hours. The city council ultimately did listen to and approve the Housing First initiative, especially since the state of California made it clear that they expect jurisdictions to have such a plan in order to apply for funding. Speaking of the state, you will recall my numerous and soon to be vigorously renewed complaints about how we do not receive direct funding from the state's very substantial coffers to address homelessness here in our community. And during that time, we set forth with our plan in terms of our homeless action plan and our housing first plan. Among all of this work, we examined 21 possible sites in this city to cite a project that we are proposing tonight. And you'll recall, we landed on an option at 5 Points that was resoundingly resisted by the community and not approved in terms of the effort by this council. And at that time, I made it very clear that you could put up a map of the city of Oxnard, or frankly, any community, and you could just throw a dart on it, and wherever that dart lands, you can propose a homeless shelter, and people would give you a laundry list of reasons why it shouldn't go there. Now, the other thing about this proposal and the prior one and any other one is the complaints come pouring out about how the proposal, even this one, is less than perfect, right? So we no longer have people blatantly opposing services for the homeless, but it comes across as, well, this isn't good enough because there are these problems, that problem. How about this problem? How about that problem? Well, it doesn't resolve this. It doesn't resolve that. Yes, it doesn't resolve everything, but it is the centerpiece of our homeless effort. And people continue to demand that we somehow formulate a perfect mousetrap that actually does not exist and cannot exist. So what are these various complaints? Well, at 5 Points, it came down to, well, why would you do this because you're not going to own the building? If you recall, that proposal was we were going to rent. Okay, well, with this project, that's second in B, it's our property. And I've heard some of the complaints, well, why is it so expensive? And why does it need to be so nice for homeless folks? Complaints about, well, what about everyone who is service resistant, people who don't want help. That always comes up as if the fact that some among the homeless community are service resistant, and there's much longer conversation about that I won't get into tonight, means we shouldn't do this effort. People raise issues. Well, no, what about mental health? A homeless solution center doesn't address mental health. Well, A, you're wrong, and B, you're wrong. And let me explain very quickly. What this center provides is more than a shelter. What we're looking to do here is, and the reason we're naming it a homeless solution center, it also comes with, in addition to 110 shelter beds, permanent, it also comes with 56 units of permanent supportive housing, which by its housing first model comes with wraparound services, which include mental health services. And just because we, the city, don't directly provide mental health services is not a reason why we shouldn't pursue this project. Another complaint that keeps coming up, well, the real issue is drug addiction. Well, no, this community, the homeless community, is not monolithic, and not everyone's set of reasons for being homeless has to do purely with drug addiction. But again, these services will be provided, even though we are not the actual provider. Remember, we are a municipal government. We are not the county. But pointing out those other problems is just a way of not saying straight out. You just don't want, for those of people who just don't want it in this particular neighborhood, because frankly, nobody really wants it near them. We acknowledge that. Crime and nuisance. Also a complaint that's raised. Well, those complaints, when they are legitimate, and in many instances they occur, period. Right? So part of the effort here in terms of Housing First is to get as many people as we can off of the streets and out of public spaces into properly facilitated and supported housing spaces so that individuals can work on their individual needs. The other argument that comes is, oh, by the way, and with the crime and nuisance, to claim that when you build this, you'll have homeless people in the neighborhood and you'll have these events occur. Well, to the extent where that is accurate, it's already occurring. It's been occurring. Another complaint I often hear is, well, if we build this, we'll attract more homeless people from other states and other places. And there's never been evidence that creating these services attract many people from outside, number one. And number two, what do you suppose or propose we do? So if the fear is, well, we may attract more people, it can't paralyze us from doing what is necessary to provide the services to the homeless people who are already here, and many of them are actually from here. So I raise this to remind people that all these critiques, while they have their valid points, they none of them, or not even all of them, suffice to say that we should not proceed down this path. Number one. And number two, part of the Housing First model is to proactively address all of these concerns. Again, this project is the centerpiece of our efforts with regard to the homeless community here. And it's high time that we buckle down and follow through with our strategy and our plan. Because again, I remind you, just go back in your memories the last 10 years or the 10 years before that, as the homeless community was exploding across California and in this community. We cannot go back to simply playing whack-a-mole and moving homeless individuals or homeless encampments or groups of homeless people from one part of our city to another. I've had people who have said to me and emailed me just put them on a bus or put them on a train and send them to the desert. Well, we're not doing that. And then there are questions about the cost. Let me just remind you that what we're proposing here and in partnership with the county, what it would actually cost us annually is the same amount of money that we spend on the animal shelter every year. And we just approved that amount at committee last week with no fuss, no complaints, no objections, no questions raised. And we've also been asked, well, why do we need such a nice center? Why can't we do like a tent city or tiny houses or tough sheds? So I will just point you to an article that Councilmember Perello shared with me last week about the most recent iteration of that kind of event happening at Echo Park in Los Angeles, and you can read all about that. So I want to remind everyone and say that you cannot have a stronger project and a stronger recommendation from your staff. This project tonight is the right project. This strategy is the right strategy. And if we buckle down and follow through with our plans and our strategies, all of which the council has blessed, we will be finally on our way to resolving the homeless crisis here in Oxnard. And I dare say if we follow through with this, we will be one of the few cities and communities in California that can actually make a real dent. I want to close my summary with an email that many of us received today. And it actually comes from a resident of the city of Hueneme. And it's regarding the homeless encampments at Ormond Beach. And it's very brief, and I just want to read it to you, to everyone. It's addressed to the city council. Dear council members, please do whatever is necessary to clear out the multiple homeless encampments currently at Ormond Beach. As a longtime Hueneme Beach resident, I've observed in the past that this area would be cleared out every so often, but almost immediately the encampments slowly return, and eventually the area is just as bad, if not worse, than before. Why not prevent this from happening over and over? This area is a sensitive wildlife habitat, and the damage these encampments cause is inexcusable and preventable. Many volunteers show up at Hueneme Beach every weekend to remove trash. Thank you, by the way. But it's almost a losing battle if the city allows these encampments to stay. I realize the homeless problem is way out of control across California, and cities can only do so much, but this area definitely needs some attention ASAP. When you have time, please take a walk out there and see what is going on. So there's the overall policy conundrum. And this is an email of this nature has come to us from many neighborhoods, not just with regard to Ormond Beach. These kinds of pleas have come to us from various business sectors, from the Chamber of Commerce, from school teachers, from many residents, from many of our local business owners. So I ask everyone, where would you like us to take people if we can't actually provide the housing? And when I started talking about the Housing First model, I said to everyone, there's no silver bullet. This ain't going to happen overnight. I said it. This would be a 10-year strategy. It will take time. But with this project that we are presenting tonight, it is truly the first major, tangible, concrete, solid step that we can take, and it will make a difference. You're looking at 110 permanent shelter beds plus 56 permanent supportive housing units. that will make a noticeable impact in terms of improving the homeless situation in Oxnard. And this is just the beginning. There's much more that we need to do and that we will do. But we have to start with this. As I said, this is the centerpiece of our strategy. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I ask that you open the public hearing and take testimony.
Thank you so much, Mr. City Manager. And I'm going to reiterate, Madam Clerk, we start off with the Madam Clerk to, was there any certification of publications within the communication, if any, on this item?
Mayor, would you please repeat the question?
Well, to start, certification and publication and any written communications, if any, on this item. We shared that earlier, but let's do it again.
Mayor, there was a legal notice for this public hearing published in the Ventura County Star newspaper on March 15th, 2021. And the city clerk's office did receive written comments on this item, which have been forwarded to council for their review and consideration.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Clerk. The Housing Director, Mr. Ramirez, is in accordance with this Measure M, posted a video presenting regarding this item, and it's available to answer any questions, to clarify any questions by the council members or any council members may have before we take any public testimony. Council members, do you have any questions before we take any public testimony? We have 33 speakers. Okay, none at all?
None.
Okay, so then I am going to open the public testimony portion of the public hearing, and members of the public are then, I have 33 people that like to speak on this item. So then I will open the public hearing and start off with the speakers. And we start off with Max Guinness, followed by Jackson Piper. 3 minutes. Good.
Mayor, Max Guinness is not available.
Is unavailable. Okay, Jackson Piper, followed by Melissa Campbell Langdell. Jackson Piper.
Jackson Piper.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Members of the City Council and members of the public for the City of Oxnard. My name is Jackson Piper. I am a resident of Newbury Park, but I'm also one of the volunteer leads with the Ventura County YIMBY organization, which advocates for better housing and more housing throughout Ventura County. I'm here to ask you to approve the staff recommendations for this agenda item and bring 56 permanent supportive housing units, 110 shelter beds, and supportive services into the heart of Oxnard in order to serve its homeless population and help lift them out of the situation they are in. I've been dealing with homelessness as an issue in my day job as a county planner at Los Angeles County for over 5 years now, and I've specifically worked out in the Antelope Valley, and I've seen things that would make people cry, I think, and I don't think people in our state, and especially in this region, grasp the scale of the human tragedy that is unfolding, that has been unfolding for over a decade, even longer, right in their own backyards. And there are reasons that people become homeless, and yes, sometimes it is addiction problems, and sometimes it's mental health issues. But I also want people to consider that a lot of times those addiction issues, those mental health issues don't arise or don't cause the homelessness. They can arise because of the desperation and the constant struggle for survival that homelessness creates. And
This one.
I've seen families living in trailers out in the desert. The society we live in as a whole has not done well by a large segment of our population. And I'm asking you to consider how Oxnard can contribute with this agenda item right now to helping to fix the homeless tragedy locally, as well as to set a good example for other communities. And I certainly hope that other Ventura County communities see this example and follow suit and build their own infrastructure to help rehabilitate the homeless, get them a solid, safe roof over their heads, and provide them a path back to living a decent, normal life. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melissa Campbell Langdale, followed by Tim Helton. Melissa.
Mayor, Melissa Campbell is not available.
Okay, our next speaker then would be Tim Helton, followed by Jessica Petrillo. Tim Helton.
Tim Helton? Mr. Helton, you can unmute by pressing *6. Mr. Helton? Please unmute. Tim Helton? Tim Helton?
Okay, so he's an answer. So we'll go Jessica. But
just
is
a
he
moment.
on?
Mr. Helton, are you
Tim?
there?
I am here.
Yes,
Okay,
thank
go ahead,
you.
Tim.
You have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you very much. I apologize for the fat thumb. My
Sir,
name
would
is
you be
Tim
able to
Helton.
increase your volume? My apologies. Would you be able to increase your volume?
Is this better?
Not so much. If you
Okay.
could please get closer.
Mr. Mayor,
Is this
Madam
better?
Clerk.
It's about the same. We
Is
can
this-
hear you. It's just slow.
Okay, I'll speak as loudly as I can.
Thank
My
you.
name is Tim Helton, and I'm a board member with Ventura County Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice. And I'm calling to congratulate Emilio Ramirez and Elsa Brown on the fine work that they did in bringing this proposal to the City Council. And I've worked for over 25 years in various capacities with the homeless on a volunteer basis. And I just called to express my support for this development of the Homeless Solution Center. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Our next speaker is Jessica Portillo.
Jessica?
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Hi,
Yes.
Jessica.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Jessica Petrillo, and I am the Homeless Assistance Program Coordinator for the City of Oxnard. I want to thank you for your consideration on the important topic of the proposed Homeless Solution Center. The presentation by Housing Director Emilio Ramirez provided information on the overall need for this project, the cost, the development process, how it fits within the city's 5-year homeless plan, and how it fits within the Housing First model. During my comments, I want to focus on my perspective from the work I do coordinating the city's homeless services. My role is often a balance between coordinating services to meet the immediate needs of homeless folks and planning long-term homeless solutions with the ultimate goal of ending homelessness in the city of Oxnard. This Homeless Solution Center does both. It provides immediate emergency shelter for those who need somewhere safe and warm to sleep that night, and it has permanent supportive housing, a critical piece of the Housing First model. The reason this is called a Homeless Solution Center and not just an emergency shelter is because it supports a clear path from homelessness to housing. We have already, right now, higher demand for emergency shelter beds than there are beds available. This means that many of the people who you see sleeping outside have engaged with service providers and expressed that they would like to go into shelter or housing. The current navigation center always has a wait list. Homeless folks at our current shelter not only have a warm bed to sleep in, food to eat, and other essentials that most of us take for granted, like toilets and garbage collection, but they also have access to service providers who can work with them on individualized housing plans. Because the current site is temporary, these services can only continue to be provided if a permanent location is established. In my role, I also engage with many housed community members who are concerned about homelessness. One thing the large majority of them have in common is that they want services available. They are comforted to know that we have a street outreach team and that there is an emergency shelter here. In his presentation, the housing director listed 21 sites that have been considered for this project. The search for a perfect location can turn into an endless loop. I bring this up because one often overlooked aspect of permanent supportive housing and shelters is that they make good neighbors. Supportive housing and shelter providers are very responsive whenever there are concerns. Having a homeless solution center at 2nd and B doesn't detract from the neighborhood, it adds to it. As you consider this proposal, I am asking for you to also consider that yes, permanent supportive housing and shelters make good neighbors, while also providing basic essential services to the most vulnerable members of our community. I am proud of the city's focus on a housing first approach to homeless services, and I hope that City Council considers supporting this exciting and thoughtfully planned out effort. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Tom Cady, followed by Douglas Portello. Tom Cady.
Mr. Cady?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can. You have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Tom Cady, and I am a member of the Oxnard Chamber, and as a board member, my committee reviews many of these proposals from the city, and we've been tracking the need to deal with the homeless issue since these proposals have been coming forward. And I think it's important for us to realize that we're not going to be one and done on this project. This is a cornerstone, as the city manager was saying, but after you finish with this one, the need to deal with the additional 400 homeless or more in our community is still going to be there, and we will have to move on to additional projects. This is the cornerstone, as the city manager said, but there's going to be a need for other projects that deal with things like partnerships with the veterans, perhaps mental health. And so this is a project and a good project. For those with concerns regarding how this appears, I think it's important to realize that there's always going to be concerns over the location, but I think we need to look at the positives of the locations as well. I like the idea that this center is going to be fairly close to our transportation center. We spent a lot of money years ago to put the transportation center in. So as people reach the point where they need public transportation or could use it for employment, it's right across the street from where this location is at. Additionally, I think there have been concerns raised about the cost, and a recent article by Dan Walters in Cal Matters indicated that the average cost of affordable units in California is $500,000 a unit. And in higher priced communities, which Oxnard is one, it's as much as $700,000 a unit. So if you just pencil out the 56 units and that kind of a cost, it would be $39 million just for the 56 units. And this is going to be less than that and include both a shelter and supportive services. So I
30
think
seconds.
we just need to recognize that this is within the realm of reasonable for cost, and it moves us a long way towards addressing the critical problem of homelessness in the community, which impacts the quality of life, safety, and economic viability as we move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. Next speaker is Douglas Partello, followed by Max Guinness.
Hello?
Mr. Partello, you have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Yes, I am a longtime resident of Oxnard and I'm a homeless advocate. And I believe that this location is not good. I do agree with our city manager that there's no perfect location, that there'll always be objections. But what I'm concerned about is we have nearly 800 homeless people in Oxnard. That figure of 500 is a lowball figure. You have to count couch surfing, living in trailers, vans, cars, and whatnot. There's over 800, and those numbers are growing. Homelessness, as one gentleman said, is not just about drug addiction, alcoholism, depression, mental health. Many times these issues come up after they're homeless. Their brains are rewired. They're wired for survival. They think differently. And from the homeless perspective, this is not a good solution. This kind of semi-private dormitory style, being shuttled in, being in 22-hour lockdown to make the neighbors feel safe, is not something that's palatable to the unsheltered. I go out and work with them, talk with them, go to the encampments, on the streets. From the homeless perspective, no, they don't want this. This is not working, and it's a waste of money. It will not solve the homeless issue. It's a drop in the bucket, and it's a ton of money. Now, the MOU with VC is for 1 year. What happens after that? Who pays for that? We're talking about $7 million. We're talking about $34 million total cost. When you do any kind of construction renovation project, that figure will soar to over $50 million by the time you're done. When you get Mercy House, that they're basically a nonprofit security firm, and they do their jobs well. They keep the neighborhood safe, but from the homeless perspective, it's not good. Are those costs for operating, do they include the shuttling in and out? Like Mayor Tim said, we're not going to have them coming in and out as they please. They're going to be shuttled in, they're going to be shuttled out. Sure, it'll make the neighbors feel safe, but it's not palatable to the homeless. The tiny home village is a much better model. Put it on the outskirts of town where you have PTSD vets, you have people with mental illness, you have coexisting illness with drug addiction. They feel better there.
40
They
seconds.
feel more comfortable. They have some autonomy. They have some self-governance, but it has to be with oversight. I totally disagree with Alex, respectively, to equate Echo Park with a tiny home village. Echo Park is a not regulated shelter. That is squatting on a public space park, and they're not the same thing. And to try to equate it as the same thing is dead wrong. I'm speaking as a homeless advocate that this is not what the homeless want, and it's a waste of money, and it doesn't solve the issue. It's just kicking the can down the street and doing a minor effort to solve
Your
something
time
that's
is up, sir.
Thank you.
The problem is
Our next
HUD
speaker,
funding is
our next speaker is Max Guinness, followed by Angel Garcia.
Max Guinness. Please unmute by pressing *6.
Thank you, Mayor Zaragoza and City Council. Sorry, I missed my call earlier. I want to echo the statements of a number of people who have given comments already and support this shelter, this Homeless Solution Center. I think is just a wonderful model for the kind of project that Oxnard can embark on to address the homelessness crisis really that we're going through. I think it probably is true, as the previous speaker said, that there are more than the 567 people experiencing homelessness logged in the latest point in time survey. At that point, 379 of them lacked shelter. But this makes a huge impact regardless of the true number. And this is in a location that is where people already are. We need to be able to reach people experiencing homelessness where they are. And you need to be able to provide them services. That's the kind of thing that this downtown location can do. And also, as the Chamber of Commerce representative mentioned, I think these people, they're just like any of us. They want the same opportunities to be near jobs, near transit. And this is, I'm looking forward to more housing of all sorts being built downtown, because that's the kind of thing that we can offer. And having this notion that we can bring people in, provide them temporary shelter, and then have them graduate to a permanent supportive housing unit, maybe at some point graduate to even other types of housing that could be downtown, I think is exactly the right approach. So I'm representing Ventura County YIMBY. We definitely wholeheartedly as an organization support this project. It isn't the end all be all. We still need more housing of all sorts, because as a lot of people mentioned at the very beginning of this city council meeting, rents are rising, and there's a lot of evidence that as rents rise, that contributes to homelessness. But it's also a problem in its own right. I think also greater social assistance spending can fill a gap that keeps people from having to exit their homes. So, this is one part of the problem, but it's, I think, the most important, most immediate thing that the city can do. So I appreciate you considering supporting the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Council members, we're going to need a motion to continue this meeting past the 10 o'clock item. It's 10 o'clock. So we need a motion to continue or to extend. the
So
meeting.
moved.
Okay, moved by Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Tehran. Roll call.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Tehran,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Aye.
Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Councilmember Perello,
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. And just to share with you, we still have an additional 20 speakers on this particular item. So our next speaker is Angel Garcia, followed by Nancy Lindholm. Angel Garcia, followed by Nancy Lindholm.
Mr. Garcia, if you could please unmute. Angel Garcia, please unmute.
Hello, Madam City Clerk. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we sure can. You have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Madam City Clerk, City Manager, Mayor, City Council, and staff, my name is Angel Garcia, Vice Chair of East Village Neighborhood Council and lifelong resident of the City of Oxnard. I am speaking in support of this item. This is long overdue, and we need to continue to support those that need it most. Our state's homelessness crisis emerged from our state's income inequality and our city's lack of housing over the decades. Oxnard must take housing seriously. According to economic data from Cal Lutheran University, Ventura County's economy is decreasing, and that is primarily due to our county's lack of affordable housing. Please support this and let us fight for those that need our help the most. We must be proactive instead of reactive. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Angel. Nancy Lindholm, followed by Pat Brown.
Nancy?
Good evening. Yes. Good evening, Mayor Zaragoza and members of the City Council.
Nancy Lindholm, President and CEO of the Oxnard Chamber of Commerce. We would like to commend the Housing Director and City Management for the creative manner they have formulated to address a major issue in Oxnard. The Chamber has been receiving regular updates on the Solution Center from both Emilio Ramirez and Ashley Golden. We believe this is a remarkable approach to provide much needed services to a very vulnerable population at an extremely low cost to Oxnard taxpayers. We applaud the city staff for engineering an innovative solution to a major human concerns issue in Oxnard. Thank you for supporting the recommended action this evening. Good night. Bye.
Thank you, Nancy. Pat Brown, followed by Yukayo Okano, excuse me. Pat Brown.
Pat Brown. Miss Pat Brown, you may unmute by pressing *6.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
I'm Pat Brown. I'm the neighborhood chair for the 5 Points Northeast neighborhood, which stretches from 3rd Street south past the to the lower railroad tracks on South Oxnard Boulevard, where the railroad tracks crosses lower Oxnard Boulevard, and all along the east side. That's of Oxnard Boulevard. That is my neighborhood. And I live north of Woolley Road and east 2 blocks of Oxnard Boulevard. So I live in a fairly good spot of it. However, we already have a men's homeless shelter between 7th and 6th on Meta that we have, and that attracts a lot of homeless people. And unfortunately, they apparently can't give everybody a bed who wants one. And so we have them sleeping. They climb over the block walls and tear down several layers of the block in order to get across the alleyway and into the mobile home park. Then, and they do all of this at night. And then they find bushes that they can sleep underneath, hidden away. They go into our laundry rooms. We have 2 laundry rooms, one in the north section and one in the south section. And they go in there and they use a big sink to basically take a bath in. And leave a big mess. They leave whatever dirty clothes they don't want anymore. They just leave them laying around out in our common areas. They are just a menace. And we don't know what to do about it. We've tried everything. We've even put gates. We have gates on the front to drive in. That doesn't make any difference. They just wait for somebody to drive in and walk in behind them as the gates are open. So we have a severe problem. And here I am, the neighborhood chair. And now we want to, the city wants to put some housing in the empty places up near 4th Street. At 6th Street, south of 5th, and I realize this is vacant property. I've been trying to get the city to build something in all of those pieces of property for years and years. I've been here since 1993, and I've been fighting it almost the whole time. Well, they want to put in for the homeless people in there, and that's not going to work because the neighbors.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Yukio Okano, followed by Timothy McDonald. Yukio.
Hello, can I be heard?
Yes, thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening, Mayor Zaragoza, Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, council members, City Manager Nguyen, and other city staff. My name is Yukio Okano, and I am the Vice Chair of the Oxnard Commission on Homelessness. I'm here to support the approval of the proposed Homeless Solutions Center. Much has happened since the downtown shelter was first proposed. When the Commission on Homelessness first weighed in on the plan a year ago, there was division among commission members. While there was support for the concept of combining a shelter, provider offices, and permanent supportive housing in one building, some commission members wanted more information or believed there was a better alternative and withheld their full support. Now, a year later, I'm pleased that the commission as a whole supports the Homeless Solutions Center. We now have more concrete information about the proposal and a viable plan for development. This has come after many community meetings, discussions, and a great deal of planning. The Homeless Solutions Center is an ambitious project that provides more services to our homeless neighbors than previous proposals. It creates vitally needed shelter, permanent supportive housing, and space for social service providers that enables wraparound services. It is a great example of how a housing first model can be implemented. It will help alleviate the suffering of homeless people, and we should support it. I want to commend the work of the city's housing department, particularly the efforts of Housing Director Emilio Ramirez. Mr. Ramirez has shown outstanding leadership in moving this project forward through its many stages of development. The search for a permanent shelter has taken years. No location will ever receive 100% support. We now have an opportunity to consider a viable plan to address a critical need for the city. Please make it become reality. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Timothy McDonald, followed by Disha Woods.
Mr. McDonald?
Hey, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this issue. It's really very dear to my heart. The church that I attend here in Oxnard has been involved with feeding the homeless, first at Plaza Park and then at the community center park on the first Sunday of every month for over 30 years now. I know many of them by name. This isn't a new problem. I wonder how many of them are veterans who fought for your way of life. So look, there will never be a perfect time, there will never be a perfect place, and there will never be a perfect price. But if not now, when will it be the right time to do what is right for our homeless community? I'd like to thank Emilio for your enormous heart and for your work on this project. And thank you for the opportunity to speak. That's all I have.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Disha Woods, followed by Rebecca.
Disha Woods?
Hi, can I be heard?
Yes, ma'am. You have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, first of all, whoever's answering the line, your voice is beautiful. And thank you so much, everyone that's here until 10 o'clock at night. This just shows our dedication to our city and to our county. Honestly, I don't know what the right answer is. I'm really struggling. On one hand, I don't want Ventura County to become LA County, to be filled with homeless people and tents and garbage all over the streets, because that's an issue. And on the other hand, of course, I'm a Christian and I want to help people, and I want to have the heart and the empathy and the compassion to serve them. I serve food every Thursday to the community here in Oxnard at Community Action. Unfortunately, some funding from before community action has been taken away, it was a place where homeless people could do laundry every day, where they could get out of the element and use computers. Due to COVID and due to funding, they've lost those privileges. So maybe that's something that the council can consider getting back to. And I guess my question, let's say if this does get passed and it goes through and the housing happens, I'm wondering about the mental health aspect of it. We know that 75% of people that are homeless are experiencing substance abuse and mental issues. So I think really honing in on those issues and meeting those needs, especially the mental health needs, are so important right now during COVID. Alcoholism, addiction is up. So I hope that we're really addressing those needs as well, because we can't get somebody housed that is not stable. There's certain stabilities and homeostasis that they need to reach before they can be housed, before we think that everybody wants to live like us. We think that everybody wants to live in a house like we do, but they don't. Not everybody wants to live the way that we want to live. And we do have to sometimes accept that our homeless brothers and sisters
30
choose to
seconds.
live the way they live. I thank everybody here for staying tonight, staying so late. I appreciate all of your efforts here in Ventura County. I hope, I love Ventura County. It's one of the best places on the planet. And, we have to fight to keep it that way. And I'm glad that people are getting involved and showing their compassion. Also, I'm an Asian person and I don't feel any hate in Ventura County, not at all. I've lived here all my life and I love Ventura County. Thank you guys so much for everything you've done. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rebecca, followed by Pastor Fernie Franco. Rebecca, followed by Pastor Fernie Franco.
Mayor, Rebecca's not available. However, Pastor is
So-
available.
Okay, so Pastor Fernie Franco, followed by Anthony Mireles.
Pastor Franco.
Can I be heard?
Yes, sir. You have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Well, good late evening to all you dedicated, hardworking leaders. Thank you guys so much for everything you do. Mayor John Zaragoza, Mayor Pro Tem Brian McDonald, and of course, City Manager, all the council members, and the public that is still with us right now. I just want to say that, I'm Pastor Fernie, and I support this proposal that is being discussed here. I'm in full support of it. And, I've been here, since 1970. Oxnard has been my hometown forever. And I've been here for 30 plus years, reaching the homeless, reaching the gang member, and those that are in desperate need of help. I cannot thank Emilio Ramirez and his team, Elsa, Ashley, everybody that has been involved in this. I can't thank them enough because, I've been here for a long time in Oxnard, and I'm going to say I have not seen the passion that I see in Emilio I'm going to say this, in anybody else that has made an attempt to make a difference with the homeless community. So Emilio, thank you so much, man. You inspire me, man. And I'm telling everybody here, I've seen Emilio help people, and he doesn't do it just for a paycheck. He does this. This is his heart. And all the strategy, the planning, the prayer, everything that has went into this great, massive plan that I've seen, it's taken dedication. And I would hate to see this thing not happen. This is for human beings. I like what Jesus said. He said, do unto others what you would have them do unto you. And I think if all of us maybe would put ourselves in their condition. I have an uncle who had a prestigious position for the city of Oxnard. I was his nephew, and me and all my other cousins grew up watching him have everything, and his kids have everything that we all wanted. And I was so surprised to see 15 years later, my uncle become homeless in the city of Oxnard, where at one time he had everything in the city of Oxnard. He was homeless for 20 years. And finally, he's got his life back. And I just want to say, let's do this, whatever we have to do. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Emilio. I love my city. I love you guys. Keep up the great work. I'm here and supporting it. Please approve this proposal. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Anthony Mireles, followed by Greg Runyon.
Anthony Mireles?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can. You have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable City Council and Mayor John Zaragoza, and especially thank you, Emilio, for your continued efforts of putting this program together. First time in 20 years, I've actually seen that we're actually going to have a plan. We fully support this. My name is Anthony Mireles, business manager of Liuna Labor's Local 585 and 53-year resident of Oxnard. We represent 500 union laborers who reside here in Oxnard, and we're all excited to also to be, I know on the next agenda, about having the parks back for the community. Tonight, I am speaking in support of the Navigational Center here in Oxnard. My office is located in Ventura, and recently, the last 2 years, they implemented a navigational program, and that program is a success. You see all the parks in downtown Ventura. The homeless have support services now. The city has its community back. We support the process of the city moving the property to the land trust for the development and the partnerships. We hope that the city will continue to use this land trust exchange method for housing development on future projects to satisfy the state housing mandates. The Navigational Center is a good investment for the city, which is a small investment along with the partnership with the county, and will have many positive multiple effects. This program will provide much needed support services, job opportunities for the homeless population. It's a perfect solution for Oxnard to transition our homeless population and a good use for our tax dollars. We support the use of the community workforce agreement, which we can get the population, get them through the programs. We can hire local youth, vets, minorities, and homeless. We'll put them through the Building Trades MC3 program, apprenticeship readiness program, and they will follow out as a skilled and trained workforce for the trades, leading to opportunities to work on future city projects in our downtown, our harbor, our schools, and Biden infrastructure projects. Plus, this leads a pathway to the population back into the middle class. A couple of weeks ago, I had an opportunity to help a couch surfing vet, young individual, 27 with a kid. We have a project with the Ventura Housing Authority, and we have a union contractor there, and we connected him with the contractor. Now he's got a job. The housing authority is going to help him with housing, and now he's going to be able to provide for his family. These are the examples of what we can do here in Oxnard. We fully support the project and hope that you guys move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. Our next speaker is Greg Runyon, followed by Armando Delgado. Greg Runyon, followed by Armando Delgado.
Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
Mr. Runyon. Yes,
Okay.
thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Sure, thanks. I have gone back and forth on the project just because I think I've gotten so caught up in the politics of it. But the truth is, it's pretty hard if you've ever been homeless like I have to turn your back on an opportunity to provide people with a sustainable future. So the housing first model, as I first understood it, I was incorrect. It's not a housing only model. It's get people in housing and then offer them further services. They get them some services to get in there, but it's an opportunity to help the people that want the help. I don't agree with some of the things some people have said when they have made this sound like it's going to end the homeless problem. It's not, but it's going to put a dent in it, and it's going to end the homeless problem for those that don't want to be homeless. Pastor Fernie was talking about what Jesus said, kind of what everybody calls the golden rule, but really, he also talks about true religion, true faith is not what we do in front of people, and it's not what I do as a pastor when I put on a suit and stand up and preach. It's what we do for the widows and the orphans, for the least of these. It's what we do for the less fortunate. For some people, that means those that have lost their housing because of a fire. For some, they've lost their housing because of their own mental health issues or struggles with addiction. But if we turn our back on them, we're turning our back on ourselves and our sons and our daughters. I don't know what the price you put on that is. I know that my wife is standing right behind me right now, and I guarantee you that she'll tell you saving my soul and saving me from addiction was worth more than $100 billion, because it's the value of a human life. And so $34 million to save a few souls, which will then save many souls and make our community so much stronger. It's a lot of money, but it's going to cost us so much more if we don't do it. So I support the project. I thank those that have put into it, but it's just the beginning. I hope we don't think this is the end. But what's going to make this project work, it's not the money. It's the investment that we put into it. It's that we do what the previous speaker said. We're willing to hire people, but more importantly, we're willing to invest our time and our life into helping them get a better life. Thank you very much, and thank you for what you're doing with this project.
Thank you, Pastor. And our next speaker is Armando Delgado, followed by Alex Perez. Armando Delgado.
Mr. Delgado?
Yes, I am here.
Yes, thank you, sir. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Well, it's been a long one tonight, everyone, but good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members, staff, and anyone who's still awake out there. In 2008, the economy slid downhill like a mudslide, wiping away years of hard work.
Is that okay?
For many. I unfortunately was one of those statistics. Young, recently separated from the military, my family lived in Bakersfield while I held fast in Oxnard. I struggled and lost my first house. They repossessed my truck, and I began to live with friends and occasionally renting rooms from random people when I had sporadic periods of employment to pay for it, hoping that I would bounce back one day. I was one paycheck away from eventually being shattered. I'll save the details for another day, and I thank God for allowing me to be part of the United Brotherhood of Carpenters, the reason I am where I am in life. Every one of us at one time or another has walked by someone who is experiencing homelessness and looked away. But why? Because the problem of homelessness is so big and complicated, we don't know what to do or how to begin to help. We just keep on walking and kick the can down the road. The problem of homelessness in our communities isn't going away. Matter of fact, it's only getting worse. I heard previous speakers tonight comment about this project not ending homelessness. Okay, but maybe we can help prevent it. This will take everyone's effort as well as courage, passion, and definitely a well thought out plan. As carpenters, we understand that it involves helping individuals and families access services, advocate for more local services, maintain reasonable community standards, and dealing effectively with the drugs and crime that may accompany homelessness, and investing in the training of police and crisis response officials. I shared a small fragment of my battles, and I can say with full confidence that employment opportunities are key to the prevention of and successful transition out of homelessness. It's not the all answer, but it is a key. Without viable income, many individuals, families, and youth are unable to sustain housing over the long term. Therefore, the establishment of an agreement that supports employment services for vulnerable populations is an effective strategy for ending and reducing homelessness. We need to promote transitional jobs, career ladder programs, and accredited apprenticeship programs that support people with high barriers to employment. We need to promote pathways that place people in jobs that meet their interests, not just taking jobs that are available. Taking pride in what we do is how we keep going throughout our career. We need to promote the successful engagement of construction industry employers in hiring homeless and formerly homeless people. We need to build better community wealth. We would congratulate people on bringing this project forward, but we believe it's still incomplete. Honorable Mayor, we need a community workforce agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Armando. Our next speaker is Alex Perez, followed by Michael Escamilla. Alex.
Alex Perez?
Good
Mr.
evening,
Perez?
council member. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you, thank you. Good evening, council members and honorable mayor. My name is Alex Perez. I've been a union carpenter for the last 18 years. First of all, I wanted to give a big thumbs up to the city of Oxnard for recognizing Cesar Chavez. My father was involved in the Cesar Chavez movement in the early 80s. In our efforts to organize as union carpenters, we are here today to speak on the efforts of employment opportunities with this project. Employment is necessary for prevention and successful transition of our homelessness. Without a livable wage and health benefits, families and upcoming youth are unable to sustain housing short-term and the long-term. With this project, we can create many opportunities to transition our brothers, sisters, moms, and dads that have fallen into hard times. The construction industry can change lives for young homeless people. Let's get this movement not only to help with our gente, but also with our construction industry and shoot for better jobs, better wages, and construction jobs with benefits. I would like to ask the honorable mayor and council members to take this opportunity to protect our tax dollars, support the community, and provide local employment for this project through a community workforce agreement. Thank you. That's all I got.
Okay, our next speaker is going to be Jonathan Duran.
Mr. Duran? Jonathan Duran?
Yes. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
All right. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Jonathan Duran. I'm a representative with the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters and a longtime resident of Ventura County. I am speaking in favor of the Solution Center in the city of Oxnard. This is something that is close to me. My brother lived on the streets in Ventura County for 13 years. In 2017, he passed away on the streets. For me, it's hard because seeing someone that you look up to and see them go into living on the streets and just not having any outlet to get back up and out of that situation. Having these solution centers or these outreach centers to be able to connect them to the right people for mental health, drug addiction, or just basically somebody to talk to. These are just small things that the county and the cities can do in our area. And you've heard it already. There's a big problem with the homeless in our area, not just in Oxnard, throughout the county. And we need to help these individuals as best we can, not just walk by them and just leave them in the shadows. But again, we want to make sure that this is something that is going to help our community be the best thing that we can do. So thank you again. And I'm for this project and thank you for this. Thank you for the evening. Bye.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Anthony Ventura, followed by Joshua Matreno. Anthony Ventura.
Mr. Ventura?
On here, Anthony.
Mr. Ventura, you may unmute by pressing *6.
No, it's delayed.
Yes, thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
That was 3 minutes.
Anthony Ventura, please unmute by pressing *6. Mr. Ventura?
No. Okay, then we'll go to Joshua Madrano, followed by Martin Rodriguez. Joshua Madrano.
Joshua Medrano? Joshua?
Good evening. Good evening.
Yes.
How are we
Thank you.
doing?
Good, thank you. You
Very
have
good.
3 minutes to speak.
Thank you very much. Well, good evening, Mayor Zaragoza and esteemed City Council members. My name is Joshua Medrano, 20-year IBW member and Executive Secretary of the Tri-Counties Building and Construction Trades Council, representing over 7,500 hardworking local craftsmen and women of Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo, and Ventura counties, as well as all local and regional labor. I'm a 30-year resident of Ventura County, and in fact, I was born and raised in Oxnard. Just the other day, I decided to pop on by for some pan dulce over at La Central Bakery off 6th Street, and broke my heart to see makeshift encampments behind any building that had any opening for homeless to find safe haven. The sad, harsh reality is that this grim scene is all too often, and it spans across county, state, and nation lines. When it was brought to my attention that the city of Oxnard is trying to do their part, I knew that in some way I needed to help. And I thought to myself, how? Well, I'm here to encourage all of you to consider and move forward with the Community Workforce Agreement, also known as a CWA, when it is time to bring this dream into reality for those who need it most, the countless misplaced individuals who just need a chance. And we have the ability to bring these people much needed resources. And I applaud you for doing your best to find a viable resolution and know that it is just the beginning. CWAs are not new. However, they are highly misunderstood and grossly underutilized. The building trades are not here to force an opinion. We are here to educate those who are willing to listen. CWAs are a tool to help provide local families with the ability to not only get by in these uncertain times, but to have the opportunity to flourish. Now, I want you to take the first word of our organization's name, building. We're about building and maintaining open dialogue between one another to ensure that we all do our part to afford these job opportunities to the same local workforce who not only live here, but in turn give back to that same community that has afforded them that opportunity. It's local jobs, local hire, local prosperity. And that's what we're about. And that's what we want to continue to encourage. So please move forward with this project and help those who can't help themselves. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Martin Rodriguez. And Martin Rodriguez. Thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. How you doing this evening? Well, I just want to start off to say a job and a career is the best social program, and this project is much needed for quite some time. And I'm, as a Tri-County Building Trades President and Ironworkers Business Agent, very much for this project. You can go anywhere in Ventura pretty much and see the homeless encampments, and it is sad. I hope we don't miss this opportunity to hire local and capture our local tax dollars. You know, just right up the street by the freeway, you know, there's this Amazon complex that shows so much promise, or we thought it would show so much promise for the area, but just on alone, just for 3 disciplines in the trades alone, 14,700,000 man hours or dollars, which equates to 210,000 man hours, are going out of state to Utah, Arizona, out of the county to San Diego. And we could really, really use that money here. what would $14,700,000 do for the city of Oxnard's tax base? Indirect prosperity going to your local merchants, your building supplies, just food for thought. I mean, this project is going to help a lot of people, you know, on the onset. But what do we do once we house them? You know, why not show them career paths? And just my thoughts. And I appreciate the time to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. And that's our last public speaker. So I will close the public hearing. And council members, do you have any comments on this item? And we have Emilio, you know, ready for any responses. Council members, any questions? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have to be honest. I walked into this meeting tonight not intending to support this, and I mentioned that to the city manager. Mr. Ramirez was kind enough to send me an email a couple days ago asking if I had any questions. Mr. Ramirez, I apologize. I had kind of a terse response. I think we could have done a little bit better on approaching this and keeping council involved, but it is what it is. I've heard a lot of comments tonight about the benefit this is going to do. I'm still not fully convinced that this is the best location, but it is a location. It's something that needs to get done. And I want to remind people that it's not just the city of Oxnard. We need to continue our partnerships with the county of Ventura. And when we build a facility that offers services, the county is the one that gets funded for mental health services. They're the ones that get funded for public health services and those types of service. So we need to make sure that we maintain a partnership with them so that some of the people we're serving here, if they have, for lack of a better term, a demon that they need to deal with, we need to make sure that the ability for them to deal with that issue is there, that they get the right treatment, the proper treatment in a timely manner. And I have to agree with several of the people that this is not going to cure homelessness, but it will certainly provide a better recourse than what we have. And for years, I have opined about winter warming shelters are nice, but all we're doing is warehousing people and not really doing anything to address their other issues if they want them to be addressed. Now, there are going to be those that don't want to have their issues addressed. I understand that. I can live with that. But there are some that are willing to reach out for a hand up, not a handout. And I think it's incumbent upon us to try and provide that. I've heard all the stories about interactions with some of the homeless community, and I've had my own experiences in my neighborhood. My neighbors have had their experiences, but I think it's something that society for a long time has just turned its back on and kind of ignored it and said, somebody else will deal with it. Well, somebody else hasn't dealt with it, and now it's going to be up to us to deal with it. And as I said, I was unhappy about the process. I was unhappy about some of the interactions I had with some of the other partners, but that's probably me just being an unhappy person. So I need to get over that and look to the future, and we need to do something, and doing nothing is nowhere near good enough and an opportunity in my opinion. So I'm probably going to hear from some of the people that I talked to that said I wasn't going to support this tomorrow morning and say what happened. But after listening to all the comments, looking at all the input, hearing all the facts, and could we have done a little better job? Probably so. But does that mean that I need to be a negative Nelly and say, no, I'm not going to support this? I'm going to change my position, and I will vote to support this. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Next speaker is Councilmember Tehran.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
And thank you to all the speakers who took the time to call in, especially at this time of the evening. Unfortunately, we had to start this meeting no earlier than 5 p.m. We stayed with our usual time of 6 p.m. And I appreciate everybody who stayed on to speak. Along those same lines, Mr. Ramirez, I have a couple questions. I've been debating this in my head for a little while. As long as we've been on this item, I would like the public to be informed on what it is that's before us and what we are voting on tonight. But I also I want the public to be informed, but I don't want to violate Measure M by reenacting the presentation that was placed online. So I'll just ask my questions directly and hope that you can provide information to the public through those means. First question I have is in regards to the cost. I heard that was brought up a couple of times, but just to clarify, the cost is just a little over $34 million. Can you share what the city's actual share of that cost is or contribution towards the $34 million?
Sure, absolutely. Emilio Ramirez, Housing Director, and thank you, Council, Mayor and Council and Management for this item in consideration. I would like to say that there are more people online that can answer questions. If you have it, I'm happy to answer this one, but including the Ventura County Housing Trust Fund and the Developer Community Development Partners, also Mercy House and the County of Ventura, and my team, Elsa Brown, who deserves a lot of the credit for getting us to this point. But to answer your question, sir, the amount of money that the local city of Oxnard is contributing to the project is twofold. To the project of building the building that we are talking about now. It's $1.5 million former redevelopment housing set-aside funds. I say that specifically because those dollars are mission-based and restricted for the development of affordable housing. They cannot be used for anything else. They must be used for that purpose. So that money, while it does now belong to the city of Oxnard, at one time it belonged to the redevelopment agency, it is restricted. The primary contribution is coming from the land that the city of Oxnard is contributing towards the project, and it is donating that land to the trust fund. Trust fund is receiving the land and then using the value of the land to leverage against future development of other restricted affordable housing money. I should mention, just to be clear, that the city of Oxnard will contribute in the future to the actual shelter portion. So we're talking about $1.5 million plus land to build the building that we're talking about at this point.
Thank you. And going along those same lines, after it's built, what are the continued operational costs annually for programming at that site after everything's done, ready to go, and things are in place and implemented?
So first, thank you for that question as well. First, relative to the permanent supportive housing. The permanent supportive housing is also being operated under a housing first model, and it will, because of the structure of the financing, because of the rent payments and et cetera, it will self-sustain. Admittedly, there will be some potential Section 8 vouchers that gets used in it and et cetera, and those come from HUD, again, not from the city, and they're used to support the rent of a person that lives in housing. But we are not continuously, we the city of Oxnard are not continuously contributing towards the operation of the permanent supportive housing. However, regarding the homeless shelter, the navigation center, we will have the continuing cost to contribute to for the operation of the shelter. At this point, we expect that operation is approximately 2.6 million. It's going to increase over time with the cost of living and adjustment and inflation and et cetera. But that is the amount of money that is costing at the current K Street Navigation Center. The current K Street Navigation Center, we are paying for with Measure O, grants that we apply for and receive from the county via the states, et cetera. The county of Ventura is presenting an item to share in the cost of that operation. which is something coming directly from the county as opposed to grant contributions that we'd have to pursue on an annual basis. So for us, it's around $1.3 million a year.
Great, thank you. And it sounds like, as you had mentioned, that would be what we would pay anyways if we did nothing and just kept things at the K Street site. So thank you for that. And one last question. Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me to ask quite a few questions here. The vice chair for the Commission on Homelessness did speak, and I appreciate him taking the time to be here this evening. I don't know if he mentioned it. I was taking notes. Did he say what the vote was in support of this as far as a body?
The commission did vote to support the project on Monday of last week, the 22nd. It was passed with a vote of 4 in favor and 2 dissenting.
Thank you very much. And the last thing I'll say, just as a comment, and I'll turn it back. I have mentioned numerous times that my neighborhood where I currently live and where I was formerly the neighborhood council chair, we have the current K Street site, the Armory shelter, in our neighborhood. And as was mentioned at the beginning by the city manager, the last 18 years prior to the 24-hour model, it was a winter warming shelter model from about October, November until March of the following year. And it was off and on year after year. And I have to say that there were some years where things were not well run. And my neighborhood, my residents, my neighbors were in a very contentious place with that shelter and that program. When it was announced that it would be a 24-hour shelter, obviously they were fairly skeptical based on their past experiences. But I have to say, speaking as an individual and my own observations and speaking with my residents or my neighbors, that this model, as operated by Mercy and done on a 24-hour model, has been night and day from what it was before. And the operator is a good neighbor. They're open to feedback. They are very quick to address issues when they come up. And in the 2 years they've been there, the issues we've had have been minor. And they have convinced myself and many of my neighbors who were previously very turned off by our experiences with the shelter in our neighborhood. That being said, if the same operator is going to be in downtown, I have to have faith and believe that they will continue that good work or that level of work there. And if they don't, then it's our role as citizens, as residents, and as a city council to correct that. And so I appreciate all the work that's been done and put into this. And I thank you for the time, Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Ramirez, and all of your staff and partners for all of this work.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Turan. Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. And I will also take a moment to thank all the speakers that called in. Certainly a different, I think, a different level of comments than we heard a few months ago about this specific location. I appreciate all the work that the staff has been doing. I had sent Mr. Ramirez some questions as well, and appreciate the response. Some of them covered the questions that Mr. Turan mentioned in terms of just clarifying and making it clear for our residents what this cost is for the city. And so, you know, a lot of the discussion has really been, or the comments have really been around the facility itself, and the fact that this is not only a place for someone to sleep in, but the wraparound services that will be provided that I think are really key and core to providing assistance and a transition for anyone who is homeless and willing and interested in this assistance. So Mr. Ramirez, is it possible for anyone to answer? And I know that we're kind of in the early stages of this project, but I think just for us to have a better understanding of what will come from the center aside from a bed.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman, are you asking what is part of the permanent supportive housing development?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
So in terms of the services that would come from the site to anyone participating in the program.
So absolutely, thank you. I am going to take advantage of the fact that both Kyle Payne from Community Development Partners is online, and also Larry from Mercy House, and ask them to speak about the breadth of the services, I mean the housing also, but the supportive services along with the housing and also the shelter component. So if I can ask Kyle to speak first, maybe about the development itself, and those services that are available there. Kyle?
Yeah, hi, good evening. Yeah, I was just gonna say, on the services side, I would say that Larry and Mercy House probably has the best ability to talk about the services we're gonna do there. But on the development side, this development will have on-site services and property management, and the services will be provided through Mercy House, who has experience, working with this population. So I would hand it off to Larry with that, the intro.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Amelia. My name is Larry Haynes. For those of you who don't know me, I'm the CEO of Mercy House. Also online with me, I have my Chief Program Officer, Timothy Wynn, as well, who can address any questions or fill any gaps that that I might miss. I believe the question that you want me to address is the services, and I'd like to do this in a couple of different ways if I can. So let's start with the permanent housing. I realize we want to talk about more than that, but let me start with the end if I could, because the whole point, the whole goal of what we're trying to do is not merely charitable work, but actually pursuing issues of justice, right? We're actually pursuing the end of homelessness and fixing a problem. And that's always going to be centered around permanent housing. And so when we do have our folks that are in our permanent supportive housing project, we are going to provide them with all the wraparound services that are necessary. And that is going to differ based upon the needs of the clients themselves. We do not take a one-size-fits-all, kind of a cookie-cutter approach. We have found in our experience that that's just not the way that you want to go. What you want to do is a fairly specific assessment of what the exact needs are of the person to keep them housed. And for us, the proof are in our results. Over the years, all of our permanent housing projects, we have a retention rate year to year of somewhere around 94 to 95%. And this is for communities, for folks that are maybe working and extremely low income and maybe just had a tough break, all the way down to folks that are in permanent supportive housing with multiple disabilities and have quite possibly been on the streets for decades, not just simply years. So that's the first thing is our housing stabilization. That's probably the most important thing. In regards to the shelter itself, the 110-bed shelter, there's always the question, what is going to be provided there? And then again, we are going to work with surrounding partners. So we will work with local FQHCs. We will provide references and links to behavioral health, employment services, again, anything you can think of. But I do want to draw council's attention to, and I wrote his name down, I'm sorry, I'm looking down, I believe his name was Greg Runyon, and he made, I think, a very insightful comment that might have been missed as he was talking about housing first. And I really want to really applaud what he had to say there. If you really listen carefully, what Mr. Runyon was saying, and I hopefully I'm pronouncing his name correctly, the real core of the services come in a housing environment, not necessarily a street or a shelter environment, right? When you're talking about developing a homeless system, you generally speaking have three parts. You have your outreach component, you have your housing navigation, your shelter, which is what we do, which gets people prepared for housing. And then you have the housing itself. And it's within that housing, what data indicates to us, fill in the blank of the thing that we want to solve. Is it sobriety? Is it self-sufficiency? Is it employment? Is it family reconciliation? Operating off of the platform within permanent housing, data indicates over and over again, that's where you're going to be most successful. So when it comes to, which is what we will do in housing, in the shelter itself, our main goal is to make sure that absolutely everybody and 100% of all of our people in all of our shelters everywhere have housing plans, are getting their documents ready, have a path towards permanent housing. And that is the number one thing that we're going to work on. But in addition to that, yes, of course, we will reach out to all of our community our community partners to start the process that will then be continued in the permanent housing environment. Councilmember, I hope that addresses your questions adequately.
Thank you. Yes, and I think because based on, especially as we hear some of the speakers who provided public comment, talking about mental health, healthcare in general. I mean, all these services that are could be a challenge for anyone to reach them if they don't have a place to live in. And it goes back to the housing first, right? That concept in that model. So, excuse me. So yeah, I appreciate that insight and better understanding in terms of what is coming out of this project. It goes beyond just providing a bed for someone to sleep on, and I think that is very important, and it touches on being compassionate and empathetic to the needs in our community. So thank you for that information.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Council Member. I know it's getting late, but Russell, Alexander Russell, do you have anything to share from the county trust fund?
I can, want me to pass that to you, Linda, or would you like me to say a few words?
Anything you want to share? Anything before we conclude with it?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch what you were saying.
I'm sorry.
Well, we are just really honored that the city has trust in us to accept this piece of land. The value of having land in a land trust is that you can ensure that there will be 99 years at least, if not into perpetuity, for affordable housing. So it preserves that piece of land that the city can ensure that will be used for that public purpose. So we appreciate that. The Housing Trust Fund, who's been around, we started lending in 2011. We've lent over $11 million and we'll be producing 720 units with that 11 million. So we're invested in each of the cities in the community and have done a number of projects in the city of Oxnard. So we are happy to partner with this organization, CDP and Mercy House and the city of Oxnard to ensure that this is a outstanding project that has a high success rate. So I can certainly answer any other questions. One of the pieces I did want to mention that Mr. Ramirez mentioned is that by donating the land, we are working with the state of California under the Proposition 1 ballot measure that passed, so that the state will actually match the appraised value of that piece of land. And so we will be able to then leverage it much further. So happy to be here if there's any questions further.
Thank you so much. And I know it's getting late, and I'm not going to reiterate everything that was shared, by all of us, because I think it's important that we help the homeless individuals. It's going to be a wraparound services, and I think we have the proper partnership with all the entities that we talked about earlier. So again, council members, I'm going to reiterate again the recommendation is that we conducted a public hearing to adopt a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a development disposition agreement. I'm not going to read everything between the city of Oxnard, also with the community development partners, developers, and also with the county of Ventura. And also we authorize the mayor to execute a MOU between the city of Oxnard and the county of Ventura regarding financial sharing arrangements for development and operation of a permanent year-round shelter on the ground floor of the Homeless Situation Center, and also approve a budget of $1.5 million for the CDP Development LLC gap financing loan, and also can approve $94,000 for city expenses by our staff. And of course, again, I did not reiterate every single words, but those are the 4 items that potentially we're looking to approve for this item. And before I continue, I think Councilman Turan, you had another question.
Yes, this is just a procedural question, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Looking at the way that the agenda item is written for the public hearing, I heard a lot of comments about a community workforce agreement, and I don't know if this is the time to do it, but I would like to see if that's now, or if that's something we would discuss when this comes back to the council, if it were voted in favor of tonight.
No. Mr. Sedimet?
That's not agendized.
It's not agendized.
That was my understanding. Thank you for answering.
Okay. Councilman Perello?
Yes, just a clarification. The sensitiveness of this item, does the city attorney feel that the way that it's been read before we take a vote is adequate, or do you have to read everything exactly the way it's written down? A yes or a no?
The recommended action is stated and was stated at the beginning of the item. It's both on the agenda and was read verbatim by the mayor at the beginning of this item.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. And I did read it completely, so I was just kind of reiterating.
Right, I
generally.
just want to make sure that we cover it, got cross the Ts and dot the Is.
Thank you. So do we have a motion?
Motion.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Lopez. Second by who was it?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Basua. Roll call.
Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Aye.
Councilmember Turan,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perello,
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Our next item is
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Our next item. Okay, next item is a request by Mayor Zaragoza to appropriate the funds for park maintenance. And the recommendation of the City Council to approve and authorize the city manager to appropriate funds for park maintenance in the amount of $300,000 from the available fund balance from the general fund. And this was approved by the Finance and Governance Committee approved by 3-0. And of course, this pre-recorded under Measure M. And what I'd like to do, we have 10 speakers in this item before we continue, and I'd like to take the speakers at this time. And I'll start off by calling Daniel Chavez Jr., followed by Ray Blatel.
Good evening, Council, Oxnard residents, and staff. I'm coming to you as a lifelong resident of the city of Oxnard and not in my official capacity as a planning commissioner. I'll just echo a few comments, just make them brief. During my comments during the committee meeting is that I appreciate Mayor Zaragoza's leadership on bringing this item forward. I'm truly seeing the council members stepping up and bringing items and working with staff and the public to, advance the betterness for our communities. This is an item that I fully support as it benefits our youth and benefits our families. As we all know, COVID has affected communities across our nation and the world through lockdowns and restrictions. And this is a good opportunity for our families to get out and about through our communities. And I am confident that the appropriations will be able to benefit our communities and our youth, get them out and enjoy the fresh air as much as possible. So I thank you all for your dedication and your service to our community. Thank you to our staff. And thank you, Mayor Zaragoza. Have a good night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ray Platel, followed by Jeanette.
Mayor Ray Platel is not available.
Not available, okay. Jeanette, followed by Jacob C.
Jeanette?
Hello, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, everyone. Mayor Zaragoza, Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, City Manager, City Council, staff, and public. Thank you for hanging on this late. I appreciate the opportunity to share my support of Mayor Zaragoza's proposal of appropriating $300,000 to our parks. City parks and open space improve our physical and psychological health. They strengthen our communities and make our cities and neighborhoods more attractive places to live and work. As a resident of District 3, I have a privilege of enjoying Rio Lindo Park. It's a beautiful park to visit and exercise, and I can only imagine the potential it can live up to with increased maintenance. On any given day, the park is packed with citizens of all ages and was a haven during the COVID-19 shutdowns. I implore the council to do right by their constituents and our city by giving your support to this item, as well as giving the citizens another aspect of Oxnard to be proud of. Once again, thank you, Mayor Zaragoza, for this vital proposal.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jacob C., followed by Jacqueline Munoz. Jacob C.
Jacob? Hi, Jacob. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you guys for staying up so late. I just wanted to give my side on this, and I just wanted to say that I do support Mayor Zaragoza in placing the appropriation of these funds for park maintenance. And I truly believe it could benefit every single person in the city. I spoke on this last week, but I would like to touch upon it again. I mean, improving our parks and maintaining them could definitely improve water quality, protect our groundwater, prevent flooding, improve the quality of the air we breathe. It could help vegetation and produce a habitat for the wildlife that we have around here. But more importantly, I would like to touch upon how it promotes community wellness. When our parks are clean, more people will be attracted, possibly inducing more people to come out and get more active. I mean, I worked with children before at the Boys and Girls Club, and most children, they would prefer to play on a fresh patch of grass, very well taken care of land. And they tend to stay away from the dirt, which means they just rather sit on their phone and not get active. But when the grass is green, I mean, the kids like to play. Not only that, it gives a sense of security. It could get our parents out there with their kids. They feel safe enough to walk. Everything's attractive. So let's not make Oxnard only look good, but let's also give our people a nice place to gather and become more active. Let's have pride in our community and take care of our land. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacqueline Munoz, followed by Angel Garcia.
Jacqueline Munoz? Hi, Jacqueline. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor Zaragoza, council members, and staff. Thank you for allowing me to share tonight. Again, last week I did touch on, how I'm in agreement with this proposal. As a godmother of a 2.5-year-old, we look forward to visiting our local parks every Friday. I feel that if this passes, I will feel more confident with taking, my little goddaughter to a clean park so we can enjoy it. City parks and open spaces improve our physical and psychological health and strengthen our communities and make our cities and neighborhoods that much more attractive. So I'm in agreement. I hope this passes, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Angel Garcia, followed by Jose Garcia.
Angel Garcia? Angel Garcia? You have 3 minutes to speak.
Can you hear me, City Clerk?
Yes, we can, sir. Thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Excellent. Thank you, Rose. Hello, Madam City Clerk, City Manager, Mayor, City Council, and staff. Good evening. My name is Angel Garcia, Vice Chair of East Village Neighborhood Council, and I'm here speaking in support of this item. Thank you to Mayor Zaragoza and his leadership for bringing this item before the council. I think it is important that we maintain our parks. I'm a frequent visitor of our local parks, especially so since I adopted my puppy named Fiona. I can tell you that there is a dog park in Camarillo that is very popular, but it has been closed for maintenance. So we've had many dog owners from Camarillo come to Oxnard, and unfortunately, they've made comments about our parks that are quite unpleasant. Let's make them change their mind. Let's make them change their minds. Make our parks nice and pretty for everyone to play and enjoy. Thank you so much. Have a good rest of your night.
Thank you. Jose Garcia, followed by Manuel Herrera.
Mr. Garcia? Jose Garcia? Please unmute by pressing *6. Jose Garcia? Are you there, sir? Please unmute by pressing *6. Jose Garcia.
Okay, so our next speaker is Manuel Herrera, followed by Chris Hernandez.
Mr. Herrera?
Yes,
Yes, sir. You have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
thank you. Hello, everyone. Yes, I'm still awake and I'm still paying attention. So thank you all for spending this night working on our behalf. So Mayor Zaragoza, Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, members of the City Council and staff, my name is Manuel Herrera. I am the creator of Citizens for a Better Oxnard. I'm calling to show my full support of Mayor Zaragoza's request to appropriate funds from our general fund for park maintenance. As you are aware, the City Council had to make some drastic budget cuts in fiscal year 2019-2020, which included a reduction of 12 grounds worker positions from the Parks Division, as well as a decrease in contract services and water usage. This also resulted in the current service level for the parks as being reduced to only monthly maintenance. By approving the mayor's request, we will go from monthly mowing of the grass to weekly. This will allow the usage of our parks by our citizens on a more frequent basis. As you also know, our Finance and Governments Committee unanimously approved this request with a vote of 3-0. Not only that, but there was a record number of citizens that called into this committee to show their support. Even people who don't normally agree with me called in to show their support. This will be money well spent, and I believe that the citizens of Oxnard deserve their parks to start looking good again after spending over a year in COVID lockdown. Summer is coming and our kids need to go out and play in the sun. After all, isn't great sunny weather what Oxnard is known for? Please follow the lead of the Finance and Governance Committee as well as the citizens of Oxnard by unanimously approving this request. I trust that you will make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Manuel. Our next speaker is Chris Hernandez, and I understand he's going to share half of his presentation for Roger Poirier, who couldn't speak tonight. Chris Hernandez.
Hello.
Mr. Hernandez? Yes. Thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi. Well, good evening, good night, City Council, City Manager, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you for your guys' hard work. And yes, thank you, Mayor Zaragoza. I am speaking on behalf of Roger and the Oxnard Parks Commission. As you all know, Chris Hernandez, Vice Chair of the Vice Chair of the Five Points Neighborhood Council. Now I'm here to support Mayor Zaragoza on the appropriation of funds. From one standpoint of view, the kids are getting ready to come out. Well, they've been coming out and playing already at the parks. One thing that really concerns me is having the parks maintenance and the fields and the grass watered and ready to go for the sports players. Kids out there need a nice grass to be playing on, no potholes around and whatnot. So this couldn't have came at a more perfect time. And I thank you so much, Mayor Zaragoza, for being on top of everything. From the get-go of you coming to office, you right on the ball with everything, and I really appreciate that. Because everybody does know that it is important for the children to get out and play. As we all know, on our master plan, it says 65% of adults are overweight, and children are becoming more obese. So we need to get them out there in a nice, clean environment to play with. Well, another thing I'd like to say is, according to over 30 studies, people are willing to pay more for property that is close to parks and parks that are maintained. Up to 30% of home value would be it could be of an increase here. Another thing that I'd like to touch on is that many studies show that the city parks generate economic growth, promote positive social change, improve public health, and provide critical environment services. A city's park system is first and foremost an investment in the residents and reinforcement of democratic ideals. If done right, parks can attract investment, reduce crime, and improve health in making their gross financial contribution more than their cost to build and maintain. So thank you so much, Mayor Zaragoza, and I thank all those who called in to support this. Have a good night.
Thank you, Chris. Our last speaker on this item is Armando Delgado.
Armando Delgado?
Yes, I'm here and I was getting ready to log off.
Yes, sir.
But hey,
Thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
I probably won't use all 3 minutes, but again, Honorable Mayor, council staff, and anybody still willing to listen, thank you so much. As we said at the committee meeting, not just myself, but on behalf of the Gold Coast Carpenters, Local 805, and our 1,800 members, we just can't wait until the water's being added on our dry grass and it's properly cut and our kids are rolling around. I did make a comment about being able to have a tea party with 3-year-old and a German Shepherd on the grass. You know, it's been very difficult. The kids been trapped inside. Yes, they have been in and out of the house, but for the most part, not many of the parks have been available to everybody. The social gathering has been difficult for everyone. Last time we spoke, we did have some of our members express their concerns about the mental health issues and being able to get out and enjoy our parks. We had a lot of our carpenters discuss issues about their wives being stuck at home with their kids all day. You know, situations with no rims on the basketball courts. Bathrooms been closed out in the parks, and on and on and on. A lot of issues, but I'm glad to say that the Gold Coast Carpenters, Local 805, and the 1,800 members and their families fully support moving forward appropriations for parks. Thank you all, and I think that's all we have for tonight. It was a long night, but I think we participated very well in many issues. So thank you.
Thank you, Armando. And council members, that was the last speaker. And I'd like to start off by sharing what I shared over at the Finance and Governance Committee that was approved by 3-0. And I'd like to make a motion, you know, that we approve this item, the City Council. And as we said before, the current level right now is we're mowing our parks on a monthly basis. And my recommendation is to increase to a weekly mowing service. As I mentioned before, you know, the 3-month amount is $300,000. And this is for 33 parks, which is about $1,000 a month. And park maintenance apparently is now working on the budget for 2021-22. And that contract's going to start on July 1. Council members, as I mentioned before to the committee, have received numerous calls and they continue to receive numerous calls regarding the need for our parks to be brought up to a usable condition. Residents are concerned about, due to the pandemic, their children have been behind closed doors, glued to the laptops. Siblings are fighting together. Parents are complaining about their kids wanting to go out and play at the parks. And many of our youth are obese, overweight, and showing signs of illnesses. And here's some of the benefits that I looked up before, as I mentioned to the committee, that the kids will be happier, their mental health greatly increases, and also it reduces stress and depression. Their self-esteem improves, and this is what some of the parents will probably notice. The outdoor exercise is going to continue to stimulate their 5 senses that impacts brain in a positive way. It also increases our vitamin D. And of course, this is really good to reduce cancer, depression, heart attacks, strokes, and that would really help tremendously. Also, the exercise, by exercising, they burn more calories, and parents notice that the kids will show less obesity, and also to increase their exercise and burn more calories by running walking, and also other activities. As we all know, the spring is coming, summer season is around the corner. Let's work to maintain our parks on a weekly schedule so we can enjoy freshly mowed parks, watered parks, and keep our minds off the laptops for our kids. Additionally, council members, I know that this request, as I mentioned before, is out of the norm, and it's really out of the norm. It's a unique request that we adopt this funding prior to our budget. So, however, due to the pandemic and COVID-19, our children and families will benefit by well-maintained parks. And again, as I mentioned before, this agenda supports a quality of life strategy, and the purpose of quality of life strategies to build relationships and to create opportunities within the community, and for a safe, prosperous community and vibrant neighborhoods within our city. So, I propose a approval of this item. And council members, any questions? Oh, I do have Councilmember Perrello.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I did have concerns on this matter, $300,000, but I will state this. I'm extremely grateful for Manuel Herrera, how he reported how in his public comments, he explained how there were cuts made in the past and why the cuts were made and what was reduced. And I'm also grateful for the mayor coming and talking to me and talking about what he stated were residents were talking about their children wanted to commit suicide because they couldn't get in the parks. And nobody has said that tonight, but that's what the mayor told me. And that's a wake-up call. But I would recommend very strongly two things. One, we're going to be trimming 33 parks. I think there should be something on a city website showing the public what the rotation is of these parks to be trimmed, so no one feels that one area is being shortchanged over the other. And the second is, there was mention about being able to get back in the park and social gatherings. The pandemic and the social gathering issue is still a concern to the city. But on a technical detail and following up on what Mr. Turan has done in the past, I have a specific request on an item. Mr. Christopher Hernandez read a statement from Roger Portier, and it was, I believe, representing the Parks and Rec Commission meeting. I'd like to know what the vote was on that statement.
I'm not sure if Chris is still available, or do we know, Mr. City Manager?
Yes, I actually attended that meeting, and my recollection is this was discussed, but I don't recall that there was a formal vote. But I could be wrong. It was a 3+ hour meeting that night, and I'm not expressing that it was too long or too long. I'm just stating it was 3 hours long, so my memory may not serve me. And by the way, it's not that late tonight. I'm not sure why everyone keeps thanking us for staying up so late. It's not that late.
Yeah, I mean, we've done, okay. So with that, I want to thank that somebody attended the meeting. I did not attend that meeting. I didn't, but if we are going to have individuals that represent CAGs and they're going to make statements as representing the CAGs, there needs to be, and I compliment Mr. Turan. He questioned the Homeless Commission vote. That's what I was doing here. And I want the record to reflect. We either find out what the vote was or we don't include that he's speaking for the Homeless Commission. Chair is not supposed to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Madrigal.
Thank you. Yes, part of your speech, Mayor, about, I understand we are all tired of Zoom, and it's kind of weird that we're talking about being tired of Zoom while we are on a Zoom call. I think this is a little off topic, but, I think it's time, in a way, maybe start thinking about going back to council chambers. If everything is opening up, I think we could all, wear a mask while we talk. I do it for 8 hours of the day without removing it. So in all seriousness, that's something we need to take into consideration. Not only, I think, for the good of the public, but beyond that, I do have a question because, this weekend, I was informed that by a state policy consultant or consulting group with the state of California that we were part of bad public policy. And that was on this particular item. They were questioning the $100,000 a month on this. So my question is, how do we get to that $100,000 figure a month? If anyone could answer that from staff.
I think Steve can mention this. Steve?
Yes, I could answer that. The $100,000 a month in this situation, we had to determine what the dollar amount was because we began this process of the appropriation before the bids were open. So we didn't know. So we had to factor in a safety buffer. And last week we did open the bids and we found that for the 3 months, it's going to be just under $200,000.
It's a lot less than we had projected then. Yeah.
And that's what we were hoping for, but I didn't want to chance it. So the request was for 300,000.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be roughly about, give or take about 60,000 a month.
Correct.
33 parks.
200,000 divided by 3.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it's late. My math isn't working.
About 67,000.
There we go.
Yeah. But yeah, no, yeah. As always, this is required. And yes, our parks need, some TLC. But at the same time, when all things, not joking aside, and I think this is very necessary. The social gathering part is something that we still need to heavily be careful of. Vaccinations, I believe, were 30% for the county, and that's just the first vaccine. Yes, I'll be honest, I'm blessed that I actually got the second one this past weekend. But at the same time, I know that my privilege in this is that I had opportunity that many have not had yet. And the last thing we need is a fourth surge. After what we went through Thanksgiving, Christmas, and early January. So, yes, I understand, my nephew plays Little League and, he's really good at it. And, even though he's only 6 years old, and yes, he's traveled all throughout Southern California. And I understand the necessity of this, but, we also need to look at the long-term picture of this. We're a year into the pandemic and, realistically, it's not going to end in the next 6 months. So, we need to be careful about this and not let this, progress into something that's going to be way past something that we could handle. I don't want to be in this, 2024, and we get all new council members and this council never even got to meet as a group in person, simply because, we didn't take the precautions and had good leadership. So that's something we need to take into consideration. But yes, if the money is there, then yes, our parks do need some TLC. So thank you.
Thank you. And I think you, council member, you said something important. And I believe that it was mentioned earlier by the city manager on the COVID-19 that whether you got your second shot, your first shot, second shot, use your mask. If you're out there on the parks, that's important that we tell our residents to continue using their mask. And one of the important things are out in the open, which is much, much better than being at home, which I believe is really important for us to understand. And also the other question too that you had was, if you had the $60-some thousand divided by 34, that's minimal cost, to take care of our parks on a weekly basis, just for information. Thank you. And I have Councilmember Turan.
Thank you, Mayor Zaragoza. Thank you for bringing this item to committee and now before the City Council. I just want to share very quickly regarding Councilmember Perillo's question. I also was in attendance for the Parks and Rec Community Services Commission meeting. And to my recollection, it wasn't a formalized agenda item, and I brought the agenda back up right now to look at it, but rather I believe it was something that Commissioner had discussed during commission comments. So there was, to my recollection, no formal vote, but rather someone had mentioned that this was something that had gone to council committee prior. So because it was a comment, there was not the ability to have extended discussion. Again, this is just my recollection of it. Regarding the item, though, I want to thank again the mayor for bringing this forward. Working in education, everything that the mayor has mentioned so far about mental health and physical health for youth, young people need gross motor activity. They need to be out and socializing. They need to be able to not be isolated. Now, that's not me saying we need to just open everything up and, you know, head for the hills now. We need to do this in a very structured and intentional way, as Councilmember Madrigal had mentioned. However, we also are, I think, investing and preparing for when that does happen. Young people have been isolated for the better part of a year, as have many of us. And that has had a detrimental effect to their own well-being and their expected adolescent development, especially in teenagers. And just very quickly, I'd share this at committee, but I'm going to share it here tonight as well. In the recent statewide California Healthy Kids survey that happens every other year in the state of California, and Ventura County typically has about 20,000 to 22,000 students who participate in this survey. We, in 2020, actually had, I don't want to say the fortune, but a situation where we had some students who took the survey prior to the pandemic and some who have now taken it after the pandemic. And we're able to do some unique comparisons because of that. And I just want to point out that in one of the measures around sadness, the question is, during the past 12 months, have you felt so sad or hopeless almost every day for 2 weeks or more that you stopped doing some usual activities? That particular question is actually one of the diagnostic criteria for depression. And prior to COVID, those survey takers, 37% of them said they had been sad for more than 2 weeks at a time. After the after COVID, after the pandemic, 44% of youth said that they had felt sad for more than 2 weeks at a time. That's a statistically significant increase. And this is all very initial data that's starting to trickle out, but I anticipate we'll be seeing quite a bit of data points like that. And it's indicative of the toll that this pandemic has had on our young people, not to discount the effect it's had on adults and our elderly population. So the sooner we can get people out to be in open air and in a safe way, being at our parks and having our parks be inviting and reactivated, I will absolutely support that. And so for that reason, I will absolutely support this item. And I thank you for the time, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I don't see any other comments. I made a motion. Do we get a second?
Second, Mayor.
Second by Councilwoman Basua. Roll call.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Turan.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you, council members and the children of Oxnard. Thank you. And the families. Our next item is item number 2, Community Development Department. This is an update on the preparation of climate change adaptation plan. And the recommendation is the City Council receive an update on the work to prepare and engage the community in the preparation of the city's climate change and adaptation plan, CAAP. And of course, this is not originated in a committee. And there was, under requirement of Measure M, there was a pre-recorded presentation on this item, and Vito is the contact person. Any questions?
Good evening, Mayor Zaragoza, council members. This is Kathleen Mallory. I'm your Planning and Sustainability Manager. Also this evening, I have Jeff Caton with ESA on the line, And I also want to just give a special shout out to a local Oxnard artist, Manny Bernal, who prepared the beautiful logo that will be promoted for our climate action and adaptation work. I know that's a mouthful. And we're here this evening to answer any questions that you have in light of the hour. I'm happy to just respond to questions along with Jeff Caton as well.
Any questions, Kathleen? And I read I've heard the video, the presentation, and that many should be complimented. We can probably later on, when we have an open session, we can bring him and make sure that we share that in front of the public, so for them to see. But that was a really great rendering that he put together for us. Council members, any questions? Okay, Councilman Lopez.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mallory. I had a clarification. I was trying to pull up the slide and I just can't seem to find it. But I'm not sure if I heard a confusion in the timeline, the dates that were mentioned. So I just want to ask to clarify what the timeline of the plan would be.
Absolutely, Council Member. Thank you for the question. So we're rolling out, first part is our survey. We have a community survey, which will be in English and Spanish, and you can look for that to be released very early April. We also have a stakeholder group and with interested parties, and we'll begin the engagement with those groups in early May. And then with the community in general, these are all virtual. In May, we'll have community meetings, and those will be on a weekday and then also on the weekend. We will be proceeding with questions to help guide some of the decisions that we'll bring to committee and council in early spring. And then in spring and summer, we'll bring the draft plan to the Planning Commission and City Council and committees. And then the goal is late fall, winter, probably the later part of 2021, early 2022, there'll be action to approve the CAP. And the CAP will have a series of implementation measures that will prioritize actions for climate and resilience, and put together a schedule for how we'll roll out complying with state laws.
Great, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Councilmember Perrello.
Thank you. I appreciate this item on the agenda. I hope this ties into it. I believe it does. When we look at some of the items and some of the goals that we're looking for in this thing here, and we just dealt with the last item and some of the things that we've done with, we have palm trees in the city. We have palm trees that provide very little shade. The global warming and the climate control and all that stuff is a big deal. We also have currently still in a drought condition, and we're going to have a reduction in the water that we're going to be able to pump unless we're successful in whatever lawsuit we have with the agency that's directing that. So these things all tie into it. If we move forward and we're going to remediate parks and we're going to do things, I would strongly suggest we stay the hell away from palm trees. And it's not that I have something bad for palm trees. They don't provide the shade. And part of the reason for the warming of a community is the lack of shade in a community. And the ground heats up, sidewalks, everything else. And the water, ladies and gentlemen, there's not enough beer and wine to make us survive. If there is a full tilt drought, we're in trouble. And the other part that's coming up, we're going to be directed to, well, we can buy it from the state. There are people in this community that can't afford the utilities as it is, and the state water is much more expensive. Thank you. I support this.
Thank you. And Mallory, and I just want to share with you and Vito, that was a really comprehensive report, and a lot of data and lots of work, and so I'd like to make a motion to approve this item.
Second.
Okay, second by Basua. Roll call.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Councilmember Turan,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Our next item is community development. This is the City of Oxnard 2020 General Plan Annual Progress Report. Recommendation of City Council receive and file the City of Oxnard 2020 General Plan and Housing Element Annual Progress Report. And of course, this was not originated in the committee, but it was required to be pre-recorded under Measure M. And again, we have Vito as a contact person. Any questions from council members? Okay. Oscar, excuse me, Madrigal, Councilmember Madrigal.
Yes, just real quickly, I know the time of evening, but just looking over just like our arena numbers, and I know that the 8,000 units, and we're working to get to that particular goal. But if we looked at our last arena numbers, and we only got up to about 30% of the numbers we needed to get, what are we doing to hopefully, improve that by a lot this time around? And in general, over the last, few weeks, I get calls from for meetings with developers, and all they talk about is issues that they are having with trying to get their project going. I don't want to necessarily get into those type of details, but my general consensus from this is just kind of like, it looks like we're going in the right direction. I just don't want to take a step back in this. I know that, that there are certain goals and needs to be met. We do have ADUs that was mentioned on here as well. And my big thing is similar to many new projects that the state puts out. Many people apply and then things are kind of granted, but when you look at the completion rate is very minimal. So what are we doing on the ADU side to, not only get people to apply, but actually get the whole process done and completed? Because I noticed that those percentages were low as well. So, overall, like, how are we doing just to, keep up with, not only developers, but also with our residents who want to build ADUs in their homes?
Thank you. Kathleen, you want to answer that question, or Vito?
I'm happy as well. I think Scott Kolwitz is also, if Scott would like to take the first stab, I'm happy to also add in or as needed.
Yes, Council, I'll jump into this one. So Kathleen, thank you for that. Vito, thank you for being here. And Joe Pearson, one of our senior planners, is also on the phone with us to assist all of you tonight with any questions you have. The short answer that we can provide to you tonight, given the hour, is the housing element and the general plan essentially provide an opportunity for various items to be constructed. Essentially, it's the regulatory world that we live in. And we partner with developers, both large and small, to help facilitate those projects to meet the City Council's vision. In terms of how have we pivoted as a city to help bring projects to completion to meet those RENA goals, ADUs, I think, are a great example where we've lifted some of the regulatory burden and tried to streamline that whole process. As we look at the numbers of what happened in 2020, in terms of processing applications, we saw over doubling of the number of applications that we actually received, with the series of those having been submitted now to the plan check process. So they are working their way through the process to actually get constructed. In some ways, there's a longevity issue or a time issue that we simply need to get through as individuals go through the entire planning and construction process. Typically, we're happy to jump into those and respond accordingly.
I'm also happy to add the housing element that you'll see come to you at the end of April has a series of programs specifically aimed at facilitating ADUs. and to promote them, and then also to report on the continued affordability. So you'll see that we have a number of programs to augment the annual report that will help to address all these housing needs.
Thank you.
But we only have one here. Councilmember Lopez, I'm sorry. You had a question?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. If whoever can answer, either Mr. Kowitz or Ms. Mallory. So this report is sent to the State Department of Housing and Community Development. And is there anything that we expect back from them, any type of response, or is this just to provide an update in their tracking of where we are in housing? And if we get any type of response, what could we expect?
Let me actually, just because I want Joe Pearson to be part of this since he prepared a majority of the report. Joe, if you want to go ahead and take this one, and Kathleen and I will be here for you as well.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and council members. So the report is sent to ATD and OPR, and it's just for them to receive. So they don't actually send anything back to the city once they actually receive the report.
Thank you. Okay, any additional questions on this item? Councilman Perrello?
Thank you. And the last gentleman, Mr. Pearson, do we get when we turn the report in, are we going to get like a score? We fail, we pass, we're behind we're short, do we get anything in that line?
No, so we'll submit it to them, and then they use it for their tracking purposes for the arena. And then as the housing element gets updated, those are the numbers that are carried forward into that. So they'll be incorporated into the housing element update that Kathleen is going to be bringing forward.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Pearson. My last comment, Mayor, I am hearing that they're contacting me also. Developers or developer representatives are reaching out, and they're requesting various things, including fees. Fees recently raised to bring them in compliance with what they should have been years ago, some never being raised since 1972. And they're asking for reductions in some of these fees. I'm very cautious that somebody even has the intestinal fortitude to come and do that. But I understand business is business. But the council, I believe, needs to stick together, because if we give a break on one, where do we give a break? And how do we determine that we don't give it on another? If the fees are the fees, that's the way it should be, in my opinion. But again, thank you. Thank you for the work done here.
Thank you too. And again, if any developer, anybody comes in, they should bring it to the city council, and the city council then approves or disapproves the potential request. Thank you. Okay, do we have motion on this item? Okay.
Motion to approve, Mayor?
Second.
Okay, Councilman Basua first.
That was
Second.
receive and file. It's not receive and file.
Receive and file. Okay, and Mayor Pro Tem, but seconded. We'll go ahead and vote on it. It was second by Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Mayor.
Lopez, second by Lopez. Okay, my apologies. Okay, roll call.
Councilmember Turan,
Yes.
Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilmember Perrello.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. And our last item is a public works item. This is a subjects award agreement for Del Norte Regional Recycling Center and Transfer Station for the waste tipping fee floor restoration project, specification number 20-33, and that the city council approve and authorize the mayor to execute an agreement 8313 with American Restore Incorporated for $1,084,053.14 for Del Norte Regional Recycling Center and Transfer Station waste tipping floor restoration, specification 20-33, project number 216802. And number 2, to approve the project contingency amount of $108,405 for the Del Norte Regional Recycling Transfer Station tipping fee restoration, specification 20-33, project 216802. And item number 3, approve the project allocation of $54,002 for engineering, inspection, survey, and project management for the Del Norte Regional Recycling Center and Transfer Station waste tipping fee floor restoration, project number 2033. Again, project number 216802, and approve the budget appropriation amount of $150,941 from the available fund balance in the solid waste operating fund. And this was pre-recorded and in per Measure M. And of course, then we have Greg Beck as the contact person. And we have one speaker. Let me put the speaker on first, and that would be Pat Brown.
Miss Pat Brown, you may unmute by pressing *6. Pat Brown?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yep.
ma'am. You have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Okay. I have one comment about this. I think our recycling and our trash pickup and everything is being done very, very well. I have no complaints over that, but I do have, and so I feel that we ought to go on ahead with this. I mean, there were years that we were paying an outfit to do the trash and whatnot, to man the thing and whatnot, and we didn't get much out of it, and they weren't doing a good job, and they were charging us a lot of money. And I think that the process that we're using now and the people we're using now as employees of the city, I think this is far more effective and far better. I just have one question, and maybe somebody can find out and can give me a buzz back at some time or other. But we have in the Royal Palms Mobile Home Park, we have a huge amount of very tall palm trees. And they are, every time we have a high wind, we get dead palm fronds all over the place, and we pile them up. And some people are putting them in their garden waste trash container, and they're not supposed to do that. So then they go and they put them in a dumpster or pile them right up against a big dumpster, because we have a couple of dumpsters that we have in the park that are emptied every week. Those are for all the other stuff, all the stuff that just doesn't get into their regular three trash cans. And we can't put the palm fronds in there anyway. So I'm wondering, can we put the palm fronds in those big dumpsters, like you see in the back of all the businesses and whatnot all over town? Can we do that, or are we supposed to have our palm fronds picked up and taken out to some other location? What is the real rule on the palm fronds that fall on the ground?
40 seconds.
Okay, so we have City Manager.
Yes, Ms. Brown, I will ask Todd Housley to contact you and provide you a concise answer to your question.
Thank you so much. I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Perrello. Oh,
Yes,
sorry. I'm sorry, Lopez and then Perrello. My apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a question of the actual work that will be done, considering it's about, so March through June is when the work is expected to be done. How does this impact the day-to-day work that is happening on site, and will any service be affected by it?
Okay, so how's Leon? Or Beck?
Mr. Beck,
Greg?
Craig, yeah, are you able to answer that question? Is he on mute?
Is he muted?
I think you might be on mute, Mr. Beck.
I think normally they do one side and then the other, right?
Right. So Mr. Beck, can you hear us? Wait, okay. I don't know. We can't hear you for some reason. The question is, it's a very pragmatic question. So the construction is slated to cover 3 months. What happens to the day-to-day work when construction begins?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, so if you look at the square footage of the tipping floor that's being addressed by this action, it's about 1/3 of the space. So we'll be able to continue to do all the work that happens at the Del Norte facility while this concrete re-pour and reinforcement work happens. So essentially, we'll do a section, we'll work in another section of the plant. Once that's dry and cured, then we'll move over and finish the other part.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, Councilmember Perrella?
Yes, I have a question for Mr. Beck. Thank you. And thank you for that previous response, Mr. Beck. I know that you've come on only recently. Have you had an opportunity in your past experience with much larger city than ours? Is this, in your opinion, as good as we should do? Or is there something better that we could possibly get more life out of this repair job?
Councilmember Perrello, essentially what we're doing is we're reinforcing the concrete floor that wears over time. So this particular effort is necessary to allow us to continue to operate our facility. I have toured the Del Norte facility. It's a wonderful facility. I commend the team that's working out of that operation. As community member Brown highlighted, I think they're doing a tremendous job. And I think Oxnard has a wonderful facility to support solid waste. And as the state adds more organics in the future, an opportunity to address that as well. So the direct answer to your question, this is an appropriate capital expenditure to address the plant that is a very heavily used operation on a day-to-day basis.
Well, that really wasn't my question. My question was, have you had experience with, and I understand you got to save the facility. I understood, hands down, understood. But is there some resins or some type of concrete or some sort of bonding that we think we could get, in your experience, a little more than, as it says, it is its estimated useful life of 5 to 7 years? That you can get more than that out of it?
Well, we are putting
spending a little more or something different.
We are putting a hardening material within the concrete to help get us that life out of this capital improvement work that's happening.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other questions of Greg? Okay. If
Yeah,
not,
it's a good thing it's not like a ice rink where you have to clear the entire ice rink before the Zamboni drives out.
It's 1/3 at a time. Yeah. Okay. So we need a motion in this item.
So moved. Or I'll second it.
Second by Lopez. Councilman.
Second by Perrello. First by Lopez.
First by Lopez, second by Perrello. Councilman
Yes.
Perrello. Councilman Perrello. Okay. Roll call.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Turan,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
And
Mr. Mayor, I just want to say it is officially Cesar Chavez Day in the city of Oxnard.
it is Cesar Chavez Day.
Yes. Well, actually in Oakland too, believe it
It's
or not.
officially a minute
in,
ago.
in Oakland too, believe it or not. But here we are. We made it to March 31.
So, but
Happy
however,
holiday.
We're not done yet, Mr. City Manager. We, items not on the agenda. My understanding is that, oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Tehran, you want to share something before we?
Oh, no, I just wanted to draw attention to exactly that, Mr. Mayor. We still have some public speakers here
Yes.
from earlier. Thank you.
Yes. And by the way, we're down to 3 people that want to speak after we went from the 30 minutes. So 3 speakers that are left for the items not on the agenda, and that's going to be Greg Runyon, Lawrence Stein, and Chris Hernandez, are the last speakers. And the other ones are no longer available. So Greg Runyon.
Greg Runyon.
Okay, I think I'm there. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we
Yes.
can. You have 3
Okay.
minutes to speak. Thank you.
All right. So I actually realized that today's now Cesar Chavez day, but Easter's coming up Sunday. And so I know a while back, Bert and I had a little fun about me quoting the Bible a little bit. So I don't want to quote the Bible, but I'm going to talk about it. How's that? So with Easter coming, I think it's imperative that, especially in the world today, that we take a look at ourselves. So I just wanted to point out a few things of what Easter means. And I know what the resurrection means and the death on the cross, but I hope we realize that Easter symbolizes a new opportunity. It's the ability to go, like for myself, to go from prison to a pulpit, but from bad to good, however you want to look at it. But it's an opportunity to do something different. It gives us a new outlook. It gives us the ability to see things a different way, to realize that our view on the world should change and that it gives us new outcomes. You know, we live in a world where that's exactly what we need. We don't need to be defeated. We need to learn to become victorious, and we need to go from being hopeless to hopeful. And that is everything that you all have been talking about tonight. And that's what it means. So I hope that all of us, no matter what your faith, no matter what your denomination, that you'll take time to think about this Passion Week and to think about the embodiment of what Christ meant and the goodness and all the things that we're indwelled with, and that so much we talk about the evil in the world and the hate, and we've talked about our previous president and his rhetoric and the things like that. But man, am I hopeful that there's going to be a time that some of us will be like Dr. King or like Cesar Chavez and really say to things, it's not about the color of your skin, it's about the character and content of your heart. So, you know, the Bible says that it's out of the heart that the mouth speaks, and it's out of the heart that the issues of life flow. So I hope that all of us this holiday season will really take the time, especially after COVID,
40
to think about
seconds.
who we are and who we want to be. So with that, I waited up all that time just to tell you all, I hope you have a blessed Easter, and that I'll be praying for all of you. And I hope that we'll be praying for one another, that we'll do better, and that life will be a little better for each of us as we make life better for those around us. All right. Good night, everybody.
Thank you very much, Pastor.
Thank you, Pastor
welcome.
Ryan. Our next speaker is Lawrence Stein. And
Mr. Stein. Mr. Stein, you may unmute by pressing *6. Mr. Stein, can you hear me? Are you there? Sir, you have 3
Yes.
minutes to speak.
Thank you very much. Good thing it's the next day, otherwise it'd be running late. I wish to express my concerns for the city attorney not complying with the Public Records Act. I've had a request outstanding for the city attorney's office to provide documents as to how much the city is spending on legal representation or outside legal representation. The city attorney has been asked this several times and not provided documents. Last summer, I asked for documents. The city only spent less than $5,000 for legal representation for the entire city for the entire year. That number seemed rather understated. If you look at the general fund monthly expense reports for the year, you can see we spent considerably more than $5,000 for legal representation. I'd like to know why the city allows our city staff to not comply with the Public Records Act in a timely fashion, if at all. I have requests outstanding, and they go beyond 2 months before I get these documents. In some cases, they decline to provide them at all. I wish the City Council addressed the issue of what it takes for the city to comply with the Public Records Act. A member of the public should be able to put records in a request for documentation and receive documents in 2 to 3 weeks with the virus going on instead. Instead, it's taking the city accounting office, taking the city attorney's office more than 3 months to provide documents. It's still not done so. In many cases, the city attorney who's assigned to represent the city does not even meet with the city clerk's office. They're supposed to be having a meeting once a week. Many times the city attorney bows out from this meeting and does not have it. Again, this is the action of our city attorney. And the city has to be open and transparent. We have a city attorney to me that seems to be anything but open and transparent. Thank you for your consideration and the lateness of the hour.
Thank you. And our last speaker for this morning is Chris Hernandez.
Hello?
Yeah, Chris.
Mr. Hernandez? Yes, thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, good morning. Thank you. Ms. Chris Hernandez, Vice Chair of the Five Points Neighborhood Council. I'd like to speak on the Port Hueneme Junior Explorers ice cream cart. Now, it's unfortunate that the picture I posted about the Junior Explorers of Port Hueneme and their ice cream cart has created such hostility towards the Police Explorer program and the Port Hueneme and Oxnard Police Department. The ice cream cart was purchased from the local ice cream distributor on Oxnard Boulevard and was retrofitted by the Police Explorer program as a means of making positive contact with the community, especially our youth. The ice cream was also purchased through the local ice cream distributor in Oxnard. The first 2 times this cart was deployed, the explorers gave away the ice cream for free. It was purchased by one of the police officers of Port Hueneme. This time, as part of a bigger fundraiser in Port Hueneme of autism and NAMI awareness, they chose to sell the ice cream. Each year, the program lawfully purchases a health department, health permit, and city seller's permit. The Port Hueneme Police Department does not harass or cite corn or ice cream vendors. It's so unfortunate that the police explorers are being used as a platform for people to share their unhappiness with the police. It's not right that the youth program that is trying to do good is being chastised. Over half of the kids in the Police Explorer program come from Oxnard. And to know that they will see the negative feedback from the community really breaks hearts. This was supposed to be seen as a good thing. I would like to note that I do not condone any type of harassment or disrespect towards our street vendors, and I will continue to advocate for them and bring awareness for the mistreatment that has gone on and continues to happen. I would like to give a special shout out to the Instagram page Stay Classy Oxnard for removing the post that received so much negativity. I look forward to a future collaboration, and I would also like to thank those who shared concern and reached out to me. A special thanks to Councilmember Turan. Bro, you saved a Hollywood juniper yesterday.
40 seconds.
And as a supporter of environmental health, I thank you so much. Shout out to Pat Brown and happy birthday, Cesar Chavez. And also, I'll leave you guys in the words of Chavez. Preservation of one's own culture does not require contempt or disrespect for other cultures. Buenos días.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, council members, we need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Oh. Motion to adjourn. All the items are complete. The meeting is
Good night,
adjourned.
everybody.
Everything's
Thank you
complete.
very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Have a
That
good
was an
morning.
easy meeting.